So basically, in the last, I expect a lot of you have seen on the news, there's been 3 really heavy massacres in the prison in Ecuador that I was in. There's been about 350 people killed over the spate of the 3.
I'm interested in the military, but they still got guns.
That's what I was just going to say.
Yeah,
So the military in control. So at what point will it be so peaceful where they won't need guns? Or
it's never going to happen. And that's what I was saying to you. You've now got the Sinaloa cartel down there, and the New Generation Jalisco cartel, who are both at war with each other.
Yeah.
And that war is now translated onto the streets of Ecuador. I keep that dollar and I give you $100 in a month. They will take the dollar that day because they live for the moment. They live by the moment because they don't know whether they're going to be alive tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's right. And the trauma and the insanity of the whole place, and then it's crazy.
But what they're doing is it's a like a global lucrative game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it's grooming, isn't it? Technically they're grooming. You're grooming.
Yeah.
When you look at these corporations are grooming individuals because you're making individuals believe that they have to dress and act in a certain manner.
But it was visit day. There's families in there, kids running around, and this guy's just stabbing this guy to death. He's on the ground floor. There's blood all over the place, and these people just stood around watching, including the guards, not trying to stop it or nothing because they've all been paid off.
Oh, nice.
And they said, if you don't come up with it by this day, and it was a Monday, we're going to kill you. And we found him hung in his cell by 9:30 in the morning. They did the count at about 8:30. I saw him at the count. Or I keep that dollar and I give you $100 in a month. They will take the dollar that day because they live for the moment. They live by the moment because they don't know whether they're going to be alive tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. That's how they treat it. I mean, life is cheap out there.
This is it. Very cheap.
Very cheap.
Very cheap.
Here we go. Posh, Pieter, Tritton. You don't like Posh, do you?
No, not really.
Pieter, Tritton.
It's one known as
Part 4? Is it?
Yeah,
part 4. We're going to do something new today. Never been done before. We are going into the prison of
Guayaquil, Ecuador.
We're going to get beamed in live WhatsApp video.
WhatsApp video call.
Gang members, prisoners from the prison in Ecuador. They're going to be talking to us. And I just spoke to the guy. He's heavily armed.
He's ready.
He's ready.
He's strapped.
We got, if you're not familiar with everybody in the room today, we've got Tugga, Stephen Graham, Jen, Pieter Tritton, and all the links to everything they're doing are in the description box below this video. So our main focus is going to be on what's happened in the Ecuador prison. We're going to get to interview the, some of Pete's friends who are still alive because a lot of them got massacred in the last year.
I'm putting tins.
It's not funny, but yeah, they
Yeah, and we're going to give a shout out.
Tintin.
Yeah, big up Tintin.
Big up Tintin.
Don't forget to chop up and put in a Tintin.
So Peter,
begins.
do you want to say anything to the viewers first, or do you just want to get your homie on the phone?
Well, I could give a little bit of background.
Yeah, come on.
So basically, in the last, I expect a lot of you have seen on the news, there's been 3 really heavy massacres in the prison in Ecuador that I was in. There's been about 350 people killed over the spate of the 3.
In what space of time?
Like 3 or 4 months.
Wow. That's a lot of fuck.
And so the worst one was about 120 in one day.
What?
Yeah.
In one prison?
Yeah.
120 people.
120 in one day. It was just a mass wholesale bloodletting. And this has been brought about between the gangs after the assassination of Hot Ellie, who was the boss of the Choneros, back just before last Christmas, not Christmas just gone. What year would that be? 20? What were year again?
2021.
Yeah, it's 2022 now. That was 2022 now.
So after he got killed, obviously all the other gangs sort of fractured and have started a war for power, control of the prisons, and a power struggle. So that's what these massacres have been about.
And Pete sent us videos. Jen's been having nightmares ever since.
Yeah, it's been absolutely horrific. I'm going to show you two some videos shortly.
Well, all right. We was worried about you, Jen, because we heard about the nightmares.
Yeah, they're pretty graphic. Beheadings, machete to the face, beheading. Well, yeah, I said beheading.
People getting dismembered, beheaded,
set on
shot,
fire,
burnt alive.
Yeah, you can hear their bodies sizzling. It's pretty grim.
It's bad.
It's very graphic.
Very graphic.
So your mate, who we're going to speak to shortly, then, what's his role in all of this?
So a friend of mine who's still in the prison over there, Ecuadorian guy. He's obviously he's a gang member. He's been in prison 12 years so far. He's doing life for, I don't know, multiple murders. So I suppose he's part of one of the gangs. I can't remember which. We'll find out in a minute.
Does he have a nickname we can call him, or does he want to remain anonymous?
I'll leave it as anonymous at the moment.
Okay.
But in English, he's called Ears.
All right.
Translated from Spanish.
Yeah, we've
got flappy ears.
Big ears.
Yeah.
His phone is buzzing. Probably mine, is it?
No.
Mine.
Okay. All right, should we get him on?
Shall I get him on?
Yeah.
All right. Let me just set this up a minute.
So, I don't think this has been done before in the history of YouTube.
No.
Going live into the Ecuador prison.
So he's in prison now?
Yeah, he's in the
He's
prison.
doing life for multiple murders, a gang member.
But still has smartphones.
Is it the same, exactly the same,
and guns.
the same prison you was in? Exactly the same one?
Yeah. Probably won't answer now.
Might be in the middle of a shootout.
Yeah, in the middle of a
Give
massacre.
me a minute.
Oreja. I'm giving away his name now. Somos en vivo. Oreja. Somos en vivo. Oh wait, that sounds bad, isn't it?
Can you understand him?
Yeah.
Oh, it got pretty very nice.
Somos en vivo ahorita en la entrevista. Estamos grabando esto ahorita. So he's just, you filming it?
Yeah.
So he's just showing the prison, one of the cells there.
Okay.
Oreja. Muéstrame los armas, el pistola. ¿Qué tiene allá? Muéstrale el pistola que teniste antes. Ahora.
So yes, he's just showed us.
So
his
this
pistol.
is in the prison in Ecuador. This
Yeah.
is that a radio? What you do? ¿Por qué tiene un radio de los guías? They've got a radio.
Who does he radio to?
I don't know. ¿Con quién está comunicando? ¿Los guías? O otro?
Prison sound like a real.
Oreja, ¿con quién está hablando ahí?
Who's that on the radio?
I'm trying to ask him. Oreja. Oreja. ¿Cómo? Plato plomo. That means money or lead.
Yeah, I know. We know what that means.
Nosotros sabe qué significa.
We ain't got no money. We have to take the lead, tell him. Yeah.
Hola, ¿cómo está? Uy, güey, puta.
Oh, another gun.
That's a big gun. Yeah, está grande. ¿Cuánto balas tiene este? ¿Cuánto balas tiene este? 16 o no más? That was a 32 bullets in that gun there.
Wow.
What gun is
With a
it?
big clip on the
Can
bottom.
these guys see him real quick?
Yes, my G. Mad, way up. Extension clip on them bomb buckler. Mad, you know, my G. Way up. Yeah, man. Any boy test, shot them in them face, man.
See it, man.
Yeah, they only speak
Oh,
Spanish.
God,
I think.
hold on, I
gone.
lost him.
Yo, you would have thought he was at home.
Probably run out of data.
Was that a shower curtain in the
You ran out of data?
No, they might have run out of data.
They've run out of bullets, though, have they?
Oye, oreja. Oreja, ¿sí podía hablar un poco? Ah, hola, ¿cómo estás?
Ah, there.
Yo, that's another friend of mine. Oye, ¿qué tal?
Yo, my G.
Hey!
Yo, my general. Yeah, way up.
Oye, oreja, ¿qué está pasando en el cárcel ahorita?
Ahorita está un poco tranquilo acá, Pieter.
So are they saying,
Tranquilo aparentemente,
¿cómo?
porque están los militares adentro.
He's saying that the military are inside and it's a lot more tranquil now.
Okay.
With the
It's a
military,
lot more
'cause they've had to
tranquil.
go in and
Right.
regain control.
Right.
Come on. Come on.
I'm interested in military, but they still got guns.
That's what I was just going to say.
Yeah,
So the
yeah.
military in control. So at
But they still got
what
guns.
point will it be so peaceful where they won't need guns? Or will,
Oh,
'cause-
it's never going to happen.
okay.
Where is Dan? He's just showing a bag of drugs.
Okay.
Wow.
Bomba.
What drugs are they?
¿Qué es esto? Grifa. Grifote. Marijuana. Yes, that was weed.
that's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Oh, what is it?
Spanish. Sounds
Oh, he's-
similar.
Do you speak Spanish, Stephen?
How many?
I don't know, quite a few.
Do you speak Spanish?
They're not short.
That's packs of weed.
Wow.
That's what
Oh,
they sell in
wow.
the prison.
Wow.
¿Cuánto cuesta este paquete?
Is it enough words similar though?
$7.
That's $7. Okay, es un
$7.
gramito, okay.
What?
Big.
Medio gramo.
Medio gramo, half a gram for $7.
Because it's the source country.
¿Y cuánto cuesta el perico allá, ahorita? Oreja.
Mira,
It's like African sort of...
Okay. Is it good? Strong?
¿Cómo estás? ¿Fuerte?
Good ganja?
Muy fuerte.
What's he showing?
Weed.
Yes, it's weird.
Like weed.
Yeah. Oye, Oreja.
dime, brother.
Este radio es para qué? Es por comunicar... ¿Está comunicando con los gays?
Entre la mafia y los lagartos.
This is for communicating with other gang members.
I thought so.
Because they've got towers which block the telephone signals.
Ah.
So, well, no, they can't be that good because we're on a telephone now. A dog? Oh, sorry.
The dog?
A dog.
Yeah, they got dogs.
Oh,
We got
really?
dogs in the
Yeah.
prison. I had a cat when I was over there. A little cat that used to follow me around the prison.
Where they keep the dogs?
Huh?
Where they keep the dogs?
In a cell. They used to have some big dogs when I was there, like proper dogs to fend off the police. Like for when the police came in. Like,
Are the dogs strapped as well?
What's his name?
Oye, ahora, ¿qué se llama el
What's
perrito?
another one?
¿Qué se llama el perro? I don't know if you can hear me.
I've seen it all. I've seen it all.
Come on.
I've seen it all.
It's bizarre, isn't it?
No, I've seen it all.
Different still. That's
No, it's different.
O está cansado este
They got
perrito.
dogs in the cell, man.
Tired.
Oh,
That's crazy.
Está fumado. He's saying it's been smoking weed.
But the dogs been... Oh, for fuck's sake.
That dog's kilo over blood.
Dog's cold, bro. Dog's wired.
That's kilo over.
They say it's a dog's life, you know.
Yeah.
You know what they say, innit? Prison not meant for dog. Yeah. That one is.
Oh, he's working out now.
oh.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
Bomba club.
they've got machine guns in there a lot,
What's
man.
that?
Oh, my God. That's heavy.
That's nice.
¿Quién es esto? Este es en el cárcel, ok. Es un metrallador, ¿no?
Sí, claro. Fusil.
Fusil. That's a machine gun.
Machine gun.
Like,
Like Pablo prison, man.
But it's mad that they make
Oi,
so
what questions do you want me to ask him?
Like, what crimes he's done? What's his sentence? How did he end up there?
Oreja. Yeah. ¿Por qué tú estás preso allá?
Asesinato.
Yeah, he's in for murder.
For murder. How long? Is he ever going to get out?
¿Cuánto años lleva? 12, ¿no?
No, yo Sí, a ver, 11 meses.
¿Cuánto?
11 años, 11 meses.
¿Cuánto?
11 años, 11 meses.
Yeah, about 12 years. A month short of 12 years.
Yeah, that's how much he's already served.
Yeah.
Wow.
¿Y cuánto falta para ese?
Ya yo estoy esperando fecha de audiencia ya.
He's waiting for the like
50%.
like the audience with the judge. How would you call it? Like the hearing.
The hearing, like for an appeal.
No, no, just
so
like
his original case.
parole hearing.
Parole hearing. Parole hearing.
Parole for him. Okay.
Come on.
I find interesting that the military's in there. The military's in there. But
Tu vas fumer un blunt?
Ruso.
Shevchenko, как дела? Заебись? Speaking Russian now.
Russian.
They're not
No,
racist.
как дела?
The
Заебись?
government ain't got no hold on them.
No. Totally lost like was it?
¿Si habla español?
Sí, español, sí.
¿Cómo estás? ¿Bien?
Bien, amigo. Eso tú ahora.
Yo soy en un estudio en Inglaterra. Yo soy en Inglaterra. Soy inglés, pero yo he pasado como 10 años por eso allá también.
Studio Inglaterra.
Get subtitles for this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get me? Look at them.
What else?
So, was it gang warfare, the murders that he was found guilty of? Was it one gang against another?
Oreja.
You know something there?
Oreja. Oreja. Dime algo.
Dime, bro.
Cuando tú fuiste sentenciado, ¿quién mató? ¿Otra gente de pandillas o un policía o qué?
Mi sentencia me fue 22 años. Yo arreglarme, bajar a
Yeah, pero
16.
¿quién mató? ¿Tú mataste quién?
Yo mismo, uno solo.
¿Pero quién?
Persona, la calle.
Oh, he's not really saying. He's just saying.
Oh, yeah, no
Yeah,
worries.
tranquilo.
No
When was the
No,
last
está
massacre
preguntando.
in prison? Can you ask him?
¿Y cuándo fue el último masacre allá? Como un mes, ¿no? Or minute?
Sí, hace como un mes.
About a month ago.
Month ago.
Yeah. I mean, it was on the news here.
Yeah.
¿Y cuántas personas murió?
The last
Como
massacre was a month
120, ¿no?
ago.
Oh, no.
20, la otra fue como 200.
Is it 200, they reckon?
So,
A big
what effect has the military got in there? Like them being in there, what effect? What effect
What's
have
the
they
purpose
got?
of the military?
What's the
are acting
purpose?
like the prison guards because the prison guards are so corrupt.
Replace the prison.
Los militares son como los guías ahorita, ¿no?
No, esos son muy fuertes, ellos más bravos.
Pero yo estoy diciendo, como los guías son muy corruptos, los militares no son corruptos, ¿no?
Más duros ellos, son apretados, ellos casi no copiar.
¿Cómo?
Ellos casi no copiar, los militares casi no copiar.
Los militares no copian, ¿no?
No, ellos son duros, son estrictos.
Yeah, he's saying the military are really strict, really hardcore, whereas the guards are like corrupt.
How
pretty much.
hardcore? They're
But
like, how hardcore? Because they
Like,
got
they still got. They still
Yeah,
got
yeah.
The dogs.
La gente aquí está
Dogs.
preguntando,
with straps.
tú estás diciendo los militares
Independent
son muy duros. Por ejemplo, ¿cómo son duros?
Ellos no quieren, ellos no tendrán una pistola fácil, ellos no tendrán un celular.
There's
Okay,
32.
he's saying they're hard because they won't bring in guns and phones easily. Habla bien, maricón. Yo estoy pensando que está duro porque está pegando a la gente.
Not easily.
Not easily.
I'm saying I thought they were hard because they're beating the people up.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I thought.
I mean, they're not as good as smugglers as the old lot.
Yeah.
It's a shame. Tell him it's a shame.
La gente aquí está riendo.
It's a big shame.
Está diciendo está.
Tell them we're rooting back for the old guys.
Está con acuerdo contigo,
The government got
tranquilo.
no control in it.
Está diciendo nosotros queremos los guías anteriormente.
Una comida en esa. Que me digan, esa es.
¿Tú vas a comer? Oreja, ¿tú vas a comer? ¿Vas a comer?
Dime, brother.
¿Tú vas a comer?
No, nada.
¿O no?
No, nada.
Hoy no tiene visita hoy día.
Tranquilo.
No hay visita.
No, visita
No visits.
mañana hay visita.
Entonces-
Vamos a fumar ahorita.
Mañana.
Dos.
Must be
He's
visits.
saying he's just about to smoke that weed now.
Oh, is he?
What was he saying about the visits?
Tomorrow, I think they've got visits.
Ah.
Oh.
I thought it was today.
How's the
What-
visit?
It's Sunday
All
today,
right,
isn't it?
ask the
No,
question.
Sunday.
Is-
What
Does
kind
he-
of they have?
Can he get pum pum?
Yeah, they have like
Prostitutes?
No,
Like
you used
some-
to be able to.
The girls can come in, wives,
Yeah,
time with their
yeah,
wife.
it's like conjugal visits.
Yeah,
They get conjugal visits.
It used to be like the women, because when I was over there, you could have women come into the wing, into the cell, stay
Seriously?
overnight with you. Yeah. There were families living in there with the kids.
What?
Yeah, man.
Man,
That's not prison,
I'll
eh?
tell you a different setup.
I know.
Stephen.
Like,
That's
the
different setup.
Oh wait,
Stephen.
they're just showing half the gang in it.
See, watch on the man.
Wow. Hey,
Blessings, blessings, way up.
¿cómo estás?
Yang!
Esta mañana.
Mr. Ecuador, up. Freedom is a must. Bomba clock today. Freedom told me, say.
Viva,
The more guns coming
Yeah,
out.
bomba clock.
viva Ecuador.
Way up. Bomba clock, my brother.
That's deep.
Wow. Peter, did they have to hide the guns?
They-
Or is it
Come
open?
on, bien.
Yeah. It looks more
Is that
nice.
right?
Yeah, it looks more
Community,
nicer, but
yeah,
it's-
but-
but
Come on.
it's- But it's
Different
lawless,
problem,
but it's
different-
like, different problems.
Come on.
Yeah, different problems. Because they've got a lot of, you can see the word murder rate is crazy.
Yeah.
But they've got more of a.
Hold on, well, they
prettier
just pulled out now.
Yeah. It's more.
Yeah, just now it's bullets. They just pulled out a bag of bullets.
Wow.
Straight crocodile teeth.
That's a problem.
One bag of crocodile teeth in the
Oh,
bag.
yeah.
Quite a few there.
Peter, did they have to have like a stash place for all the weapons?
Yeah, can-
or is it
it
open
doesn't
carry?
look like it at the moment. I mean, it used to.
Yeah.
Did they have to hide them or can they just have them out?
Oreja.
Well, there's 10 of them in the room all around the fucking camera with them all
Oh,
out.
yeah, look, they just tipped him out on the bed now.
Oh, wow.
Ask them, did they have to hide them or can they just leave them out? 'Cause-
Oreja. Oye, necesito guardar esto ahorita como en caleta. Necesito
Doing
guardar
that
esto en
with the two
caleta, ¿no?
Oh, is the strap under the
Come
pillow
on,
or in the
antes.
wall? It looks like it's under the pillow.
Sí, como antes.
In caleta, ¿no?
Antes,
Yeah.
como antes.
Yeah, in hiding spaces. I mean, we used to have hiding places all over the cells, like we built them into the rooms and stuff, into the floor, the walls, the ceiling.
Yeah, they would do. So they only
Cubano.
so what's
Banana
the chance of
Cubano.
getting raided?
Okay, Lagato.
Tattoo.
This is a gang tattoo.
8-8.
Look like they were firebags.
And a crocodile, which is like a
Yeah.
which is the Cubano or Lagato gang.
Mad.
Wow.
Mad.
Yeah, Lagato.
Yes. A pistol. Christ.
¿Qué es esto?
What's that?
Es
say?
en México, ¿no? Mexicano. Cuba.
Cuba.
Ah, como los cubanos, ¿no? Como
Cubanos.
Yeah, cubano. Yo recuerdo cubano. Recuerdo, yo soy en el mismo pabellón de cubano. I was in the same wing as this guy, cubano. In fact, you remember I said
yeah.
that
Sounds
last
about
wing
it.
I ended up
Yeah.
on. It was
Yeah.
Just there with his tattoo, showing us the tattoo with a pistol pointing at him.
Yeah, you have to see it there, yeah, man. Careful, we will shut the
Swinging his
tattoo, man.
pistols round, you know.
Bomba club.
Yeah. Da bien
When was
bien
it?
armado.
It's a little
You asked them,
32.
Peter, when they
Is that
last had a
32?
raid.
32.
Oye, Oreja. ¿Cuándo fue el último raquisa
Yeah, I
allá?
thought it looked smaller. It was, yeah.
He's just rolling up a Philly blunt.
Blunt, the man, they might roll in there.
Oh, what's that a picture of? I don't know what that's about. Oh, this is where they've knocked a hole through the wall
It's sad though.
So he hides.
into
it's
yeah,
sad the
might be one
government
of the
allows
hiding
this sort of
places.
madness to happen.
That's maybe a hiding place there,
It's not, it is
Yeah.
or where they're passing
That's
stuff
what
through
he
to
says.
another
It's
wing.
sad.
course.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, look.
Government agendas.
He's
of course.
showing that's the top
That's
of the hiding place.
Yeah, that's similar
yeah.
to what we used to use.
Yeah, in the
Chappy.
walls.
Chappy.
Chappy.
That's a
Yeah.
chappy.
That's
We would
pretty
paint round it
But
and
you
make
know,
it look
Yeah,
like
they got
this.
the top
though,
round
I'd
it.
like to know how the government set them up though.
good. How do you mean?
I mean, like how it's allowed them
But
to
it's
do
quite a
so
small
much violence
hole.
like that.
It's so corrupt over
That's what I
there.
mean. But it's a setup.
¿Qué es
It's
esto?
a setup.
It's a setup on them.
It is.
It's like a dirt poor country, but they've got all
Yeah?
these drugs, haven't they, at the
It's a
source?
setup.
So,
It's a setup.
Perico.
Of course it's a setup. There's nothing.
La qué?
Very unfortunate for them to be.
¿Qué es
they're
oreja?
in a slaughterhouse, aren't they,
I
basically?
think that's
definitely.
cement.
They've got
pound
no
that
money.
they've shown me.
Ah.
They've not no money, but they've got
Oh right,
more
it's the pace to
more
go. Oh yeah, to go around the side of
artillery
it.
than actually got money.
Yeah.
To go
Yeah.
around
It's
the
like Jamaica in the ghetto. You got people
Very
got
clever.
Guns,
you've
but
got
no
big guns, but
bullets. Bullets, yeah.
no guns, no bullets. They got big guns, but they got no clothes and not got money.
Yeah.
The money's
So-
small.
That's quite that's
Doesn't
a
make
deep
sense.
hole.
It's
Yeah,
set
don't
up.
make
Do they
sense.
have any
It's a setup.
cocaine in there at the
The
moment?
deeper picture.
I
you
don't
can't-
know. I mean, normally, if there's weed, there's got to be coke in there.
Of course, it's a setup.
Yeah, he's showing right into the whole. Oye, Oreja.
Ese es un laberinto ahí.
But that's
Oye,
the stuff.
Oreja. Si hay perico en el cárcel ahorita.
Of course they do.
Gang.
Oreja.
How much money?
Si hay perico allá.
Ah,
Si hay coca en el cárcel ahorita.
Pete.
Peter.
Coca, sí. Perico.
Peter,
bastante.
He's saying there's lots of
bastante,
coke in the
pues.
prison.
Pete, they make a lot of money though. These people in the prison,
Yeah.
they do.
Yeah. I mean, half of them don't want to get out because they're making so much money in there.
But
So
that's
are they in a
understandable.
pimped out
Spanish man,
area of the prison and the other prisons like bad?
I've seen.
Like
It's a bit like.
I think
Yeah,
it's all
it's
become
not-
kind of
it's not-
standardised now
you know,
because
it's
they built
making
like
money in
new
prison.
Yeah,
Feed the
and
family.
feed
out.
the
whole new
families out the
prison
road.
estate.
How much
like
people
the
visit
American
that?
style. Kind
Yeah.
of.
And you know,
Yeah.
So I think it's all. I mean, you can see they got lights around the top of the cell, like Christmas lights.
Yeah,
They're just
like
smoking
fairy
this,
lights.
just setting up a smoke there.
Man, light it up. Laze it up. I fancy a spliff now. We got to do a smoking podcast one day.
I think this guy he's with is like a boss of the wing by the looks of it. The
Is
guy,
he?
Yeah, by the
this
looks of
guy
the
is
blunt
smoking.
and the clip.
and the amount of people that are coming into the wing.
Yeah. And
Are they the
drugs.
dominant gang, or is there like another rival? Like when you were there, there was two main gangs.
Man, up. What's he's got in the watch? What's he got? Is his watch flashing?
I don't know.
What's he got, an Apple Watch or something? He got
Rolex.
smartphones.
What did you want to ask?
No. I was asking about what's the name. They make a lot of money there, but do the people make equal money on road? Because like in Jamaica, you have people in prison who make money in prison to feed their families on road.
Yeah, this is what they're doing.
They make money in prison to feed their families on road.
Yeah. There's a lot of that.
Yes.
Because I mean, the jobs that they're going to get on the road are like basically
Technically
killing people. Cigar.
Is there just one dominant gang now after the massacres?
Oye, Oreja, ¿qué banda está el más fuerte ahorita allá? Oreja,
Dime, brother.
¿qué banda es el más fuerte en el cárcel ahorita?
Mande.
¿Qué banda es lo más fuerte? ¿Qué está en control?
Man's busy getting blazed. What's he
No,
smoking everywhere?
¿Quién está en control? El banda. Los lagartos.
Entiendo, dime.
¿Qué banda está en control del cárcel ahorita?
Hay entre lobos, tiburones, soneros, lagartos.
He's saying it's mixed between like 3 or 4 now. The choneros, lagartos, tiburones, which is like tigers, and one of them.
Are they all at war?
Yeah.
Set up in itself, bro.
Yeah. So he's shown the Lacoste badge at the moment because that's one of the gang signs. It's
Okay.
Like, Lagartos is.
Lagata is the
like crocodile.
yeah. They're lagatas then, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't call them, man.
So ese es los lagartos,
Yeah,
¿no?
me too.
She's sad still.
It is very.
Yeah.
Because they don't realise
No.
they don't realise the setup they're in. They're just in because they're getting, but they don't realise the bigger picture of what's going on the setup. It's crazy.
The fodder, aren't they?
Yeah.
Fodder for
Lagarto,
the
yeah.
system. Fodder.
Yeah.
Government.
Exactly.
Oye, ¿está abierto 24 horas ahorita o no?
Very. When it's on that level.
¿Está abierto 24 horas o no? ¿Está... ¿Qué hora te encerra?
Yeah.
¿A las 9?
Yeah.
Jail one's like Chicago.
Yeah.
What the
Yeah.
hell?
What the fuck?
Doesn't make
¿Cómo?
sense.
La puerta,
That's
sí.
more than sad.
We've got some real good questions out of after.
24 horas, otra vez.
The videos he sent me of the massacre, he sent them to me and he sent them to
He's
one other
saying,
guy.
again, because when I was there, the cells were open 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
You get locked on the wing, but your cell was open 24 hours a day.
So anyone can walk in anyone's cell.
Yeah.
At any
Therefore,
time.
That's why it's so dangerous, man.
okay, is everyone on one block?
Oh,
Just
look,
one,
he's showing outside the prison now. He's gone outside now to
is
show
everybody
the
on one
prisoner's
block?
state.
Is everybody on one block?
No.
Gang,
it's-
no, like you see that you said the wing can open, the door's open, but the wing's locked. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is everyone on that wing? Are they one gang or different?
Generally, yeah.
Generally,
See,
one
like,
gang.
it's like-
you know,
so how
the
many
gang
people
members
in the
come,
whole
they're gonna
prison?
get killed.
See, look at the prison guards.
There's like 8,000 in there.
Oh, you see, this is why
Let's
it's
have a
so
look.
big. It's massive.
Yeah, it's a massive prison. He's just showing some of it now. All of that is prison.
It's like a big scheme.
It's huge.
It's like a massive
When I
scheme.
was there, it was 26 wings,
scheme.
8,000 people in that one prison.
And
Have they got enough guards for that place? That,
No,
Do you
that's,
understand?
that's,
That's not even-
that's the problem. There
They're
was,
the
like, there was
guards.
like 2 guards.
They're the guards.
Yeah, this is it.
They're the guards.
That's it. There was like 2 guards, 2 or 3 guards on a wing of 300. With no guns.
Come on, bro.
The guards didn't have guns.
Okay, that's a setup. That's a big.
Forget it.
Yeah, Demi.
That's like kill.
When you look at the bigger
Come
picture,
on.
that, yeah, you look at
Come
the
on.
bigger picture. That psychologically, that's a.
Atenuado eso.
That's
Tenured
a
outdoor. That was the wing I was
Yeah.
in.
That's the
That's
one.
all.
In the
Well,
old, in the second prison that I was in. That's what's left of it.
La pared blanca.
Oh yeah.
It looked like
Está
William,
feísimo.
Afghanistan.
Yeah.
It's like a little housing community.
Yeah. That's what I said. Like a scheme.
Yes,
Like
housing.
a housing
So this is
community,
like the old half.
Like how
of the
they done it.
prison.
Yes.
This is like the old bit of the
8,000 people.
prison.
So it is
It's still open.
Yeah.
It's like Stonebridge,
some of
isn't
it
it?
stayed open.
It's pretty run down.
Yeah, it is. Oh look, that's the police or guards in the military. I think.
Guards, what are they
Driving
doing?
You see them?
Just driving around in a jeep there,
Driving for what?
Doing checks.
just
Trying to
patrolling.
get
Yeah.
near them.
What are they gonna see?
They don't want to go near the guys with the guns.
Yeah.
Go in here.
They're not going to come in the wing.
That's what I'm saying. So what's the sense? This is-
Bacano or
They was just doing their job, innit?
Finish that.
His job's to drive around.
You guys got any more questions? Anyone got any more questions for him?
No,
Oh.
They look like kids.
that's the wing, yeah.
Yeah, that's inside one of the wings. This is, I think, this is in the old bit of the prison. Because
Okay.
there's a new,
How
there's a
many
new
people?
prison
How many
state.
people to one cell?
It depends, like 2, 3, some of them 5.
And they all got like beds and they all cover beds.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, that's what the setup's not too
Toilets and
bad.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got all of that.
I'm traumatized by toilets.
Yeah.
But that's the stuff. Not is
Charging
though.
the phones and
Yeah,
that.
freedom things different. Like I
Yeah.
said,
I
there's
think
not
they charge, or
that.
maybe that's
They
why
got
they get
that.
the Oh no, they're charging them.
But it's a whole different.
Yeah, it's a whole different corruption. Their corruption
yeah.
level is crazy.
That's what they're
Their corruption
charging.
level is crazy.
Crazy.
Like, we've got inhumane corruption in Jamaica, but
Crazy.
that's corruption level is
Thank
crazy.
you.
I've got a question, Peter. What's the most dangerous situation he's ever been in?
Oreja.
Dime, brother.
Ya, mi amigo aquí está preguntando cuál es el más peligroso situación que tú encontraste.
¿Cómo dices?
El más peligroso problema que tú teniste en el cárcel o encontraste en un...
Mío.
Ya,
Problema mío.
ya.
La tacunga.
¿Qué fue allá?
Con cuchillo.
Tú con otra persona peleando con cuchillo?
Sí.
He had a machete fight with somebody else in another prison. He nearly died. He got stabbed in the chest or heart or something, or near the heart.
Wow.
Jenny Secret?
What would-
Secret? I can't see it. But...
No, ya no se veía.
Oh yeah, you can't see it.
Is he gonna go roll at any time? Or is his life sentence not coming out?
Well, no, he's
Waiting
waiting
for
on that
parole.
parole hearing.
He's waiting for parole.
Whether or not you get it or not.
What's it like? What does he aim to do when he gets out? Or what, like if he gets out, what
Oh
is
yeah,
he
it's
aim?
another scar there he got from a fight across his wrist
What is
there.
that?
Yeah, that's defensive. Because
Defensive wound.
yeah.
Machete.
I just want to know what their mind.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm
You've
more-
been
I'm
in
more-
it.
Wait,
Yeah,
Oreja.
I hear
I
you.
want to know what their mind.
Yeah, real talk.
Back in the
Can't
wing
see it
again.
though. It's like probably I'd say come out and just work for the cartel or wherever they was working for.
See, it looks crowded in the hallway, but the
Yeah.
rooms don't look that.
This I think
Bad.
this is like an older part of the prison.
Yeah.
That was that same shot again.
I like to know, like me, I want to know where his mind's at, like when he gets out,
Yeah,
right? And also, what's the name? Do you have to be a part of a gang when you're in them prisons?
Yeah, really.
You
Those two
do.
things.
You have
You
to
do.
pick a side, don't you?
Yeah, because if not, you're a victim.
Okay,
That's right.
Oye, Oreja.
Yes, it's different, you have to.
Yeah. La gente aquí está preguntando ¿cuándo sales? ¿Qué quiere hacer con su vida? ¿Qué está pensando en su futuro?
Salir, otro país.
¿Otro país?
Otro país.
He wants to go to
Sí,
another country.
Ecuador por la hueva.
He's saying Ecuador's fucked. He's
doing that.
Yeah, tell him we agree with him.
La gente aquí está en acuerdo contigo.
You applaud that.
Take us to Inglaterra. Come here.
Vamos. Ven a Inglaterra. De una, he said, yeah.
Yeah.
Tell him I got good ganja, me. Good ganja. Don't worry.
O España. España probablemente es mejor para ti para hablar su idioma. I say in Spain it's probably better for him. It's easy to get
Spain,
there.
yeah, of course.
Shall I finish up?
Yeah, just really thank him. And
Oye, la gente aquí está muy feliz con el entrevista y está diciendo mil gracias. Y yo te llamo un poco más tarde. Oreja. Yo te paso ahorita, pero yo te llamo más tarde y yo te arreglo un hero para ti. ¿Ya? That's
Tower.
yeah, watchtower.
I saw the watchtower.
They don't need one.
Is anyone up
What?
there?
For what?
Probably.
They're watching the guy in his watchtower.
That was one of the problems, like, you know, when they bust up the gangs over there. When I was there, and the government started coming down really heavy on the gangs and like splitting the gangs up and sending all the bosses out to other parts of the country.
Yeah.
Then there was no one really in control, and then the murder rate went through the roof because everybody was just to get away with murder, literally. So
Purge.
well, yeah, kind of, and it was just, you know, all those problems that had built up between people, suddenly they could do what they wanted about
Yeah,
it.
prison
Whereas
purge,
before the gang, like,
This is
sort of,
purge in other prison.
you couldn't kill someone without their permission.
Except
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
once
yeah.
a year with the purge. It's once
That's
a year.
it.
That's every few months.
Oye, Oreja, yo te
Madness.
paso ahorita. Yo te llamo más tarde.
It's a mad setup, bro.
Gracias.
muchas gracias.
Muchas
Bacano.
gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Cuídate mucho, ¿ya?
Buena suerte en la cárcel.
Yeah, cuídate. I think they're all busy on their phones. Got the aircon in there.
Aircon as well.
Well,
None of them aircon in there.
Well, it doesn't look.
no,
too
I think that's just
modern.
fans, but we did have aircon.
Fans, even fans.
I mean, you could get what you want in there.
course you
Computers.
can.
I mean, it was just so corrupt. You could bring in what
yeah,
you
yeah,
wanted.
yeah.
What's all that?
I can
Just
kind of see the
toiletries,
setup.
I think.
Well,
I
they've
can
got,
see
like,
the
air
setup
shower and
now.
all sorts.
Yeah.
What's that?
That's all the setup from the
Head
day.
and
From
shoulders.
yeah,
Yeah.
talking, that's all the setup. It's
They've
just-
got more products than me.
There's currency in there. As well. Yeah, Oreja, your boy.
It is very, very. I
Madness.
mean, that's, he was talking about
Yeah.
correctional facilities a
Yo
minute.
te
We was having
llamo
a
un
go,
poco
look
más
at-
tarde. Gracias.
Gracias.
Cuídate mucho, ya.
Jeez.
Ciao. Adios. Ciao, ciao.
Wow.
But that's not a prison, really, is it? It's more like an army camp.
It's what it is now.
No, like, it's not even an army camp. Like, what's it?
Camp.
Not even an army camp. Like, it's something else. I don't know.
That's set. That's set for destruction.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's set to
But it's like
fail,
a
isn't
That's what I'm saying. Set
scheme.
for
Like,
destruction. 100%.
Yeah.
100%. When you started talking, I could just pick up that was set for destruction.
So, would you rather be in Jamaica jail than Ecuador jail?
I don't think you can compare them like that.
I'd rather be none.
Yeah, exactly.
There is none. Let me tell you something. Jail is jail.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in none.
I'm all right.
I was.
You know when you're you know the main thing is, you can, like what you said, every country can be dangerous.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the world can be
Even
dangerous.
Britain.
When your time is taken away from you, your time is taken away from you.
Exactly.
No matter where you're locked up.
Because I've heard
It's
all four
prison
of
is
your
prison.
stories.
Prison is prison.
Yeah.
Prison is
Behind the
prison.
bars, that's where it's
But
at.
what me and Stephen was saying, what's kind of, I mean, we find it crazy and like fascinating what's going on in there. At the same time, me and Stephen say it's very sad.
It is. It is.
It's
tragic.
sad on a bigger picture.
It's just
That's
a
crazy
it's
sad. 'cause
massive
the same
waste
thing,
of life there.
Yeah, it's a massive. It's a lie.
Massive.
The traumatized children that they're taking advantage
Absolutely.
All their
of.
families.
The manipulation, because you think
I mean,
about it,
trauma starts.
the amount of firearms that we saw just in that few minutes.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they got so much people on road suffering, like money wise,
Yeah.
the economics low.
Yeah.
There's definitely a conflict of interest to how they've got so much firearms in there.
That's
yet
right.
there's no money in there. It's like in the ghettos of streets of Kingston, you got so much firearms that people ain't got money.
People ain't got
There's
money.
a conflict of interest
Yeah.
Yeah.
and life.
People got guns, but they haven't got clothes.
So to say like
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
but
You know?
people are valued as
Upside
money
down,
because
isn't it?
it's
Yeah.
a
Right
game.
to front.
Exactly.
Yeah, so people are valued as money in it because it's when you think about the amount of money you can make from deaths and
Well, exactly. That's how they treat it. I mean, life is cheap out there.
This is it. Very,
Very cheap.
very cheap.
I mean, I think I put it in the book. I remember when I first started prison there, I was in Quito, and I was waiting for. They had phone booths there. In all the other prisons I was in there, they didn't. It was like there were no phones, no postal system, so you had to have a mobile. But anyway, in the first prison, they had these telephone boxes, with the card, and I was waiting for the phone, and a guy in front of me, an African guy, was waiting for the phone as well. No, he was on the phone. He finished it, what the credit that was on his card, came off the phone, and an Ecuadorian guy behind him said, "Look, I want to use the phone." And the African guy's gone, "Look, I haven't got any credit. I just used it." And the Ecuadorians just pulled a knife out and killed him dead, just like that. They didn't even know each other. The Ecuadorian got killed afterwards, but like that's besides the point.
What is it?
You know,
it's a setup. The whole thing is a setup.
We've seen
But
similar.
it's funny though, that place, sorry to cut you, that place has got like Jamaica prison has got no toilets, no that. It's very outdated.
Yeah.
Even though we've got inhumane situation going on there, and you can get weapons in the prison. The lawlessness in that prison, though it's looks more tidier.
Yeah. You got toilets.
You've got more, but yeah, it's got more lawlessness.
Yeah. And it's a whole different setup.
Whichever way, it's all corruption.
It's all corruption.
Looking at it, but it's just.
Do you think Jamaica's as corrupt as Ecuador?
I don't know.
Maybe not.
I don't. Not in sense
Because
of,
I mean,
I think it's different levels of corruption.
It's
Isn't
from
it?
it's literally from the
it's different.
bottom all the way to the top, all the way to the
I think
president.
it was in Jamaica, but what I would say is it's different in the sense that Jamaica hasn't been a prison for how long? They haven't updated nothing for how long? Since like 1800s.
Yeah.
But when you think of it in that, I'm sorry, the main prison, Spanish on GP. But when you look at this prison, it looks like a project, a housing project. But the prison itself, like a housing project. But when you look at the level of corruption in that prison and the way they can actually just maneuver with their
Ecuador
weapons,
looks more corrupt because they're not even closing the gates on them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
Man, we get locked down.
yeah, that's what I mean.
That's a whole different level of corruption. There's
Leaving
no water there.
everybody open, that's also a recipe for war.
Yeah, but it
Leaving
seems to
everyone
be
open is a recipe for destruction.
the setup with the gangs seems to be a lot to do with it, which goes back to the politicians and the politics and the whole setup of the country, isn't it? Yeah.
Those gangs must have political ties. Without
Say again,
doubt.
sorry.
Those
This is
gangs
it.
over there must have political ties.
100%.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was saying before we came on air, wasn't I? That I mean, I knew the Choneros. They used to be hired by the police and by the government to carry out political assassinations and to clean up other gangs that were causing too much trouble. The police would actually employ them as cleaners, basically, to sweep the
It
board.
goes back to the corruption.
It all boils back to corruption.
Yeah, it
isn't
does.
It's
I
a
mean,
lot of
that is the
I
bottom
could just
there.
tell
It's
from
just
when
endemic.
you started
It's
talking to the
endemic.
guy.
It's a different level of corruption. It's a whole different level of corruption, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very
whole
whole
life
different.
lost, though, man.
A lot of life
A
lost,
lot.
and correct me if I'm wrong, but it all stems from poverty, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's be real here. You know, we're talking about like it's from poverty, all of this stuff.
You know, and they're all aspiring to be gangsters, and they all see the American ideal, or
Yeah.
what they think is the American way of life.
Yeah,
the
it's
ideal.
sad. That's sad.
You know, hip hop and all the rest
Yeah,
of it. They think
yeah.
that's the way they should be.
Yeah,
You
all
can
of them
see it,
and
the way
all-
they're dressed,
yeah.
and you know, all the
It's
that's what
sad.
they think
That's
is
the
way forward.
brainwash. That's the setup. That's the setup. That's the brainwash. That's what's sad.
But then you see, that's about again. It boils down to politics, in it, because even this hip hop situation,
Yeah.
it's all based upon an economical game of destruction. Because hip hop wasn't originally about violence and all that in the beginning.
No.
Anyway, the whole concept of hip hop was when the mainstream media put their hands in it in the 80s, when they putting their hands in it. That's when hip hop really changed, and the whole gang culture came into it, and that's what they keep pushing down. Like all that rapper like 6-7. I don't want to go into those guys, but when you look at it, that's not the means of hip hop.
No.
So it's all a fake imagery based around illusions.
Yeah.
Where you're pumping money into the music industry, telling people dress certain way, wear these gold, get girls dancing naked, show off about violence. And then what you're doing, you're making people like the guys in Ecuador, they're following, and guys in Jamaica and everywhere else in England,
Worldwide.
and they're following this stuff. But what they're doing is it's a like a global lucrative game,
Yeah.
Yes.
because it's
a
grooming,
global
innit?
lucrative game.
It's technically they're grooming. You're grooming.
Yeah.
When you look at these corporations are grooming individuals, because you're making individuals believe that they have to dress and act in a certain manner.
yeah,
Yes, you're grooming them.
Yeah.
That's what
Act a
you're doing. You're
certain
grooming
way,
actors. You're grooming rappers.
which benefits their system.
Yeah, well, that's common sense.
At the end of the day, benefits their
So you
system.
can look at the bigger picture. And if you're smart, you understand what's going on.
That's
innit?
right.
Like I understand it's an economical trap. So when you first started talking, I could see it's a trap already.
Yeah.
The other thing is, doesn't the Ecuador government get money from America to fight the war on drugs?
Yeah, they do.
So
I
they have to
think used
pretend to
be-
fight the war on drugs.
Yeah, they used to be paid.
While all
something
these
like-
guys go into prison,
They used
and
to
then
be
say,
paid
"Oh, we've made all these
5,000
arrests."
They get
It's a
paid.
lot to do with
Oh,
it.
it used to be $5,000 per drug trafficker, and it doesn't matter what level that they convict.
You see what I mean?
So it could be like for a gram of weed
Yeah.
or a ton of cocaine,
Oh,
but they still get their whatever
They're still
payment
going to
they
get
get.
the 5 grand.
Yeah, whatever
It's a
it
lot of
is.
corruption, man.
I
And
think
then the
it's probably
Americans give
even
them
more
all
than
the-
that.
all the
But
weapons
they
to
also
fight the
get
war on
they
drugs.
they used to get a lot of weaponry and
That's why I said poverty, because it's all
yeah.
money driven.
All the police down there have all got M16s. You know, what the Americans use, military use. They're all American guns down there.
So that's where the money's flowing. Drugs are flowing up.
I mean,
Weapons
the
are flowing
previous
down.
president, Rafael Correa, actually kicked out the DEA from Ecuador because he was quite pro Chavez and all of that.
Yeah. Did the Americans assassinate him?
No, but he's been
Ecuador's-
sentenced to 8 years in absentia for corruption.
Okay.
It's been corrupt a long time, Ecuador, hasn't it? Even from going back to
He's in
Pablo's
Belgium
days
now.
and everything. It's been
Correa. Yeah.
it's been corrupt for many years.
Oh, it's
hasn't it?
always been corrupt.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing.
And
it's
the countries around it from
Peru.
along with America.
You got Colombia,
from years ago.
got
Yeah, it was like a middle port for the
traffic.
trafficking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a transit.
it's a transit. Yes, that's what it is. It always has been, hasn't it?
Yeah, because I mean, they don't really produce much cocaine themselves. I mean, they've got
I
labs
heard.
on the borders with Colombia and with Peru,
Yeah.
but they don't actually really grow it there.
No,
All the base comes in,
but it's the middle.
and they
It's
manufacture
like the middle place. It's the transit.
push it out
Mm.
through that city, Guayaquil, through the container port there.
That's it.
Huge, and that's why I was saying to you, you've now got the Sinaloa cartel down there, and the New Generation Jalisco cartel, who are both at war with each other.
Yeah.
And that war is now translated onto the streets of Ecuador, and the affiliated gangs, which we were just told
Much bigger
about,
picture to this.
are fighting out a small mini war in Ecuador for control of the trafficking routes out of the country. So it's between the two major Mexican cartels.
Exactly.
And then you got the
So-
Americans telling the government to stop that, which they're not going to do.
Which they
They've got to pretend to do.
Which they got to pretend to do because
Yeah.
they're benefiting off of.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
They're
kind
getting
of
money from the cartels
And do you see
and
what I
money
mean?
from the US.
And you got people like that in prison now, like that.
And they're the victims.
These
Yeah,
are the
that
victims.
makes sense.
These are the
That's-
victims.
that's the war. That's the war on drugs, isn't it?
all over the
They're
world.
the victims.
All over the
Yeah, I
world.
worked out from the beginning. That's a shot.
Yeah. These guys are made to feel like it's wrong. It's wrong.
No, but they think they don't understand.
They
see
don't
that for
understand,
themselves.
no,
It's like
no.
in Breaking Prison. I said like people are hiring each other and doing all that kind of stuff, but they don't understand the depths of what they're doing.
I mean, it'd be
It's a
interesting to see
psychological
what. I mean, if drugs were legalized, or manufactured under license and all of that carry on, what effect that would then have on the people of Ecuador, and Colombia and Peru.
There'd be less violence.
But I mean, because it would take it if that drug was taken out of the hands of the cartels, what would happen?
The violence would go.
It would to some extent, but I mean, it's so.
No, they'd find something else. To
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but-
There's something else to fight.
But the
over.
thing is,
but
drugs is the biggest profit opportunity in the history of the world for organized crime.
right.
So anything else they go to is not going to finance
Yeah.
that much money for that much weapons.
Coffee wars.
So it would be less
chocolate wars.
less
Yeah.
Cacao.
coffee wars.
Coffee was. It's true though.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Look,
I
at
mean,
look at the emerald business in Colombia. Gotcha.
yeah.
Pablo's guy, gotcha. It was more violent than the cocaine business.
Yeah.
in the 70s.
And that's
it
still
was,
a cartel.
gotcha, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Or the emerald business in Colombia.
Yeah.
And I mean, the banana business in Ecuador, that's mafiaized.
Is that big
Yes.
business?
Yeah, that's
Massive
huge.
business. Yeah.
That's one of the biggest businesses in Ecuador is bananas.
Well, didn't the Americans try and snatch that
you
banana company? What was it called?
Fives, the mowers, they're all out there. All the big companies are all out there.
Yeah.
And they control it really strictly. So if you want to set up as a small operator, you won't get a license.
Yeah.
There's no way you'll get a license. And there's killings between the different people running that business as well.
Over bananas.
Yeah. Banana.
They're going bananas over bananas.
Have you guys got any questions for Peter about his experience when he was actually in the prison?
Yeah, how did you cope mentally, psychologically, with seeing all that violence?
It was difficult. I mean, I was saying at lunch that every year I used to say to my family, "Oh, I'll be out next year. I'll be out next year." So I sort of broke down the time, and I would say, "Oh, hopefully I'll be out in 6 months." 6 months would come, I wouldn't be, and I say I'll be out in another 6 months or a year, tops. So you break the time down into smaller bits, don't you? But seeing all the violence and stuff, I mean, obviously it impacted me.
It would do naturally.
How did you cope with it though? What was your coping mechanism?
Well, I suppose to some extent, drugs. I used drugs in the prison some of the time. Mind you, that didn't help all the time. The paranoia.
They say the drugs just makes it worse.
Yes.
And you lost
But
quite
it's-
a few people close to you, didn't
A
you?
lot
Yeah.
of people. I mean, I found my best friend hung in a cell. He'd been killed, and he got into debt trying to traffic drugs out of Ecuador, and he was due for release. He'd done 9 years, and they knew he was getting out, and they said, "Look, if you don't come up with it was about 150 grand, around 150 grand." And they said, if you don't come up with it by this day, and it was a Monday, we're going to kill you. And we found him hung in his cell by 9:30 in the morning. They did the count at about 8:30. I saw him at the count. 9:30, he was dead, hung. We got in the cell, tried to resuscitate him and whatnot.
Too late.
But I'd been with him 5 years, you know, seeing him every day. British guy.
Yeah, British guy as well.
Yeah. I mean, that was one. I mean, there was loads of people like that I knew that got killed, and are still getting killed.
They're still getting killed. Yeah. I suppose you have to. It's like your back's against the wall. You have to deal with it. You have no other choice, have you? You haven't got no other choice.
You just have to get on with it.
Yeah, it's just like what I said about the poodle.
Make the best of a bad situation.
You got to. You got to make the best of a
'cause
bad
if you don't,
situation.
then-
What can you do?
Well,
What
exactly.
else
What
are you
you
going to
gonna
do?
do?
Like we
Lose
said,
your mind.
it's going to affect you for life anyway.
Yeah.
But what can you do in the moment? You have to get on with it.
Yeah.
What else
Yeah.
can you do?
See, but you said
Exactly.
people got their families coming there. You're like, men have their wives and kids living there. So what happens when violence breaks out?
I mean, I saw visitors get killed in there sometimes.
What?
I mean, I
Visitors?
remember a guy that I knew killed his girlfriend on a visit.
He killed his girlfriend on a visit?
He got coked up, all paranoid, and shot in the head
On a visit.
on a visit.
On his Banged Up Abroad episode,
Yeah,
a
you
guy
can see
gets slaughtered,
kids.
and
Oh,
the visitor's
yeah,
kids
yeah.
are walking through the blood.
Yeah, that was one that I saw. This informant it was on D-Wing in Quito, and he was a known informant basically. So some of the gang members paid to have him killed.
Wow.
They brought him what they called a comi muerto, which is like a life sentence prisoner. Comi muerto means eat the dead. So they just get brought in to kill people, and then they, because they're in for life anyway. So they bring this guy in.
They
And
got nothing to lose.
it's a Sunday or Saturday, I can't remember which, but it was visit day. There's families in there, kids running around, and this guy's just stabbing this guy to death. He's on the ground floor. There's blood all over the place, and these people just stood around watching, including the guards, not trying to stop it or nothing because they've all been paid off.
It's madness.
Kids running through the blood. The guy stops stabbing him after about 50 minutes, goes and smokes some crack, comes back out, carries on for about half an hour until the guy's finally...
goes and smokes some crack, comes back out and carries on.
Until the guy's finally dead. The guy's burbling and
Finally dead.
blowing blood and...
But his ghost is dead by now. Let alone the guy.
In most of
Oh,
the
it was-
videos
it
you
was
sent
horrific,
me,
man.
it's relentless. It's
Yeah, I
not
saw
just
them.
one
I saw them.
stab.
I know.
It
It's
is
very...
repetitive.
But you know
They
what
really
he
go
said?
over the
He
top.
explains it... sorry to cut you, Jen.
The
Cocaine. I mean, you see, this trauma mixed up with drugs, you know, it's very intense, isn't it? Like I mean, like you see what you even explained to me is very under the influence shit as well. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's really on top of the pressures of everything else was going on there. And the trauma and the insanity of the whole place, and then it's crazy. Yeah. That's fucking crazy.
So do you think if there wasn't drugs in there wouldn't be these issues?
No, I didn't say that. There would always be issues.
There were still issues in there. I mean, when
drugs
we got
exacerbate
transferred into
it.
that last
But
prison,
drugs make it
worse.
Worse.
When everyone's up for days on crystal meth,
Exactly.
they all get paranoid.
You know what the guy
Luckily,
said?
that hasn't
The
really
man
got into
stabbed
that.
him for
No,
death.
No, really.
He went to go and smoke his crack.
And then
He come back after his crack, finish the crack first, then come back and stab him some more. He's not in a good mood.
The guy who got stabbed wasn't there.
He's not happy. Though.
He's in a bad way.
He's in a bad way. You know?
Shit.
And whatever he smoked in that crack pipe, it wasn't.
It wasn't good.
It didn't do
Didn't
any
cheer
good.
him up.
No, it didn't cheer him up.
No.
Yeah, that's deep.
So it's deep. It's deep.
It's deep. The mindset of the people.
The
man.
mindset of the people.
Yeah, it's warped.
It's warped, yeah. You're a very lucky man to be here with us talking. No, respect. Happy to be here with you, my brother. It's good to see you.
No, the reality though, it's just sad that they're psychologically all in a trap.
Yeah.
And they don't even see it for themselves. That's the.
I mean, if you...
But
like
even
you
if
say,
they do
you-
see it, Stephen, what are they going to do about it?
But
I mean, I'd say there's people in there that see it, but what do you do if you're
that
in
is
it?
the
Like
problem.
what?
When
You know?
you're in it, you're in it. And it's
You're in
like-
it. You're in
it's
it.
difficult
I believe there is
to
people that do
go against the
of course
flow.
they are. Some of the elders, in more sense, you know, who know the system and the country and how the corruption runs. They see it,
No,
but what do you do? They
not
can't
like-
do anything about it, can they?
I mean, you saw the age of the guys there. There's not many old people in prison there because they don't make it that far.
And even if you do, sometimes you don't because you're not going to set up because you're benefiting. You got to think about that too. Some people who see it won't set up because they're benefiting from
Yeah,
it.
exactly, of course.
It's like the kids Pablo Escobar recruited. They knew
sounds similar
they
to
could
that.
make fast cash give them some to the family, but they were going to die young. They accepted it.
They accepted it.
Yeah.
They all knew that. You're right.
Yeah, it's very
They
much
were
like
so
that.
impoverished.
Yeah.
They took that option to make that money and live a bit,
Yeah.
knowing they were going to burn
It's
out.
very much like that. in
Becomes
whole
the
of
norm.
South
It comes
America.
that life becomes the norm for them.
Yeah.
This is what it is.
If you offer
It is.
them-
That's what it is. This is life.
If you offer them like $1 a day, or I keep that dollar and I give you $100 in a month, they will take the dollar that day
Yeah.
because they live for the moment. They live by
They
the
live
moment
for
because
the
they don't know whether they're going to be alive tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
So it's like that.
That's what it is. It's
So do you
true.
want to give the guys your most horrific story?
No,
Or a very good one?
no. Yeah, I think you've had most of them before.
No,
But
but
The saddest one was what he told us last night.
yeah.
Remember about his mum dying?
Mm.
That
Yeah,
was
that's
horrible,
sad.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think? Do you think there ever be?
Yeah,
Do you think there ever be structural changes there? Just like how I'm hoping one day that they have that kind of change in Jamaica. Do you think there'd ever be structural changes there?
they did build a whole new prison estate just before I got repatriated back to Britain, but it's just reverted back
I don't
to,
mean just when I say structural. I don't just mean building wise. I mean like
mentally.
like yeah, mentally, like the way the government.
Well, the whole
actually
system,
do things.
the whole-
I mean, that's the problem. The corruption there's so
Rehabilitation.
endemic. I mean, you would have to change the mindset of the whole people.
I think they're really
And
far
there's,
from
and
that.
there's certain people that's benefiting much greatly from it.
Yeah, obviously the people at the top. I mean, you've got the rich echelon of Ecuador,
Of course.
and I mean, like the British embassy coming into the prison. I met one of the Ecuadorian vice consuls or something, and they're living a totally different life to these people.
This is people benefiting.
Polo matches, tea on the lawn,
Like I said in the beginning,
all of that.
It's that's what I'm saying. Those
Yeah,
at
the
the bottom really
colonial
understand
life.
what's going on with them.
Very much different.
Yeah. It's extraordinary. It's crazy.
There was a story you told us to remind you about today.
I'm not going to go
Remember? Oh, is
Oh,
it,
the one in
no,
Bristol, you mean?
no, there was another
Oh.
one. There was another one
But yes, let's start with the one in Bristol.
from the prison. From the prison.
From the prison.
Wasn't the one from the prison last night you told us?
We've
Can't
got a
remember.
few
You told
stories.
us so much. Yeah.
And then I went back and watched the Breaking Bad.
All right.
We got any questions from Breaking Bad?
From that,
If
God,
you've not,
so
if you've
many.
not watched Pete's bloody Banged Up Abroad,
Banged
Locked
Up
Abroad
Abroad.
episode, it's called Breaking Bad in Britain. It was published in 2019, and you can't.
2019? I think it's 2017. The series
Oh, was it?
came out. Yeah.
It's up and down on YouTube, but it's up right now.
Is it on YouTube?
It is. They go up and down, don't they? Because they
Yeah,
get struck
Disney
in it.
take it off.
But Jen and I watched it in the last week,
All right, I didn't know.
so
it
I'm
was
sure
on YouTube.
we got some questions about that.
Well, I really wanted to ask about your girlfriends in there. Poor thing, who went in there for 4 or 5 months.
What did they call? They called her Nikki, didn't
Yeah,
they?
I called her Nikki in the book.
Nikki.
I don't know
Nikki,
if that's her
yeah.
real name.
Because it didn't
Yeah, of
really
course.
show
Yeah, she was.
what happened to her. Did she get arrested in the UK?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
She wasn't involved or anything, and she came to visit him the day the SWAT team came.
Yeah, basically,
So she ends up in there as well.
it's
his
a hell of a long
girlfriend.
story. A lab got taken out in Edinburgh, so I knew that the game was up in Britain, and the police were going to come for me. It was getting really close to me.
Right.
So I dropped all my electronic communications, all of that, emptied the bank accounts, and disappeared. Not far, only to France.
Right.
But I got smuggled out of the country, went to France, just disappeared,
Yeah.
went off grid.
Oh, hold on a minute. Pete's
Yeah.
very modest here. Do you remember that lab that got busted in Scotland with the Colombian chemists that was linked to the cartel? It was headline news. that was his.
He got taken away in a
That was
boot of a
his.
car to
No,
France.
I got smuggled out by the Turkish mafia to France.
You got something by the Turkish mafia.
Smuggled.
Smuggled out.
Out of Britain, not in.
Yeah, out of Britain.
Because his lab got
Yeah.
busted with the Colombian
Yeah.
chemists.
So, went to France and decided to do that one
The
last
cooking
job.
in the
As
jungles.
you do.
He brought them over from the Colombian jungles.
What did you bring from the jungles?
No, I had
chemist,
a couple of
chemist.
chemists there.
You had a chemist
Colombian
a couple of
chemists in
Colombian
Glasgow.
chemists.
Whatever it was.
Oh, you had
Edinburgh.
chemist
Edinburgh.
for the drugs.
Yeah, because the way I was bringing the coke in, we were impregnating it, turning it into rubber.
Into rubber.
Yeah, so it was like the rubber of an inner tube of a bike.
I heard you saying that on the thing, right?
Yeah. So then when we got it back, we'd put it in the ground sheets of tents. We'd have the tent smuggled in.
Yeah.
And then we'd have to get the rubber out and extract the cocaine from that.
Stop
Reprocess
it, because I'm looking
He's in
at you.
hysterics.
Peter snatched these Colombian chemists from the jungle labs.
Oh, you took them
They came voluntarily.
like cockroach out of Narcos.
Snatched them. grabbed them, airlifted. You're coming to Scotland.
You importing them over?
No, they were here
They're in
already.
Edinburgh.
Wearing kilts.
In kilts?
No.
He's out with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
No. She wasn't in Edinburgh. She got arrested in
No,
Kilter.
what about you, the phone call? They call you when you're out for dinner
Oh,
with your
yeah,
girlfriend.
and then I was out
and the
with friends.
Colombian chemists call in from
Yeah.
Edinburgh and say, look, there's like a couple looking up at the building
Yeah,
and they've been there all day.
fucking police
This is
were
where it all
on
goes
it.
south.
I mean, we knew we were under surveillance anyway, but we just carried on. But
As you do.
As you do. So they spotted the surveillance, phoned me up and said, look, there's a couple in a car out the back and they keep looking up at the window. And I said, right, I better come and have a look at that.
Offer them a cup of tea or something.
And it was the police. And cutting a long story short, I ended up following them around Edinburgh. I blocked them in to where they were parked.
You followed them?
Yeah, I blocked them in with a transit van. So, just to piss them off. So then,
of course.
So then, yes, followed them around Edinburgh for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then decided I had enough. So they went off one way, I went the other. Went back to the lab, parked the van outside to make it look as though I was in there. Went in, said, "Look, that was definitely the police. Let's get the fuck out of here, get everything out." And the Colombians were like, "We're not sure."
You're not sure?
Yeah,
They wouldn't abandon the product.
We're not sure. We don't. Yeah, exactly. We don't. You know. That's the way we don't want to lose the product, and I was like, "Fuck the product!
Fuck the product! You're gonna lose your freedom in a minute, you cunt."
So I went, stayed in the hotel. Next morning, I rang them up. All the phones are off. I'm like, "Oh shit!"
Their phones are off.
Their phones are off.
Not a good sign.
Yeah, so I'm looking in the newspapers and nothing yet.
I saw it.
So
when it was headline news.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
You saw it before him.
Yeah. So I go back down to have a look because you know. I can't see anything, you know, can't see any activity or police activity around the building. It was on I think the 5th floor, big apartment. So I've gone up the stairs and the front doors all boarded up, but they smashed it down. So I phoned the landlord, who was a friend. Well, if I'd have got out of there first.
Good thing the landlord's a friend.
Yeah, disappeared.
Better than it being a council, I suppose.
And there'd been a big drug raid, obviously triggered by the fact I followed them around Edinburgh for 15 minutes.
But that would have helped as well.
Not really. But they missed me, obviously.
You jumped in the trunk of a car, didn't you?
Because that was after a month. I left it for a month because I knew the forensics would take a while to come back. But in that time, I'd had to phone Edinburgh police because my sister was involved because she'd been staying at the flat when we weren't using it for this, that, and the other, and she wasn't involved at all. But the police started saying, "Oh, we're going to reel your sister into this." So I phoned them up and I said, "Look, you know, leave it out. She's not involved." And they said, "Look, can you come in for questioning?" I said, "Well, I'm a bit busy at the moment. I'm down in England." And they said, "Wonder when are you coming back?" And I said, "I don't think I am coming back." So that was the time I called the Turkish mafia and said, "Right, now's the time we need to go." Right, see you later.
Right now.
Yeah, well, no, I left it because, like I said, I knew it'd take them a while to get the forensics back.
Yeah, gave it a good time.
So then you arrived in France.
So got to France and stayed there for a little bit, and then decided to do that one last job.
He got away with it. And he was restless.
Yeah.
One last 10.
One more for the road.
Always that one last
job.
It's always that's the one.
And it was genuinely the last fucking one until the next time.
So you were asked to go back to Ecuador.
Yeah, and see.
Back to Ecuador.
Yeah, well, I hadn't had a problem there yet.
Oh yeah, you ain't had a problem yet.
Yeah, but I did.
That was the last job. Okay, I got you. And that was from the. So we're going from the labs to France.
Yeah.
To Ecuador,
and then to Ecuador. And
brilliant.
And that's when the British police pounced because they knew that I was going to be gone.
Oh, yeah, you knew. Yeah.
They knew.
Who do you think grassed you up?
I know who grassed me up. It was the Colombian who but another lab got taken out in Crystal Palace before the Scotland one.
Right.
And when that got hit, I was in Cali in Colombia.
Right.
And
you thought it was the English police, didn't you?
It went through them, didn't it? The English police snitched him out to the Ecuadorian authorities.
I mean, the whole operation was basically SOCO, as it was called at the time. So
they just sussed the whole operation.
Well, the Colombian got arrested in the Crystal Palace lab with my other partner, who was a Chilean, They both got remanded. Obviously, I was in Cali in Colombia.
Okay.
And managed to dodge that one.
Right.
But whilst the Colombian was in prison on remand, they flipped him, threatened him with like deport all his family who'd been here for years.
He just wants to go back to the jungle lab you snatched him from.
This is a different Colombian. So he got released after 6 months, and people were saying, "Look, we think he's rolled." So we kept him pretty much at arm's length, but it was a really difficult situation. So anyway, he all turned to shit.
Yeah.
Courtesy of him, principally, because the system was really good.
So
because you brought a 10-man tent through and you got stopped, didn't you?
The first trip.
Why is one man bringing a 10-man tent?
I've flown out to Ecuador. I'm not long out of prison in Britain. I've just finished my parole. Still on license. So I decided to go, set up the operation, fly out to Ecuador. And this is when I did the chewing of the corner of the tent to check the coke was in there, because obviously it makes your mouth go numb.
Yeah.
And there was this great big 10-man tent stood about this high. And whilst I'm there, I'm buying my family all these presents of like ceramic plates and boxes of cigars and like quite weighty stuff. And I've forgotten all about the luggage allowance. Get to the airport, ready to leave. Great big 10-man tent and all these presents. And I'm like 50 kilos over luggage allowance.
50 kilos over.
Something like that.
60,
so they say,
you said on the,
was it 60?
Yeah.
It was a lot, yeah. It was too much. So they said, look, you can either pay the X, Y, and Z, and I didn't have enough to pay it. Or they said, why don't you get rid of that tent?
Get rid of the tent?
Yeah, so exactly, that's what I said.
Yeah.
So I said, I can't, no. So I'm having to give away all these presents to like the people working in the airport.
They weren't suspicious.
So exactly, so it's obviously flagged up, you know. You know, when you fly into a country, if the weight you're carrying when you come home is drastically different, obviously something's happened whilst you're there.
But it was slick how they had the coke in the tent, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was in the rubber.
Yeah, well, it was rubber. You know, I mean, there was no powder to be seen. It was a piece of rubber.
No, I've seen some slick movies with the coke. Yeah, there is. But they suss them all now, though, don't they?
Yeah, but
so did they didn't find? Did they find it?
Well, I land in at Schiphol because there's no direct flights to Britain.
Right.
And all the Dutch drug squad are waiting there. There's like a row of them, and you know we're all filing through. I'm at the back of the queue, and I see one of them look down the queue, the row that I'm in. He sees my face, looks at his mates, and said, you know, obviously said something, and they all look at me. I was like, oh, right, we know what's happening now. So sure enough, I get pulled in.
It's like they was waiting.
And luckily, the tent was in the hold of the plane.
Right.
So I'm in transit, so it's just gone from one plane to the other. And they didn't bring it up.
Luckily.
Like, to search. They searched my bag, and they said, what have you been doing? Where have you been? I was like, you know, been doing the tourist thing, been here, been there, had the brochures, all of that. And I thought, oh, any minute now, they're just going to produce a big 10-man tent, put it on the desk and go, oh, what's this? And they didn't. And he said, well, you're free to go then. And I was like, really? Fucking hell. And I thought, you know, I'm going to take the next flight from here back to England. I think it was to Stansted, and I'm going to get busted like massively. Got to Stansted and nothing happened. Picked it up off the carousel, walked through, and it was happy days. That was a big adrenaline rush. Huge. But obviously we then processed it out, sold it, cut it, sold it.
So he builds it up from there. He's back in Ecuador towards the end of this before he gets busted finally. And then his girlfriend flies over who's not involved.
Well, on the last one where I got busted, she came out because I was on the run. I hadn't seen her for... voices go.
Can I ask what she thought you were doing? Because you told her, you know, you were keeping it low key. You didn't tell her anything. So
well, I told her I was
when you were out about
trying to set up a business bringing in hats.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Panama hats.
Panama hats, because they're
rubber hats.
Panama, because they're manufactured in Ecuador.
Okay.
So so I asked her to come out for a holiday.
Okay.
Whilst I was waiting for the mule to come over.
Right.
She was there 4 hours. I'd been there 3 days. She turns up. I already had possession of the tent. It was in the hotel room. She turns up. She's only there 4 hours, and we get busted.
Oh shit!
So first time in South America, she doesn't got a clue what's going on.
So I've got some questions from your Banged Up Abroad episode then. So right, you take her out for a meal.
yeah, she gets
The restaurant's empty.
Yeah.
And some guy looks like European or something, just sits at a table right next to him. He's like
European
this,
guy,
with the menu upside down.
I noticed he's got the menu. He's like one table away from me. He's obviously fucking pleased or something.
Obviously.
He's got the menu upside down, pretending to read it. And I'm looking up and I say, have you noticed he's got the menu upside down? I was like, oh, what the fuck? I get back to the hotel, and because I've been out to Ecuador and used the same hotel a few times, I was friendly with one of the receptionists.
She told you to
and
go.
She tried to tell me. She goes, "Have you been to the Galapagos Islands this time?" And she knew I hadn't ever been there.
Been to the where?
Galapagos Islands, as part of Ecuador.
Right.
And so she goes, "Have you been to the Galapagos Islands this time?" And I said, "No." I said, "What's she on about?" And then she goes, "You really should go now."
I would have taken that hint.
She was trying to say, get the fuck out
They
of
were
here.
all in there, the SWAT team.
They were all waiting for us upstairs, all the police and whatnot.
So when she said that, what were you thinking?
Well, I was a bit. I was. Yeah.
She can't snitch. She couldn't tell you directly, and you wasn't getting the full gist of it.
Whoever staff said
now,
because we were like, go Peter.
Yeah.
But I reckon they must have had people waiting outside.
They would have had the whole perimeter.
They would have. There wouldn't have been much you could have done probably.
No,
at that point.
We were imagining you Rambo-ing your way back to the UK.
Yeah, would have been good. I wouldn't have come back to the UK anyway.
Oh,
the plan was to go back to France, get a change of clothes, and go out to Thailand.
So the episode only shows her early incarceration in Ecuador.
Yeah, so
and I was trying to explain to Jen there was a lot more to it than that.
Yeah, so she, I think she spent like 3 or 4 months in prison. I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, and then comes back to the UK.
Prison.
Yeah.
4 hours.
And she didn't have a clue what he was doing. So obviously she's like, what the fuck is going on here?
She didn't know what he was doing.
No.
Wow.
So she's cut. I finally managed to pay to go out. I had to go guilty as well. That was the conditions.
Mm-hmm.
I was banged to rights anyway.
Yeah, of course.
So I think I paid about 25 grand to make sure that she was released because the British police didn't want to go in anywhere.
Right.
And I said to her, do not go back to Britain because the British police are definitely going to arrest you. And she was like, no, they're not. I'm not involved. I've got a 15-year-old daughter at the time back in Britain.
She's got to go back then.
Yeah. But no, she didn't because I had a flat arranged for in Barcelona through my friends out there. And I said, go to Barcelona, maybe have your daughter brought out.
Okay.
Wait at a distance in Barcelona and see what happens with the case in England. Don't go back there because it'll be bad.
Well, she went back.
And she just, because she was innocent, she was just
she didn't think why she's going to go hiding for.
Exactly. She was going, there's no reason for me to do anything.
Yeah.
She understand the justice system.
Yeah.
She said, why are they going to arrest me? I said, because they will, just to fuck with me and just to fuck with you.
Yeah.
She ended up getting 13 years in Britain.
Yeah.
13 years?
They sentenced her to 13 years.
Over here?
She said yesterday 5
on the
years.
basis
on the basis
of traces of cocaine in rucksacks, which I'd used previously and given to her that happened to be in her house. Just traces. There was no drugs. And one receipt for chemicals for some methanol that I'd asked her to buy.
So they got her for conspiracy now to do with your operation.
That was it. And she got, they gave her 13 years.
How much did you serve on that?
Seven.
That's harsh.
That's ridiculous, isn't it?
How she was convicted, I do not know. I mean, the barrister she had must have been shit.
What year was this?
She came, it would have been, I think it took a little while to go through the courts.
She didn't deserve that.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, that was just a British police.
Yeah, she didn't. And that's all we're here. And she actually said that she done 7 out of the...
Yeah.
That's not fair.
I mean, the conspiracy here
she didn't do anything.
The conspiracy in total was for 85.
It's vindictive.
It was 85 kilos, 4 million quid.
Because they got it in for him and they can't get their hands on him.
Oh, okay. It's vindictive, of course.
Yeah. That's what it was. And that's what I knew was going to happen. I was telling her.
You knew. You tried to...
Yeah.
You knew how much it was going to go. Yeah.
And I said to her, look, if you want me to write any statements or anything, saying that you were involved and all, and her legal team told her not to have any contact with me, and so she didn't. And that was the end of that.
He was going to get 25 in the UK if his sentence was less than 10 years. So he had to beg the judge
in Ecuador
to give him more than a 10-year sentence.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
because I was paying them off, and the British police said if you get sentenced to less than 10,
you're going to do time and you come back over
less than
here.
6, they would re-sentence me to minimum 20.
20,
and it was going to be like 25.
Oh, the bumper club.
Yeah, they really liked me.
That's crazy.
So how do you feel, Peter? Then you did a video a month ago on inside of the channel, YouTube channel, 6 million views in a month. Blown away your Vice and everything else you've ever done.
Well done, you.
Yeah, thanks to Insider Inc.
Yeah,
Company.
what's it like to
Production
get?
team.
Congratulations on that. What's it like to get all that feedback and the comments and everything coming in and interview requests?
I only read some of the comments. Some of them weren't so good.
That's how YouTube is.
Yeah. There's always you can't please all the people.
No,
all the
you
time.
can't please everyone.
Nah, you can't.
Can't
I've never
please-
seen that. 6 million views in a month.
Yeah, that's
out
a
of all
lot.
the
I
true
was-
crime,
amazing.
I was
that's
quite
got to be a
surprised.
record.
Amazing. What channel's that on?
Insider,
Business
Business Insider, is it? Yeah,
Business Insider.
yeah.
Check that out.
Can't pronounce it.
Yeah.
Because it was about 4 million on the Vice, was it? About 3.5.
Yeah.
4
That took
million
years. This is 1 month.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, in a
6
month.
million in a month.
Oh, wow.
That's insane.
That's insane. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's a lot.
But his story's insane.
It is.
His story's insane.
It is.
His story's insane.
It is,
Yeah.
yeah, it's quite crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. So I've got a few interviews coming up.
What about your remaining family members then? What do they think about this whole thing?
Obviously, like, my family weren't pleased about it. I think my dad's just about getting over it. Well, he's not going to get over it, but he's learning to forgive me.
Yeah.
His new partner, not so much, I don't think. He's my stepmom.
Siblings.
Yeah, my sister in Glasgow. Got 2 sisters up there, one half, one whole. My sister's always been supportive. My half sister, not so much.
Yeah, because for the young people watching this, they see us laughing and stuff. But what would you tell them? Because they did a medical experiment in the prison, didn't it? It's permanently affected your health.
Yeah, which is why I'm coughing. So halfway through my sentence, they came in doing a course of vaccination, supposedly for TB, tuberculosis, and we're almost 100% certain it wasn't. It wasn't a vaccination. They were experimenting on the prisoners. They dosed us up with TB and different strains of TB. I ended up getting multi-drug resistant bovine strain of TB, which is like cows, and I hadn't seen a cow in 6 years. And there was hardly any TB in the prison before. And after they'd been through the prison with the vaccine, there was an epidemic of TB, and not just one type: bone marrow TB, bovine strains of TB, all sorts of different strains of TB. And there, you couldn't get a paracetamol for free. Nothing. You had to bribe a guard to go and see the doctor. You had to pay the doctor to talk to him. You had to pay to get the medication. You had to pay to get it brought into the prison. So nothing for free. Nothing. Suddenly, there's boxes and boxes of retroviral cutting-edge drugs for TB, treatment of TB, that cost £25,000, not dollars, per person, and you have to have a year's minimum treatment. And suddenly they're giving it out for free in the prison, willy-nilly. The maker's mark changed 4 times in the 3 years I was on the treatment. 3 years. Didn't get diagnosed for about best part of a year. And by that time I'd gone from like 80 kilos down to about 45.
It's so sad because he survives all the things you've heard, and then they do this to him.
And yeah, I mean, nearly dying every day, having to be injected with dexamethasone. Just open
You're
up my
so
lungs
weak, you
like
couldn't
a
even
brick.
move, could you, at one
Yeah,
point?
I didn't leave myself for a year.
Huh?
Well, I didn't leave myself for a year.
You didn't?
Somebody
leave
was testing
myself
new
for a
drug,
You
year.
didn't leave yourself for a year.
A whole year. Not once. My legs swelled up.
That's
It was bad.
I mean, the people using poverty and people's circumstances to create wealth for themselves. Because someone's testing
Clinical
new drug.
trials.
Someone
clinical
benefits.
trials.
Someone
Clinical
benefits.
trials.
Someone's creating.
Yeah.
Someone
Yeah.
creating
But around this time, so that this is at the halfway point of my sentence, my mum died, my auntie died, my cousin died. I found my friend hung. And then I got told I have to do another 5.5 years on top of the 6 I've just done. Out of 12.
Oh, man.
I was like, wow, really?
What got you through that then, that part?
I remember going up to the parole, well, it was like I don't know what it was, but it was an office in like the director's office to talk to like the parole board or whatever. And they said, yeah, because you always attempted escape or whatever, you're going to have to do another 5.5 years on top of the 6. So it's basically restarting your sentence.
With all that you went through, what kept you mentally strong? Like I know.
I actually said to him, I
I
said,
know
so,
you said earlier you said you had smoked like drugs, but I mean, drugs alone wouldn't keep you mentally strong. What actually kept you mentally strong? That you
I think just
that you're here rationally speaking, like so.
just the thought of getting
strong
out, seeing my family again, not letting them beat me, not letting the system beat me.
and that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Just getting back to brain.
You're still alive. You're here. You breathe. You
Yeah.
live to tell the tale.
Just
Just
But I remember saying to the parole board, because they said, "Oh, you're gonna have to do all this time." I said, "So you're telling me that whatever I do now, even if I do some courses or whatever, it's not going to affect this decision?" And they said, "No." I said, "Well, I tell you what, then I'm going to try and escape. I'm going to start selling drugs. I'm just going to be a nightmare." And they were like, "Well," and I said, "Well, you can't say anything, can you? Because you just told me I'm doing my whole sentence." So I walked out, then just started going. Just took over the wing basically. Started selling loads of drugs, became involved with the gang quite heavily. Started doing some naughty stuff.
Do any of you guys have an escape story? Like a dream of it?
What, a prison escape story?
You've always got to have one, haven't you? At least one.
Not really. I remember I went near the town. I thought about it once.
I thought about it every day.
You know what? I will say this. I speak of a few things that happened in my book. I won't say I was trying to escape. I was just there. I'm not.
If the opportunity comes to us,
we know is, be honest with you, to criminate yourself isn't the smartest move to do.
Yeah, but if that happened in another country, it doesn't matter. No, that's there, isn't it? Well, if you're not going back there, that's maybe, yeah.
That's what I mean. That's why I will go back.
Yeah,
go back. But what's the name? But technically, when I was in Ultra Rise, I talked about this in my book. When I was in Ultra Rise police station, the grill got cut out, the grill in the state station. So someone informed us the day after circuit. The day circuit was near to end. Everyone already had seen court, and everyone had been re-remanded for the next 3 months of circuit again, because the kangaroo court, Jamaica's a kangaroo court, big time. And some were sentenced to like a next murder charge on top of the murder charge already. So everybody knew we were going back to prison. So someone cut the grill. A few people cut the grill. Well, girl got cut.
Yeah.
But somebody informed on us, and then we all got sent back to station, and we were allowed to. And then there's the next situation that happened in Spanish Town where the wall got blew up. I talk about this documentary. The wall got blew up on the rear town. Yeah. Not Spanish Town, GP. The wall got blew up in the rear town. The media say there were 60 people. That's a lie. There was less, but yeah. Again, I don't know. The wall just got blew up, and But the hole was like, it's funny because the wall was like, it's a massive hole on the inside because it wasn't plugged properly.
Was it
a massive hole on the inside, but the hole towards the outside of the wall was a very thick. The wall's thick, so the outside. You can see outside, but it's
was it an old fort? Was it like an old?
No, Spanish Town Prison was actually an old slave house.
Right, so big thick walls.
That makes sense. Is that why it looks like that?
Spanish Town GP were old slave houses.
It looks like it.
But the walls are really thick. But you see that out like the inside where we are towards the prison was blown big because all the bullets came out at us and hit some of us, hit me in my arm, body, because wasn't done properly. And then but we could all see outside. We could see outside rear town easy. But it's just a small baby could have fit through. You could put your hand through there. But no one could.
They weren't big enough to.
Yeah, so
the gang to get
then everybody started rushing there. And then like in the documentary, the clip says that it was 60 people trying to escape, but that's not true.
No one got out on that one.
No one, no. Two failed escapes.
Because you had quite a lot of explosives, didn't you?
They did a similar one in Ecuador. They had about I think it was about 15 of them escaped, and I was supposed to be on that escape. They blew the wall of the prison, but they were being held in the maximum security wing, and I couldn't get to that wing that day, and they were going, "Come on," because they wanted me to help out with passports and whatnot, and they blew the wall. Well, I heard the explosion. I was with the guy that got hung, Steve. I was in his cell and the shutters got blown in. Yeah. Like the shockwave came from the prison.
When the dynamite go off,
the speedboat waiting on the river.
When the dynamite go off, they're loud.
Out to the sea and then off, gone. But they got them. All. Killed a few of them.
No, there's those kind of crazy things that happen in those kind of places.
It's because it can happen there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I remember in Ecuador when I was. Before that happened, before they blew the wall, I saw a kilo of C4 with debts.
Right, yeah, straight. And, kilo of C4.
And I was sat in the room and the guy's got this kilo of C4 and all these guns like we just saw. And I was sat there thinking, why the fuck are we still sat here? I said, why don't you blow the wall? And they said, oh, well, we need this
to fight the gang.
To fight the other gang. I was like, fuck fighting the other gang.
It's gang.
Blow the wall, man.
Blow the wall up.
let's go. And they were like, no.
Tell the gang to stand next to the wall.
They found quite a few sticks of dynamite in Jamaica prison.
Oh, have you seen that
they
picture?
did.
Should we show them
They
that picture? Did you show them that picture of all the weapons that they seized going into the prison in Ecuador, all the sticks of dynamite?
I think Jen forwarded him to Tugger.
They were trying to continue these massacres. Yeah, look at all this. That got seized by the police going into the prison. And it's the second one that shows all the sticks of dynamite. There's all sticks of dynamite at the bottom. I mean, there was a whole table full of sticks of dynamite. I mean, that's just craziness.
Insane.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's a door that's been shot to
places
shit.
like Jamaica, Ecuador, and those kind of places where they,
That's where
the way people are getting used and don't realise it.
Yeah.
It's very sad the way the people are getting used and don't realise it.
That's a hole in the wall.
Yeah, that's where they've blown a hole through the wall or bust it down or whatever.
It's all political games.
It is, of course it is.
Sending these over to you, James.
It's hardcore.
What's that one?
I think they've just dug a hole in the wall. I don't know.
Just peeping out.
This is probably a lookout. Because they'll get sneak attacks coming. They get sneak attacks. The gang
he probably
members
shoots
come in,
them up there.
get sent on a suicide mission to try and kill the boss.
Yeah.
So they'll strap them up with loads of guns and a hand grenade or whatever, and send them out like a suicide mission. So they have lookouts.
Kamikazes.
They have lookouts on the corners of the wings and on the roof.
So what's this?
That's
one?
crazy though.
It's like a ghetto in the prison.
Basically,
It's a
community.
It's a community.
It's a housing project.
Yeah, housing project. It's like a scheme, and
This is where it
half of the
starts.
scheme
It's
is that
the people
gang.
in a prison. That's
It's too
That's
many
them
people.
burning that body.
I Spanish on 1800.
Play that. They're burning loads of bodies here, but you'll see there's one guy is alive, and they're stabbing him. He's on the floor. The one that they're stabbing on the floor there, they don't quite kill him. See, they're stabbing him. He gets up, and they're saying, "Kill him, kill him, kill him! Throw more petrol on him."
Yeah.
And they throw more petrol on him, and you'll see him. He gets up and he starts walking around on fire in a minute, and they throw more. Yeah, they're saying, "You motherfucker, kill him, kill him." That's all bodies burning there. They're saying, "Kill this motherfucker."
And they do such level of lawlessness and nothing's stopping them.
Unbelievable.
That's guns going off.
That's
You'll see him stand up in a minute. Yeah, around. That's them blowing a wall. Yeah, they just throw more petrol on him. Yeah. You see, he gets up. He's getting up now. They're saying, "I hope this guy dies." He's
very resilient, though, isn't it? He's very resilient. He's not dying so easy.
No,
He's setting up a fire.
man for dead.
Look, he's getting up there. He is. See, he's getting up and leaving. They're saying he's still alive. He's still alive. And then they throw more petrol on him.
But the thought about this, though, the sadness about this is that all this is going on, and we're just like nobody to stop it. Like
that was the most frightening thing, isn't it?
No one can help you.
Exactly. There's no help. There's
No
not
help.
even the embassy. If you ask the embassy, all they do is contact the director of the prison. The director of the prison paid off by the gang anyway. He would then just call the gang in and say, "This guy's causing trouble. Just
get rid of him.
Get rid of him.
Get rid of him. He's causing. He's complaining to the embassy.
Yeah.
Get rid of him now."
And then they just take you off the call list.
Yeah.
And they just disappear.
Yeah.
They bury you in the prison, or they just cut you up, burn you.
You get burnt there.
Or whatever.
I think this is the worst one.
Criminated.
Oh, there's worse than that.
I found this one the worst.
I don't know whether you've seen the one where
They are beheading him. So machetes in his face, and then
it's just over the top.
Cutting down.
Has Stephen seen the beating heart one?
I think, yeah, I can send it over.
See, these are things you see happen on the road, though. These things do happen on the road.
Have you got it handy?
But not
beating
120
Yeah.
at a time.
Not in a prison like that. Just,
You sent it to me. I still didn't.
120 at a time.
All right.
yeah, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Right.
It's sad, really, to be honest with you. It's just
Very
mad and
sad. It's inhuman. It's
Oh yeah, hold on, wait.
Oh, that's awful.
No, this
This
is my friend's head. This was my friend Marino.
Oh yeah, Joe.
No, he was a good guy. This guy, and he got killed in the first massacre out there and beheaded. And I got sent that photograph, and that fucked me up for a bit, to be honest. You know what I mean? Seeing your friend's head like that.
That's fine. Oh, there we go.
Terrible.
Oh yeah, this is the one that I'm going to take to the grave.
Yeah, this is savage. So that's someone's heart that they've just cut out of it, and see it starts beating, and they think it's hilarious.
Yeah, they're all off their head. They're all off their head.
But then you see his
And
body.
this is where they've just cut it out.
It's beyond
That's the
beyond
chest
mental health,
cavity,
brother,
and they're cutting all. There's about 6 people they're cutting heads off in there at the moment.
Where'd you get? What they getting out of that? Like, what you know, like, you killed someone. Like, what are they getting out of all of that?
This is all to do with the Mexican. It's all the Mexican thing.
Mexican,
you know,
is
in
like
Mexico,
gang
it's like,
shit. Yeah.
They're all into that, aren't they? So they're all emanating that.
There's an incentive that the most violent cartel will dominate and make the most money. So it's an arms race of violence.
It's an arms race of violence.
Yeah.
That's what makes it really sad. Because it goes
That's a bad one. That's where they've dismembered someone. They're shouting, that's a gang. The Lobos, the Wolves. Wolves. It's just savage, isn't it?
Savage.
I mean, you got to bear in mind in Ecuador, they have still got cannibalistic tribes in the jungle.
I was just going to say that is very cannibalistic.
So part of it is in their culture.
This is what it looks part like that.
To some extent.
Well, didn't you have an escape plan through the jungle? But because of the jungle threats.
That was one of the obvious routes out of Ecuador, was through the jungle into Brazil or up into Colombia. But I mean, that jungle's pretty dangerous. But I did have pipes. Yeah. I've got some good Colombian friends from Putumayo, which is like a very FARC-controlled area of Colombia, which is just across the river from Ecuador. So it's in that sort of direction.
Fancy going out filming there, James?
It'd be dinner.
I'm vegetarian now.
Wow.
Powerful stuff.
Isn't it? All right, so Stephen, you got...
Yeah, I'll say to you, so you still got connections there with people like myself. You understanding the systematic trap, the poverty and everything else. Do you ever reason them on a level where, you know, try to get them to see what's actually really going on, the bigger picture of everything? Or
yeah, I mean, on occasion, I remember that when I was there, and 3 guys had taken over our wing. There was a big shootout on our wing where they tried to take out the boss of the Troneros, the guy that I mentioned having been killed when he got released. He was on the wing that I was living on. So one of the other gangs, the Cubanos, had come into our wing and tried to kill him. There was like a 2-hour gunfight one night. We were locked on the wing, but as I said, all the cell doors were open. And what was the question again? Sorry.
Yeah, like what's the name? Like knowing.
Oh yeah, trying to change it. Yeah. So they all got taken out of the wing, the Troneros, and the 3 guys that took over like control of the wing, like gang members, were absolute assholes. And they really didn't like the fact I was still there because I was friends more with this gang that had just left.
Right, previous gang.
So all the foreigners that started arriving after this other gang had been taken out of the wing, they were getting tortured to be extorted, like for whatever money they could get out of them. And I tried to educate them, like saying, look, you know, foreigners coming into the prison don't have money. Most of them are mules, drug mules. Yeah. They're coming here to make money for their families, the same as you're trying to make money for your families. You know, trying to educate them like that, saying, you know, Europe isn't like a big honeypot and stuff. But as far as trying to, you're saying educate them further than that, really.
Yeah. I mean,
it's difficult because they're so ingrained in what they're doing and the way they've been brought up there. They got a very insular view of the world. They don't really see much international news there. It's all Ecuador is the center of the world. Ecuador is the best, and that's all they see on the news. There's not much international TV programming there, unless you've got satellite TV.
Education, I'd say, is lack of education.
That's what it is more than anything.
Of course, it is lack of education because
how
are you going to see it if you're not?
They haven't got the education. That's the problem.
No.
But I mean, it would take a lot to change Ecuador.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
It's like me. I won't expect to say I can change Jamaica in a day or anywhere.
I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. We can't change the world, can we?
But what I'm looking at is like, you know, Jamaica, Chicago, anywhere I work with young people. But what I was saying is like, have you got, like, I know you got friends like in high places in there, or just, you know, certain leaders. Do you think like even if you focus on them, like try to work on, like focus on their mindset, you think it would have a possibility it can filter down?
What, on gang leaders over there?
Yeah. Just because that's what I do when I'm working with certain people. I work with.
To be honest, I remember I met one gang leader when I was still in Quito right at the beginning, and he became one of the main. He was like the second in command of the whole prison estate in the whole of Ecuador. Called a nickname like Coyote, and he was really nice, and you could talk to him, and he was like down to earth, and you know he had a different mindset.
That's what I was saying.
I'll tell you what happened. He got killed.
He got killed.
And his
a good
girlfriend.
mindset don't get you nowhere.
He got out of prison and they just did a drive-by on him and his girlfriend, just shot them dead. Didn't last long. Unfortunately, because he was a real nice guy.
Was that an internal thing or was that a rival gang?
I don't know what rival gang. I mean, some of them do have a different mindset, but not hugely different.
Well,
I tell you where they are different is if they've lived outside of Ecuador. Say they've spent some time in the States or in Spain. They come back and they're very different now.
They've learnt more
because they've seen the outside world.
They've learnt more. They've seen more.
They know.
Like your guy was a bit sensible. You asked him, "What do you want to do when you get out?" He said, "I'm going to leave Ecuador."
Yeah,
that was sensible. He's got some kind of sense going up in there.
But I mean, that's sad as well, though, really, isn't it? Because if that's what they have to do to survive is leave Ecuador.
Well, that's the sad reality of that place. Though, by
that's
looks
the
of it,
reality for a lot of people. Even if youth on the streets in London, if they live in a certain part of London, they got problems. They got to leave. Sometimes
leave the area.
Yeah, I suppose.
We like to end on a note of hope in these podcasts.
There's always hope.
There's always hope.
No matter how hard it is, there's always hope.
Exactly, there's always hope.
Just for the young people then, Peter, because we're laughing and they might be thinking, wow, this is exciting. Cocaine labs, Colombians, big money. Would you do this again? All again?
No, I don't think any of us would. Definitely not.
Why not?
It's not worth it because you're going to lose, either you're going to lose your life or your liberty. And in the course of that, you're going to lose your family and friends along the way, for sure.
That's right.
But on the flip side, can't get the words out there. You've all got a story out of it.
Yeah, but it's not a good story.
That's no consolation.
Well, it's not a healthy
story.
It's not a healthy story, is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
But the silver lining,
But
this is one thing.
There's a lot of losses. I've had a lot of losses on the way. Like, I mean, really, when I say a lot of losses, I'm talking like over literally on the real, over 100 friends of mine are dead.
I'm the same.
So that's a lot of losses.
Counting.
And when you think about it, no matter how much money you have, even if you lose one friend, it doesn't matter nothing. Because if you really love that person, is that money whatever you make more important than that friend you
exactly
lost?
And you know what? There ain't no silver lining.
It's kind of fake when you lost somebody that you really care about.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's the risk versus reward doesn't make sense.
When you see us smiling here and joking, because what do? We smile or we cry.
Yeah.
It's what you're gonna do. Smile or you cry. There's nothing glorious about it.
No.
And there's nothing fucking glorious about it. You know what I mean? We're just the lucky ones here to tell the people what we've experienced.
And don't do it.
And the intelligent ones listening to us are gonna stay well far from anything we've done. You understand what I'm saying? There's no silver lining. It's a learning curve. And we can teach that and pass that teachings on to people.
Hopefully. As long as people are receptive and want to learn.
Yeah, we can't control over how people act in that part. But as long as people are receptive, definitely.
I was going to say one thing that got me through prison was every negative trying to turn it into a positive. And I think you're kind of the same as that.
Absolutely.
I think what you just said then is that no matter how bad things are, you can always make some positive out of it.
Of course you can.
You could, maybe you're in prison, but you're in prison. Maybe that's kept you alive. Because I probably wouldn't have been alive by now.
Can I say something?
For sure.
You're an inspiration.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Well, I think
you're I appreciate that, but it's nice, we all are, absolutely.
I agree with what you said, though.
And that's the main thing.
Sorry, keep going.
No, that was the main thing. Like, we've all been in desolate places, and we learn how to turn. And I think the main thing, what you said there. Is turning something negative.
Was it turn a frown upside down?
Yeah, exactly. Turn a frown into a smile. Turn something negative. There's always something. No matter when you feel you can't see the positive.
Exactly.
Like you asked him many times, how did he deal with it mentally? You know why? Because hear what he said. He's looking for the positive in every situation. If you don't do that,
and also believing in destiny as well, I think.
Yes.
You know what I like what you said though, regards to similar feeling. Just what you said a while ago, I feel that prison saved my life too.
Yeah.
Because if I didn't go to prison, I can say, hand on my heart, I'd either be dead or doing 40 years like little
Straight.
Yeah.
Not personally. I know that.
Same with me. I don't think I'll be here either.
I know that.
Real talk.
Prison literally saved my life because of what I was involved in and what was going on in my life, and all my friends. Everyone knows where I'm from, and my friends in London and in Jamaica, majority of them are dead.
Yeah, exactly.
So I know it saved my
Sean?
life.
Definitely, because you're like, you just live in a fast lifestyle and not thinking of the consequences, and you could just get killed by anyone at any time.
Anytime.
You could do something that could get you a much bigger sentence.
Yeah.
It's a trajectory of death, prison, or fucking the loony house. Yeah, I reckon it's those three things mostly. You don't see any old people in the drug community running around.
No retired.
They're all at one of those destinations.
Yeah. There's none happily retired.
I've got a question for Tugga. You said that you find everybody in the room inspirational.
Yeah.
There's something in the room that I'm wondering if you find inspirational, and that's Jen's jacket.
I said earlier, this reminds me of the
That's the most inspirational.
Dayglow LSD trips.
Multicolourful. See these colours, they colours have effects on you. So different colours, they have different effects on you. So she knows what she's doing when she wears these colours, because orange has
Orange is a prison colour, isn't it?
Right.
I mean, it's a prison uniform.
Tripping. You said it was like a trip.
Yeah, the first trips I ever tried were like Dayglows. They were this colour, one side and the other, like orange and pinky. They weren't very good.
You're a human trip.
You're a trip.
Brilliant.
Peter, where can people find you and support you?
Sorry?
How can people watching these videos support you, like your book and stuff? What's your book called?
El Infierno. It's on Amazon.
Say that slowly.
El Infierno, which means
El Infierno,
which is the Inferno.
The Inferno.
The hot place, hell.
Hell is hot.
Yeah.
Are you working on another book?
I'm working on the prequel. It's taking me somewhat longer than I anticipated, but yeah, it's getting there.
What period of your life will the prequel cover then? Like what
The
stories?
crazy bits. the pre-prison.
Do you have to alter those for legal reasons?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have your own YouTube channel? Or?
No. I don't think it's my thing. Somebody just offered to build me a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But
You're not interested in doing podcasting, nothing like that?
not really. Well, I'm doing one now. So.
But that's why I asked, because you're pretty good.
But I mean, not interviewing other people, really.
Yeah.
It's not,
I'll
leave that to Sean.
Thank you.
Does a good job.
But speaking in for the youngsters and the young generation in like speaking in schools and
Do you
stuff.
ever get asked to do
Oh,
school talks?
yeah. I mean, if anybody wants me to come into a school, university, college, Stephen is doing the same as done.
Yeah.
I'm up for doing that. Universities, colleges, schools.
Maybe you could put it in touch, Sean.
Yeah. Probably got some in the Gloucester region.
We were talking about maybe doing a joint thing.
Yeah, we are definitely.
That could work.
Yeah, that'd be brilliant.
Something
Another
I've been thinking
collab.
about.
Well done.
Collabs are happening.
Yes.
Collabs are happening. It's a year of collabs.
Dear collabs.
So
You're brilliant.
please support everybody in the room. And Stephen, where can people find you online?
They can find me on Stephen Graham Projects. My website, stephengrahamprojects.com. You can find me there.
And the book is Incarceration J.A. Tugga?
Yeah, at Tuggawar on the Instagram, at TUGGAWAR. Same on the Twitter. Subscribe to my YouTube channel also. Check out my latest music videos. And my new album coming out soon. Look on me swagger. Nyang!
Yang! Jen?
Where can't you find me? On Instagram at boomer_Jen. On Sean's channel. On organiccottonclothing.co.uk. On Kaz and Jen's Talks. Where else?
And the Nyang Christmas video.
Nan Christmas. Tug-of-war, Nan Christmas. I know it's a little out of date now, but
Yeah, next Christmas we bring it back.
early. We'll bring it back. Anywhere else?
That's all I can think of.
There's more. But anyway, yeah, check me out, Sean Atwood channel, which we're
Instagram,
on
Twitter.
right now.
All right, everybody, thanks for watching this video. Let us know in the comments what you thought. Do you like this format we're bringing in now, where it's like a round table? We've got multiple guests, it changes the dynamic.
Colourful outfits.
And what do you think of Tugga's outfit as well?
Yes, come on, yeah, what do you think about? Come on.
That was cool.
stand up so you can see it's like a matching. Yeah.
Put the swag on, man. When we say swag, you see Mick Jagger,
Oh yeah.
And if you've not seen the previous podcasts, we've done with Stephen and Tugger. I'll put the links down there as well. And Jen has now been co-hosting for about 6 months, so her playlist, God, you got to have dozens of videos on that one. I'll put all of this down as
They
well.
should be up.
All right, yeah, so please let us know in the comments what you think, and if you want more videos like this, and if you've got any guest suggestions, thank you for spending time with us this evening. Cheers, and thank you guys as well. Thanks,
God bless.
Yeah, brilliant,
Respect for you, man.
Around the table, man.
I'll give you a hug.
Thank you so much, Stephen.
Fist bump.
Bless up, everyone. Bless up, James. Yeah.
Bless up, Tintin.
Here at Boomer and Jen, we offer a wide range of organic or recycled clothing. We all know our planet is important. We only have this one, so it's vital that we all work together to slow down and reverse the changes to the environment. Whilst we all know that big industry are having a significant effect on pollution, here at Boomer and Jen, we believe that if we all make small changes, we can do our part. Fast fashion causes detrimental effects to the planet. Not only is nearly 20% of global wastewater produced by the fast fashion industry, but there is a considerable amount of fast fashion ending up in landfill. So let's move away from fast fashion items that are only worn once or twice, and start wearing extremely comfortable, durable, and environmentally friendly clothing and ethical jewellery. Boomer and Jen was founded in a quiet town in Devon in 2018. It has now gone from strength to strength as the world is becoming more aware of the current climate situation, helping our customers to buy sustainable, quality clothing. All of our products are fair trade and registered with the Global Organic Textiles Standard Association. Check us out on organiccottonclothing.co.uk.
Many of you have sent requests in to have Pieter on.
Aye.
Quite a few of you, almost 3 million to be precise, have seen his video on Vice. And I will put the link to that video in the description box, which is how I became a, let's just say, snow trafficker, because it's the first 5 minutes of the video and there are certain rules that YouTube have put on us for the first 5 minutes of the video. Yes. All right. So,
Okay.
I've read a lot of prison stories and books, and I've got to say that Pieter's story, the inhumane treatment he went through in Ecuador, I was absolutely sickened. What I found also sad was how it's like the British authorities kind of wanted him to die out there. I mean, the extremity of the punishment was disproportionate to Pieter, who's a great guy. He's full of positive vibes. Everything I've seen him do online, very articulate, and I'm sure he's going to lay this down in detail. This is probably one of the first long-form accounts he's given on one of the bigger channels. So I'm sure he's going to lay his story down in detail and take us on that journey. Also, a shout out to David McMillan. He's our most reoccurring podcast guest. And he recently interviewed Pieter on his channel. I will put that link in the description box. Please go down and support David. Subscribe to his channel. And I think, in addition to what you're watching today, if you want to, watch the Vice and watch the stuff that David did, it's fits in nicely, dovetails nicely. All right, thanks for coming on, man.
No worries, Sean. Good to meet you. Finally.
Yeah, good to meet you too.
Yeah.
Where's your accent from?
Well, I'm from Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
But,
Is that Cotswolds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It's beautiful up there, isn't it?
It's very nice. But my mum is Scottish. My dad's local. But the accent, I suppose, is somewhere in between.
Yeah. So you strike me as an academic chap like myself, You know, people say, "Oh, that one thinks he's a gangster." I've never ever claimed to be a gangster. I'm a business nerd who watched too many mafia movies. I got some gangsteritis, and I was putting myself in extremely dangerous situations. Do you have any parallels in your story?
Yeah, to some extent. I remember when I was growing up, sneaking downstairs. I think, in fact, it was my mum's parents' house up in Scotland. Sneaking down the stairs at night to watch the black and white TV at the grandparents' house. Charlie Chan gangster type films.
Yeah.
And I always preferred the gangster side to the cop side. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So I was definitely the gangster in the cops and robbers games.
Yeah, I grew up on like Miami Vice. And
Not saying that I am, and I never claimed to be like yourself. Not a gangster at all.
So how did you do in school then?
Pretty well. Yeah, I did. I went to school in Tetbury, so William Romney's. So big shout out to all of those students at Tetbury School. Gained 14 GCSEs, all A's and B's. Went to Cirencester Deer Park Sixth Form College. So big shout out to those guys as well.
Which subjects did you have an aptitude for?
I've always loved archaeology, so I went on to do archaeology at secondary college and the university as well, in Cardiff. But yeah, archaeology, geography, biology, got all of those at A level, and English actually, English literature, which helped in the future. What
caused you? If I imagine, like I did, you got all the time in the world to look back on your life in prison and you reflect and things. And you kind of like, if I'd have made this choice and that choice, and you go back years and years and years and years.
Yeah, definitely.
Was the stuff that you saw early on warning signs that perhaps you didn't heed that put you on that path?
Yeah.
What were they?
I got involved with the drug scene drugs and the illegal party scene at a very young age.
What year was that then?
88, 9.
Oh, Summer of Love.
Yeah, I was only 12, 13, but I had two older stepbrothers, one a year older than the other, like 3 or 4 years older, and they were both involved in organising illegal parties and DJing at them and all this sort of stuff. So I'd been the younger, tagged along.
Yeah.
And obviously got involved in drugs and drug dealing.
So you were taking drugs at age 12?
Yeah, started smoking weed probably younger than that, I think. And yeah, as they all say, it's the gateway drug. Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, I don't know. But progressed to pills and LSD and stuff like that. So
I had a bit of turmoil inside me when I was on the drugs. You know, the anxiety went away. I was the life and soul of the party.
I can imagine.
Were you masking something? Did you have some kind of anxiety or?
Home life wasn't great. So yeah, I suppose to some extent.
What do you mean by that home life wasn't great?
My mum was an alcoholic, which didn't help matters. So yeah, I suppose it was quite tough growing up. Not a great deal of money at home. So I think that was one reason I got involved in the drug dealing, is just to offset costs and be able to party like the other guys. That sort of story.
Was your mum an alcoholic then when she had you, or was that?
I don't think so. No.
Right.
What are you trying to say, Sean?
I'm just trying to.
I get brain damage.
I'm just trying to analyse like how long you had to live with a person who was an alcoholic.
Yeah, I think that came a little bit later.
Okay.
As far as I can remember. But anyway.
Because that's got to be stressful for a kid.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and I have some friends and have been in similar situations, and parents have died prematurely because of alcohol.
Yeah, my mum is dead now. She died whilst I was incarcerated in Ecuador.
Yeah.
Which is traumatic, to say the least.
I can imagine, yeah. All right, so describe then, what's it like going to a rave in the summer of love at age 12?
Can't really remember a great deal of it, but I mean, I remember the first one that I ever went to was actually in my hometown of Stroud, in an old, it was the old Great Mills like DIY centre that shut down.
Yeah.
And there's now the post office sorting centre at Salmon Springs.
Yeah.
And I think I was probably I was probably about 15 by that point, 14, 15. And Mickey Finn played there, turned up in the morning and played a set, which is quite cool. So yeah, it was a good experience. It was all a bit sort of bewildering, I suppose, to a certain extent, being that young.
And the music wasn't divided, was it? It was called Acid House.
It was Acid House, rave. It was. Yeah. That was the great thing about it. It was one music, wasn't it? It was one love and all the rest of it.
Did any tracks stand out to you? Like for me, I always remember Guru Josh
I'm really bad with names of people, tracks, and stuff like that. I'm terrible. But one of my all-time favorites was, I Feel Love, the Donna Summer track.
Yeah.
That High on Ecstasy in the morning is just,
I still love that track.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So, you're quite savvy then to the drug market at a young age.
Yeah.
And you said you graduated into dealing from using. Was that just like hooking up your friends in the beginning?
Yeah. I think that's how it always starts. Initially it was with weed and hash. It was mainly hash back in the day, wasn't it? Flat press, pollens, squidgy black, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Red seal, gold seal. And started dealing hash, smoking it as well. And then the pills and stuff were mainly at the weekends at the parties.
Yeah.
Because obviously I was still at school. And then LSD came on a bit later on, because obviously that's a lot more, a lot stronger drug.
So you had a good enough brain on you to scramble, but still managed to buckle down and get all your qualifications.
Yeah. In fact, I remember that the week of the GCSEs, I think it was about 2 weeks before I started the GCSEs, Castle Morton took place. I think everybody's heard of the Castle Morton free party. It went on for a week. I was there for about 5 days, came back, didn't sleep for a week. Yeah. Slept for a week after coming back, and then did my GCSEs.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I remember doing
something like that anyway.
Doing my business studies exams on Monday morning after raving all weekend with just like KLF and all these beeps and going off in my brain. I'm sat there doing these essays.
How old are you now?
So I am 52.
52?
Yeah.
Don't look it. Fair play.
Thank you very much. All right, so did you have any brushes with the law at that age?
Yeah. I'd actually forgotten about that. But my first brush with the law, which should have been a warning sign, was at a very young age of 6.
6?
Yeah, I remember I actually stole a friend's mother's gold jewellery.
Yeah.
And hid it at home. I can't even remember the reason now. And obviously they clocked on. And the local police officer was called PC Flinders. His motorbike cop turned up, big moustache, glasses, sat me down in the kitchen. Now, Peter, when you grow up, if you don't get things straight now, you're going to end up in trouble and go to prison. I was in tears.
Yeah.
And that talk obviously didn't work.
What was the next scrape?
Next one was quite some time after, was at Sixth Form College in Cirencester. Got caught dealing drugs and asked to leave the college, but they allowed me to sit the A-level exams, which was good of them. So, got my A-levels and went on to university at Cardiff. And then...
Was that archaeology?
Yeah, archaeology.
Okay.
So the next scrape after that would have been when I got arrested at the age of about 23 in 2024, I would have been.
23 in what? Was that in this country?
Yeah, in Britain, in May of 2000.
So run down what led up to the arrest.
So basically when I got arrested at Sixth Form College, I stopped dealing altogether because I thought, I've got to get life sorted, back on track.
Yeah.
Really, I wanted to do medicine, but didn't have the financial backing. So decided to read archaeology, which I did. Dropped out halfway through because of one thing and another, personal issues and too much drug dealing. I'd become involved in the Cardiff scene by that point with people like Kerrius Matthews from Catatonia, partying with them, Super Furries, just all that sort of set, the media set down there.
Yeah.
Howard Marks was back out by that point, so I met him a few times. So dealing to a lot of people in Cardiff, not them, but dealers within Cardiff as well as students, and decided to move to Bristol where my girlfriend at the time was studying, and the empire spreads out into Bristol as well. Yeah. My home area, so I'm now covering quite a large area of England, and then decided to branch out into Scotland. So I made some contacts up there, and it just escalates very rapidly.
Yeah.
And before I knew it, I'm, starting with half an ounce of cocaine in Cardiff, which was the first time I dealt with coke. It'd been mainly pills and amphetamines and hash and stuff before. From going from dealing half an ounce of coke, to a friend down there, up to dealing 10 keys of coke a week.
How do you source that much quantity?
Through contacts through contacts in my home area who had contacts in London.
I see.
So it was directly from London at that time.
Without naming any names then, what's the route? Is it South America, mainland Europe, and then bounces over to London?
No, at that point, we were involved with some people that they were bringing it in by yacht through the Caribbean and in through the south coast.
Yeah.
They were actually arrested. The first bust I think happened in 1998.
Yeah.
And I think that's when the police became aware of myself and the guy that I was working with, because we were actually waiting at Marble Arch the night that these guys got busted, and one of them was on the way to us to drop off 3 or 4 keys of coke. Didn't make it. And it was on the news the following day that he'd been busted with about 30 or 40 keys of coke in the boot of the car on the way to meet us, stopped about half a mile short. And that led to them seizing 430 kilos in London and 600 on the boat in Kerry. So that was a pretty big bust. And I know that the guy we knew he was on remand for about 5 or 6 years as a Category A and got sentenced in 2002, 2003, no, 2002. And by that point, I'd been arrested in Gloucestershire in 2000 and was in Parkhurst when I got sentenced.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that was all what led to my first arrest.
So now with some of the Colombian cartels, then, if a shipment gets busted, depending upon your relationship with them, they see the newspaper clippings, they see the headline news, they know you're not trying to just welch on the money, and they may give you a pass. When that much gets taken, does the people who have signed for it, do they get a pass?
Depends on the circumstances, doesn't it? I mean, I think these guys were funded it. I mean, they've been doing it for a while, and I think they were funding it themselves by that point.
Okay.
I mean, I know one of them. I'm not going to name a name, but I know he's worth about 200 million.
Wow.
So
so it's just the cost of doing business for him.
Yeah. So I mean, I think they just took the hit. He was on the run for years after, went to Cyprus, and was brought back from Spain eventually when they changed the extradition law in Cyprus.
Yeah. So when you get arrested, in my case, it took months to get all my legal discovery, and I read that there was 10 police informants that had, given this information and why that came about. Did you get your legal discovery and trace back actually how they caught you?
What, when I got arrested in Britain?
This first time, yeah.
I mean, it was difficult because there were informants involved, but they PI, what's it called, public immunity order, or whatever.
Protected their names.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we never really worked out who it was the first time, but the second time I knew exactly who it was when I got arrested in Ecuador, because we were getting information from someone in the police about the ongoing operation into us. So we knew exactly who it was, and he knows who he is. And I mean, it wasn't just one person, but the key informant was actually named at Bristol Crown Court.
Yeah. Was that person close to you?
Yeah, he was, because when we set up the I mean, this is going forward in time a little bit now.
Yeah.
When we set up the organisation, I suppose you could call it, our little group, to start importing cocaine, there was me, a Colombian, and a Chilean. And so there was the 3 of us as partners.
Yeah.
And it was the Colombian who became the informant, key informant.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's pretty close.
We're going to get to that then. All right, then. So you're going in prison for your first time. You're in your mid-20s.
Mm-hmm.
What's that like for you? Is it a shock?
That was pretty scary. I mean, I was a long-haired hippie raver at that point. I think there's a photograph of me coming out of Cheltenham Magistrates with my head down, long hair, trying to cover my face with all that scenario.
That'd be great if we could stick that in. What time are we at? 5 to,
yeah. It's out there somewhere. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty nerve-wracking. They had me potential Category A because they'd linked me to the Adams in London.
Yeah.
The crime family, Islington direction, which I denied, obviously, strenuously. So, yeah, if you're watching, Terry, and all that lot. So, Yeah, they were trying to, throw a whole lot of shit on me that wasn't really, what it was. I mean, I got caught with 5,000 pills and a load of weed, a few kilos of amphetamine, some coke, sawed-off shotgun, stuff like that. So they put me on a potential ACAT thing at Gloucester prison, which was pretty tough because being a potential A category meant that I couldn't talk to any other inmates. They would close the entire wing down, bring me out on my own just to go and get my dinner. So 2 screws in front, 2 behind. I was on the book, which means that they would write down any movements if I came out of the cell. I'd be taken from A to B, and it would all be noted down what time and where I was going and everything, basically. Totally invasive. They would come into my cell almost daily, smash it to pieces.
Yeah.
Just search for everything, trample all over my photographs, family photographs on the floor, trample all over it. Do you know what I mean? I got strip searched by female officers in a cell, which is like against the law.
It's against the law in Arizona.
They're just trying to humiliate you.
Yeah.
And also all my phone calls recorded, all my letters open and photocopies sent to the police, half of which I never received anyway. Visits would be in the visit room, but quite often behind glass, or if not, I'd have the SO sat on the table listening to the entire conversation.
Yeah.
Very invasive. And that went on for about a year. Didn't get sentenced for I was on remand nearly 2 years. So I remember one of the officers saying that I was the longest remand prisoner that they'd had at Gloucester for 15 years.
Wow.
I mean, that prison is now closed.
All right, so in Arizona, if you get busted with drugs, as I did, it's non-dangerous.
Say that again, sorry.
If you get busted with drugs, as I did, it's non-dangerous. But if you get busted with... Yeah, in Arizona. But if you get busted with a weapon, sawn-off shotgun, for example, then you're in the dangerous category.
Yeah.
And I know in the beginning they throw all this mud at you to see what's going to stick. Did that weapons charge stick, and did it compound your trouble?
No, but luckily it was broken down into its component parts. Yeah. So I said, I was dealing in antiques at the time, so I said, no, I bought it as what I thought was deactivated shotgun as a trophy piece, and tried to blag it off. But yeah, I don't think they really accepted that. So I ended up, I got 5 years that first time for that lot.
First day, peace-loving, hippie, raver, going in, Cat A, which is, if you're watching America's Supermax. How are the prisoners receiving you? Because they're pretty tough guys, aren't they?
What, in England?
Yeah. First day in, how did they receive you?
I mean, no one was allowed to talk to me.
Okay.
So I was literally put behind the door for 24 hours a day, and no one was allowed any contact with me.
Yeah.
I mean, not even through the door.
What was your first interaction with the prisoners then?
It was okay. I mean, I had quite a lot of respect for them, to be honest, because of who I was involved with and what I was doing.
Yeah. So you say you got more of an easy ride because of those connections then?
Don't think so. No, because I ended up in Parkhurst.
Okay.
So, no.
All right, we're going to go over this slowly then. All right, so you go to Supermax.
An easy ride from who? Who do you mean, the prisoners? Or
prison population.
Oh, from the prisoners, yeah. But, I mean, not from the establishment, definitely not, because, I mean, I was supposed to go from being in a Category B prison when I got sentenced to a Category C prison in Ilstoke, Chippenham, and instead of that, I got sent to Parkhurst on the Isle of Wight, which is at that time, high security prison. So
I know the horror stories about the Ecuadorian prison and the guards and the prisoners. So you're saying that you have horror stories about the British guards? They did things to you out there?
No, not particularly. No.
Not particularly. So it's just the fact that they classed you as such a high level, and you don't get many privileges at those levels.
Yeah. It was just very invasive the way that that I was treated initially.
Yeah, so all the strip searches and everything. All right, so what was the transportation like to Parkhurst?
7 hours in a sweatbox, like the little the prison transport van.
Yeah.
And they're supposed to take you out every 4 hours, I think, to use the toilet or just a break, but they left us in there 7 hours, even on the ferry.
Are you sardined in there and chained up to people?
Yeah, no, because it's like individual cubicles.
Yeah.
Well, it was when I went anyway. And I remember getting out of it at Parkhurst and having my photograph taken for the ID, prison ID. And literally my eyes were going in different directions.
Could you see out the van as it's going along the road?
A little bit. That always used to torment you as well,
Yeah,
because
it
you'd
does,
be going
doesn't it?
past places that you've been to or knew. And
Yeah. I've had that. Your heart's like, I was there when I was in the real world, when I had a life.
Yeah, not much fun.
And 7 hours then. So what happens if you got to take a piss?
Yeah, but that was it. I mean, I don't know. Luckily, I didn't.
You just got to hold on.
Yeah.
For your dear life.
Yeah.
All right, so describe going into Parkhurst. What's that like?
That was pretty nerve-wracking because, I mean, at that time it was, viewed as one of the highest security prisons in Britain. And obviously, you've got pretty serious people in there doing long sentences, maybe never getting out.
Any big names?
Not that I can remember. Like I say, I'm pretty bad with names.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they have what they call the Doll's House in Parkhurst, which is a prison within a prison, which is when it used to be, used for spies, terrorists, stuff like that. And I remember my cell window looked out over the Doll's House.
Yeah.
I think there was only about 30 prisoners in there at the time in that unit.
Really?
But it's quite ominous, and all the walls with the rollers on the top and loads of razor wire. You're never going to get out there. I think there's been one escape out of there. The Arabs.
Did it cross your mind to escape?
Oh, every day, whenever you're in prison, that's all I do. Whenever I used to be in prison, shall I say? You spend every day thinking about how to escape, at least for 1 hour a day.
And we're going to get to his botched escape attempt in Ecuador as we're just building up to the hardcore stuff here. Also, in the description box below the video is a link to El Infierno, which is available on Amazon, paperback, Kindle. Read it, leave a review. Honestly, it will blow your mind. And Pieter's going to write another book as well. So we will start promoting that for him when he starts to make progress on it. All right, so how long are you in Parkhurst?
About 10 months, something like that. And then I was eventually taken to this Category C prison, Ilstoke, near Chippenham.
So in Parkhurst, did you have any cellmates?
I did, only for a little bit though. I think I only had one because of being potential Category A. I was a single cell nearly all the time. But obviously, as I went through the system, it dropped down.
Did you get along with your cellmate? Did you hear his story?
Can't really remember the guy.
Yeah.
Remember a little bit, but can't remember now.
It takes some getting used to, doesn't it? You're living in a room the size of a toilet and sleeping next to the toilet.
I think what you could, so people understand how small a prison cell is, if you've ever been on a ferry across the English Channel and you've taken a room or a cabin on one of those ferries, that is virtually identical to a prison cell, isn't it? More or less.
And then put a toilet in there, and when you're locked down because it's short-staffed, so farts, shit, pisses, everything.
It's lovely.
You just really have to get used to it, which you do. Okay, so Parkhurst then, any notable stories from that time that you can think of?
I remember a prison officer there getting a bucket of shit and piss over his head, which was quite notable.
Was he being a dick?
Yeah, he was being a dick. He'd already been crippled once by an inmate called, I mentioned the inmate's name, called Stagsy from London.
Yeah.
Who, I won't mention the officer's name, but he knows who he is. He got crippled by Stagsy in a riot, and he walked with a limp. He was a bit of a dick. And he got a bucket of piss and shit over his head one evening when we were being told to bang up. I remember banging up, and then I remember hearing him shouting, after these other guys, bang up, bang up, bang up, and then, I'm going to kill you. And they left that piss and shit there for about 3 or 4 days just to, so it stank the wing out just to teach us a lesson sort of thing.
There's no need to be a dick, is there? Everyone just wants to get along
and
just get, stay safe, really.
Yeah.
Just
prison's hard enough as it is, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Any other stories from that prison before we go to the next one?
Not that I can repeat.
So what was the next one then?
Ilstoke.
And that was category C?
C.
It's like medium, minimum?
Minimum. No, medium.
So medium cells with cellmates now?
No, I think they were single.
Single cells. That was nothing better than a single cell.
Yeah, it was out in the countryside, quite nice.
Really?
Yeah.
So could you do outdoor recreation and stuff?
I wasn't there for that long because they only took me there for release basically at the end. So I didn't really, I remember sitting around on some grass at some point, which was quite a novelty after having been in the English prison system, and there's no grass or wildlife. I mean, suddenly you can touch grass. It's like, ooh, grass.
So did you have a routine then? It sounds like you just buckled down and got on with whatever, reading,
I just
exercise.
Yeah, exactly. You just, I mean, that's the best thing to do if you're in prison, is make a routine for yourself. You know, I'd listen to certain radio stations at certain times, certain programs, TV, if you had a TV. Luckily, when I went in, they started installing TVs in all the prisons.
Yeah.
So that was a good thing. For the first year or so, there weren't any TVs.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was just radios, which they routinely break, so I couldn't have a radio.
So in your 20s, I mean, I didn't read when I was a young person, but did you have any authors you liked, or did you just... what kind of stuff did you read?
I used to read quite a lot when I was in prison. Robert Ludlum, read through quite a lot of the Boy
they're popular.
All those, yeah. Lord of the Rings, did all that. Used to read sort of classics if I could.
Yeah.
You know, things like Dracula, Frankenstein, you know, Mary Shelley, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, read quite a bit.
So, as it's coming closer to your release, you're thinking, all right, I messed up. Gonna have to make some lifestyle choices. Don't want to go back to this. Look at the shit, the stress it's put my family through.
Yeah, exactly, which it did. A lot of stress,
Yeah.
a lot of grief.
So how long did that last? That thought process?
Which?
That you were going to rehabilitate
Oh,
and not go back to crime.
Obviously not very long. No, it did. I mean, you know, having seen what it put my mother through, particularly, and my dad, my father, and everyone around me, sister, everything, it wasn't fun, and I felt really bad about that. And so decided that when I got out, I'd set up a painting and decorating company, because I'd trained to be a painter and decorator at Gloucester prison. And my father was a builder anyway, so I sort of had some experience with it already.
Yeah.
And he, you know, my father said, you know, whilst he's doing the building work, he would push on the painting work to me. So it was, you know, I had jobs set up, ready to go, really.
Yeah.
So that's what I did when I got out. But here's the but. I did say, well, basically, I mean, I remember one Sunday I was reading the Sunday Times, because I used to get that delivered once a week, because it would take you a week to read it anyway. And I came across this article about a seizure of cocaine that these guys had basically, they'd impregnated a load of patio furniture, you know, a lot of white garden furniture, plastic garden furniture, with cocaine, and brought in a container load of it, which got seized probably because of an informant. And this had happened not long after 9/11, so I don't know whether you remember, around that time, a lot of passengers, mules and people like that were getting arrested at airports as a subsequent, because of the increased security levels. So I quickly saw that, you know, the future importing cocaine wasn't in blocks or in powder, because the amount of security and technology that they now have to detect that is, well, it just makes it basically almost impossible to do unless you're paying people off. So
you had a eureka moment.
Yeah, kind of. So I see this and I think, well, God, if I'm going to do anything when I get out, that's what I'm going to do. You know, I'll go and find a source of the cocaine in South America, cut out all the middlemen. You know, just the business head is kicked in completely. And source cocaine in South America, put it into plastic or rubber, and bring it into Britain, back process it, and sell it.
People are going to be like, you know, what did he do? Did he just pick up the phone and call South America? How did he get this source?
I at that time at Parkhurst, I had a couple of my co-defendants with me from the first case, and one of them was the connection that I had to the guys up in London. So I went and spoke to him and said, look, when we get out, would you be interested in putting me in contact with some people up in London who could get us a source with some Colombians who could then source the coke in South America? And he hummed and ahed and said, oh, I'm not sure, you know, he's a bit older than me, he didn't want to come back to prison, understandably. And I said, well, look, have a think about it, let's see what happens when we get out. You know, it's not going to be initially anyway, whatever, because I don't really want to go back into that life anyway. But if if it, when the day comes, let's talk about it. So he said, okay. So I get out, go start the painting and decorating business, which goes okay, but it's hard work, hard graft every day, coming back covered in shit and dust, And it just starts, the daily grind starts getting me down, and it's like, doing this for the rest of your life. It's like, no. And then you start getting there. Yeah, I can see. And, then people start ringing up, the phone starts ringing. People are saying, oh, we've got this, we've got that, we can do this. Come and help us with that. You've got the contacts, blah, blah, blah. And before you know it, you go, it's just that day, isn't there, where you go, do you know what? Fuck it. And you pick up the phone and you make the phone call. And then all the wheels start turning, the cogs, and before you know it, you're in a prison in Ecuador.
In the making of that phone call, then, did you have a particular slang, code words?
Well, at that time, I wouldn't talk on the phone.
Yeah.
So it would all be face to face. Or we did used to use phone box to phone box sometimes. But even then, we would be, really, that would just be to arrange the meeting. We were using pages prior to me getting arrested, actually, when those guys got arrested in London in 98. At that time, we were using the pages system where someone would send you the number of a telephone box, or we'd get to a telephone box, basically, send the number of the box to a pager, which the guy was carrying. He would then go to another phone box and ring our phone box. So it was phone box to phone box. But the police got wise to that, and they apparently put my voice on voice recognition for the case, the Ecuadorian case, should we call it. So, this is what I was told anyway later, that they'd had my voice on voice recognition, and all of the telephone boxes in Gloucestershire area tapped through GCHQ, which is in Cheltenham, just local to me, which is not the best. So make a meeting, go and see my friend and say, let's go up to London, find some Colombians and see what we can arrange, which we did. Went to, I'm trying to remember the name of the area, South Kennington. Yeah, so went and met these Colombians, and initially we were just going up there and buying coke from them. And then I said to them, look, why we're actually here is because I want to set up an import. So you guys seem quite cool. We're doing business already. Let's knock it up a level and start importing some cocaine. I've got all the people in Britain to sell to. I can get the passengers, take care of logistics here. You take care of that end, get it all arranged at that end, and we'll marry the two up, which is kind of what we did. And unbeknown to me, I didn't know at that point that they were already bringing it in plastic and rubber. So when they pulled this out in front of me and said, oh, we're already doing it like this, I was like, no way, that's exactly what I had in mind anyway. So it's just like,
how long did the good times last? And
Not long.
What did you spend your money on?
Good times lasted, I suppose, 2.5, 3 years, something like that. Not long. Which surprised me, to be honest. And it surprised me the amount of attention that the police dedicated or gave us, because we always decided to keep it fairly low key, nothing more than 5 or 6 kilos at a time, which we would then repress up to about 8, something like that, sometimes a bit more. So we weren't making massive inroads into the cocaine market of Britain, and yet I think what really got under their skins was the fact that we were beating all their systems for detecting it and stopping it coming into the country, and that pissed them off, because we kept on going. They knew, we knew, they were watching us, so it was a cat and mouse game, and I think that really, really annoyed them, because we carried on doing it basically.
All right, to turn your notifications off.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
It's okay, no worries. So while he's doing that, I'll just tell the audience again, we're just leading up now to this horrific Ecuadorian prison experience and the hellhole, the inferno, and the medical stuff that Pieter suffered and is still suffering.
As you can hear.
Absolutely barbaric. But it's just, once we get in the Ecuadorian prison, it's just hardcore story after hardcore story.
Sorry.
And Peter's lucky to be alive, from what I heard. I know a lot of you guys watched our woman who was in the Venezuelan prison. That was totally off the hook. Well, this is up there. If similar.
Next level.
Next level, but he's in the men's side, which is always next level. Yeah. So please go down in the description box. Support what Peter's doing. Check out his book. Are you doing a YouTube channel or on socials or anything?
No, not really.
Okay.
No, probably should be.
Okay. Well, you got plenty of time. This will probably go in about three to 4 weeks, if you want to go down that route. So, all right. So, what were you spending your money on
at that time?
You said you had a 3-year run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we did try and keep it quite tight. I said to the Colombians and the Chilean, because obviously a few other people got involved as well. I did warn them. I said, don't go out and start buying flashy cars and, just going crazy with the money, which some of them did.
Yeah.
Because that always draws heat.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, I was living in an annex at my dad's house in a 1-bedroom flat. I kept it really low key.
Yeah.
Tried to anyway. Ended up having quite a nice car. Ish.
What car?
Range Rover. But, that was actually a ringed Range Rover anyway. So I didn't really buy that. But I was spending money, I suppose, on hotels quite a bit at that time, restaurants, spending it on the family, girlfriend, her kid, living in quite nice houses. Oh, no, not at that point. That was the first time. But invested some of it.
So there's a thing called civil asset forfeiture laws. Did they take everything?
What, on the Ecuadorian one?
Yeah.
No, because I was never actually charged in Britain.
Ah, okay.
Which was something that all the way through, if we wind it forward a bit, I suppose, so, or come back to that maybe.
Yeah, come back to it.
Yeah.
How did the bus go down for the Ecuadorian one then?
So basically, we knew that we were under surveillance because there'd been a couple of busts in Britain, one up in Crystal Palace, and then where was the other one? There was another lab anyway up in London, got taken out.
Yeah.
And, they started to get quite close to us. And I did, we made a lab up in Edinburgh, up in Scotland.
You made a lab?
Well, we put a little lab together in an apartment.
Like Walter White style?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit, with a 15-ton floor standing press and, various bits of equipment. Which was actually, this is another funny story. The flat that we did it in, the flat below that was owned by Irving Welsh, and is the flat that he wrote Trainspotting in.
Wow.
I swear to God.
Wow.
We used to get circular mail from Mr. I. Welsh coming through the flat door sometimes.
That's brilliant.
I remember the elderly couple across the landing from us talking to them on one occasion, and she was saying, "Oh yeah, that nice Mr. Irving Welsh used to hear him tapping away on the typewriter at night." And
I read most of his books in prison. Big fan.
Yeah. He was a council worker at that time, wasn't he? Tax office or something like that. Yeah.
Right.
Writing it this part time. And then, lo and behold, years later, there's a massive cocaine laboratory busted in the flat.
Were you at the location when
I had been. We'd spotted the police surveillance on the apartment. I'd actually gone out of the apartment and followed an undercover unit, which we'd noticed.
What had you seen to spot them? What were they doing?
I wasn't actually there at the time they were spotted, but one of the guys that was working in the flat, in the lab, a Colombian, phoned me up and said, "Look, we think we're being watched. There's a car down the back with a man and a woman who keep looking up at the back window." Yeah. And I was like, right, that sounds like the police. Let me get back and have a look. So I've got into the flat, come up, looked out the back window. I was like, yeah, that's definitely the police.
Yeah.
And whilst I'm looking, they've clocked me looking at them. Mm-hmm. They've moved their car across the road into a car park, which I've seen them do, trying to be discreet. So I've gone back downstairs, jumped in the van I had on hire, gone to that car park, blocked them in, and made it very apparent that I know they're there. Let them come out. I backed the van up and let them come out and then followed them through Edinburgh for about 10, 15 minutes, and then got bored of it and let them, they went off one way, I went the other, and went back to the flat, and I said, look, that was definitely the police. I think we should bail, get out of here. And the Colombians were like, oh, well, we're not sure. It might not have been. I was like, I'm telling you now, that was the police. The door's going to come through. But they wouldn't go. So I said, look, we've got to get out of here. And I said, look, if you want to stay, you stay, but I'm gone. So I went off and stayed the night in Balmoral Hotel up in Edinburgh. And I'm pretty sure that night I remember hearing noise outside my hotel room door. I think that was the police. Don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure it was. Next morning, all the phones are off. Not getting any response to them. I'm like, oh, fuck's sake. So I decided to risk it, and I go get a taxi back down to the flat. And I'd left the van parked in front of the flat, so to give the appearance that I was in it. So when they raided it, the police thought I was in there because the van was there, which I wasn't. Yeah. So I've got back down there. It all seems very quiet. There's no evidence of anything having happened. Go up the stairs, get to the top, and the front door's just been smashed straight through. It's all boarded up. Big old. It was a big sort of merchant's apartment. So the door was a big oak solid door. Apparently, it took them about 25 minutes to get through it. So in that time, the Colombians have managed to get rid of most of what was there. They've been arrested and remanded. It was all over the front pages of all the newspapers in Scotland, and it was right across the BBC. 1, 2, 3, 4, all of it.
What year was that?
That was 2000. Well, I got busted in 2005. It was the same year. Yeah, it was about 3 months before I got busted. 3-4 months, something like that. So because of that burst and it being that close to me, and me knowing there's going to be DNA in that flat that connects me to it, I basically disappeared off the face of the earth, dropped all my electronic communication, emptied my banks, got rid of all the bank cards, everything, and got the Turkish mafia to smuggle me out of Britain in the boot of a Mercedes car.
Is that another phone call to the Turkish mafia?
Yeah. So phoned them up, friend Oscar. That's not his real name, so it doesn't matter. Okay. And said, look, Oscar, I need to get out of Britain. Normally at that time, there's all these people getting smuggled into Britain. Well, there still are. Yeah. And there's me getting smuggled out. So he got me in the boot of this Mercedes. Obviously not all the way to Dover. Drove to Dover, then got in the boot and went across on the hovercraft thingy. Is it the hovercraft? The fast one. I can't remember. Something like that anyway.
Something like that, yeah.
So got to France, put myself out of the way because we had a property in mid-France, sort of hid out there.
Was that in your name?
No. Okay. The Turks gave me a car, another ringer, to drive around in France on British plates, which is quite cool. So yeah, just hid out in France for a few months. And then decided to do that one last trip.
Oh, not the last trip. I'm going to do one last trip and retire and live happily ever after.
Yeah, live happily ever after on a Thai beach was the plan. So I was, unfortunately, the informant was involved in this. It was just a bad idea from start to finish. The last one.
Was the informant then the guy who said that he didn't believe you about the police surveying you? Did he want to stay on purpose?
No. That was that. Okay. No, they were still in prison.
Gotcha.
Yeah. No, the informant had been busted in the Crystal Palace lab.
Yeah.
Who was, like I said, one of the partners, me, the Colombian, and the Chilean. So it was the Colombian.
Yeah.
He got released after like 6 months. We, at the time we were a bit like, well, how the hell, how's he got out of this? Mm-hmm. But it did, what he told us and what we learned through the case papers, it did seem to fit.
What did he tell you?
I can't actually remember now. I think, because there was about 5 or 6 of them taken out in the lab.
Yeah.
And I think he had said that the others had taken the fall. He hadn't been caught with any of the actual drugs. Mm-hmm. So he was released. But in that time, the police had turned him.
Yeah.
And obviously he became their star informant. And not only did he take us out, He ended up taking about 400 other people out.
Holy shit.
In the summing up at Bristol Crown Court, when they had the trial of the people that were arrested in Britain, the judge actually named him because I'd already pretty well done that. So the judge named him in open court and said, "Look, Mr. Blah de Blah has helped the police put away, this person, that person, has had X amount of drugs taken off the street. Oh, what a good guy!" And he was given, I think, a 5-year, no, I think it was 4-year sentence. We obviously let out the back door.
400 people. That must have put him on the radar of some scary people.
Yeah. Quite a few people ended up dead in the case.
It's the insanity of the war on drugs, something that we're campaigning to end.
Yeah, the war on drugs is just a complete
all
fallacy.
the stuff, it comes about because of drug laws.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
All right, keep going then. This is gripping.
Where am I? France, Ecuador. Oh, yeah. So decided to do this one last trip out to Ecuador. And I just knew I wasn't coming back. I actually had a dream. I have dreams sometimes that come true. I know it sounds weird to everyone, but I do. And I had this dream about being in prison in South America, and the girl that I was with at the time who was also arrested with me in South America. I said to her, "Look, I think I'm going to get arrested out there." I described the prison, the colour of the walls, the layout of the prison, everything. And sure enough, I go out there, we get arrested. It's cutting a bit of a long story short.
No, just keep going with it. Don't you cut it short.
Okay, all right. So, okay, I fly out to Ecuador. My girlfriend at the time, has gone back to Britain because she was out in France with me for a little bit. So I say, "Look, why don't you come out to Ecuador for a holiday? And, once I clear up the business, send the mule back to Britain, I'll take you around Ecuador and show you Ecuador, spend some time with you," because, I wasn't really seeing it because of all the running away scenario. So she comes out to Ecuador, gets arrested the first day that she's there with me. I arrived 2 days before her. She lands, is there about 4 hours, first time in South America, gets arrested with me.
With you?
With me. At gunpoint in a penthouse of a hotel in Quito.
Was it a door smashing down situation?
No, we'd been out to dinner and I'd clocked that there was something going on around us. I'd noticed a couple of what appeared to be undercover agents. We were at dinner, we were sat in this restaurant, the hotel restaurant, and this guy had come in, European or white looking guy. And he sat like 2 tables to my right. And I'm looking at him because the restaurant's empty, and he's reading the menu, but it's upside down. And he was obviously trying to eavesdrop the conversation or something, but he definitely wasn't a client, didn't order any food, and he sat there with the menu upside down. I said to my girlfriend, I said, "Look at this guy he sat there with the menu upside down." Anyway, come out of the restaurant, go to the reception of the hotel, and by that time I was quite friendly with the people that were running the hotel because I'd used it a few times.
Yeah. And
a girl who I knew behind the reception said to me, "Oh, have you been to the Galapagos Islands this time?" And I was like, "No." And she said, "You really should go." And I was thinking, "Really should go?" And she was trying to tell me, "You should really get the fuck out of here."
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, it didn't click."
Get
in the elevator, go upstairs, hit the corridor of the top floor, and get to the end, just putting the key card in the door, and bang, out come the guns. Balaclavas on, Ecuadorian police, plainclothes, drug squad, Interpol, on the floor, all that. I was like, "Woo." So they took us in the room. They'd already been in there. They knew where the tent was. They found it quite quickly. It shouldn't have been in there. That was me being sloppy, being overconfident, arrogant, whatever you want to call it. You get that sort of. The problem was because we'd outsmarted them so many times. It just got to the point where I thought, "Oh, well, it's just going to be one more trip. We'll get around them again. We'll outsmart them again." We didn't this time. Not at all.
There's a lesson here for people. If you're going overseas and you think you can just run rings, the cops might be slow, but they've got all the resources in the world and all the time in the world and all the taxpayers' money in the world.
They only have to get lucky once.
Exactly.
You have to get lucky every time.
And you can end up in a foreign prison where it's life or death and raw survival, as we're about to hear. And before people call me out and say, "How rude of Sean, eating a banana," well, Pete said a gripping story. The reason I eat bananas during podcasts is because my stomach rumbles, and these stop the stomach from rumbling. If my stomach continues to rumble, then the sound transmits to Joe, our sound engineer's headphones over there, and he gets thunder and lightning, and everything starts to go wrong. So, voila. Okay.
Plenty of bananas in Ecuador, I can tell you.
Didn't have those sweet ones, did you?
Those little ones,
they're like candy.
Yeah. The little hands.
God, I love them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are my all-time favourite bananas.
Yeah, there's something like 200 different types of bananas, I think.
Good grief.
Yeah.
Can you get those sweet ones in this country? I've looked.
You can. In fact, I'm thinking about importing fruit from South America.
Please do.
I've already set the company up, but because of my prior life, I'm having difficulty getting a license to import. Yeah.
There's going to be
surprisingly,
there's going to be nothing untoward in those crates,
no.
containers.
I swear to God.
So are you guys then separated right away, or do they take you in together?
We got taken in together to the Interpol station, and the holding cells were in a covered courtyard. But what am I trying to say? Barred gates.
Barred gates.
Is that the one?
Yeah.
So you can talk to each other across this small courtyard, and we end up being held there for 5 or 6 weeks because at the time we were arrested, there was a strike or a riot in the prison, the entire prison system, because of the conditions there, and there was no remission at that time. So people were spending 5 or 6 years on remand, not even having seen a judge. Horror stories going on. So the prisoners had basically locked off the prisons, were killing each other merrily, and so there was no onward movement. So we ended up stuck at Interpol for 5 or 6 weeks.
All right, so first day, you're at the gate looking at your missus. She's got to be in shock. What's she saying to you?
She's not happy. She's not happy at all. Yeah, very upsetting. Very upset.
Is she saying, what the fuck?
But
how are we going to get out of this? Who do we need to call?
Yeah, sure. But I mean, just straight away, I said, look, whatever happens, you're not involved. I will get you out of this. Don't worry. Whichever way I have to, I'll pay, get you out, or I will take the fall. Whatever. At the end of the day, you're not going to go to prison. Unfortunately, she did when she got back to Britain, but that's a later part in the story.
How often could you see her daily while you were in that first Interpol?
24 hours a day.
She's just right opposite you.
Yeah. Literally from, not say from B to the other side of the studio.
Did they have other foreign people in there for Interpol?
Yeah, when I got arrested, there was actually a bunch of Arabs in there, Syrians and Lebanese, who were in for smuggling cocaine and funding Hezbollah, buying weapons with funds. Yeah. A couple of whom spoke English, which was handy. So I immediately fell in with them. They looked after me, had my back, and a couple of their wives were in with the females who also spoke English and looked after my girlfriend.
Yeah.
One of whom was married. This is crazy. It was married. Oh no, she was the niece of the vice president of Ecuador, Lenin Moreno's niece, was in prison with my girlfriend.
Wow.
Because she was married to one of these Syrian guys who was a terrorist, alleged terrorist.
Yeah. You've made an interesting point there, because one of the things that we say in our campaign against the war on drugs is that making drugs illegal has been the biggest profit opportunity in the history of the world for criminals and cartels. But you've just added in terrorism. So drugs being illegal doesn't just finance the cartels and criminals all over the world. It finances terrorism. Yeah, another reason to scrap drug laws and the war on drugs.
Yeah, but why personally, I think why they're not scrapping them is because they make more money keeping it illegal.
It's an industry.
Totally. All the prison service, the judiciary, everything, the pharmaceuticals that they need to take people off those drugs, everything.
And you got the Bush and Clinton crime families bringing it in. But that's another story. All right, so you've got your cellmates then. You're the only English guy in this Interpol facility. Yeah. So when you're the only English guy then, and there's a bunch of people from other countries, how do you fit in with them?
Pretty easily, actually. We quickly made friends with the Arabs, should we say?
Could you entertain yourselves, cards, chess, anything like that?
we didn't really have anything in the Interpol cells, not even food.
Yeah.
You had to get your families to bring the food in. So luckily,
no food.
Yeah, so some of the Arabs were helping me to bring food in. You know, you'd have to pay for your own food.
Yeah.
And drinks. So it was pretty harsh.
How did you access money then to get food brought in?
We were allowed a certain amount of money through the embassy. So I think
good old embassy.
Yeah, they brought cash in. I mean, they didn't want much to do with me because they'd been told, you know, this guy's fucking, sorry, language.
It's okay, you can swear after 5 minutes.
He's
the
okay.
first 5 minutes.
He's, you know, X, Y, and Z criminal from England, and basically don't help him. They were actually told that. The woman came in and said that she'd never in all her time at the embassy been told not to help a prisoner.
God.
And she'd been directly told not to talk to me, don't help him. You know, basically make your life shit.
So you've got nothing coming in an Ecuadorian prison.
I mean, she did help me, thankfully.
Yeah. So this is the cops again, just trying to sweat you and get you killed.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I definitely believe they did try and get me killed out there.
After reading your book, I believe that as well.
Yeah.
So, 5 weeks, did you say, in the Interpol thing? Had the rest of the prisoners in there told you where you were going to go next and what that was going to be like?
Yeah, so there's all the...
What were those stories like?
Because I'd already been in prison in England, I wasn't particularly worried to some extent. But, I mean, you know, I knew a South American prison's a bit different.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I kind of view prison, wherever you are, as prison. It's prison, isn't it? You're behind the bars, walls, you know, people with guns trying to shoot you if you get out. So
yeah.
It's all pretty much the same. And, you know, I'm a couple of guys in there, locals, were going, oh, it's like hell in there, El Infierno, you know, hence the title of the book.
Yeah.
You know, it's you're going to be ripped to pieces, all those, you know, normal stories. I mean, you hear them in Britain when you're waiting to go into prison there. People will be like, oh, you know, particularly if they think you look fresh or something, they're just trying to get into your head. Yeah. I remember I had a fight at the Interpol with some guy there, thought he tried his luck because, you know, saw me as foreign. And yeah, I
could you feel the tension building between you and him, or was it just a random?
No, he just came in one night and tried it on. I just gripped him by the throat and smashed his face in.
Wait, slow down. When you say he tried it on, what did he do?
Well, he just came in and started trying to, you know, just I can't remember exactly what. I think he was trying to get money off me or something. I didn't really understand at the time.
Shaking you down.
And I just gripped him by the throat and pushed him up against the wall and smacked him in the face. And that's that, really.
That ended that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then people left me alone.
Yeah.
A bit.
So you got some respect from doing that.
I mean, this is only an Interpol. I mean, there's not many people. There's only like 20, 30 people.
All right, so you've got this chapter in your book now called Into Hell. Can you take us into hell? The people watching this who are not familiar with the story.
Which one's that? That's when I get transferred. Because I can't even remember the chapters.
All right, so wherever you're going to go after Interpol, is that? That's the hell, right? The next one.
Yeah.
Can you just slowly take us into hell? So, like the people watching this, they want to, you know, hear you going in, the prisoners looking at you, the sounds, the smells, everything you can think of to describe.
Okay, so the first place that we get taken to is like a remand centre, their version of a remand centre.
Yeah.
Prior to going into the main prison, and it was like a 3-story building. So we get driven through Quito, up through the old town to this. What do I call it? I forgot what I was saying. What's it called? A remand centre.
Remand centre. A centre for unsentenced prisoners.
Yeah. So you get taken to this remand centre, which is right next to the main prison. And it's like a 3-story building. And at the bottom floor of it is just open, basically, with wrought iron bars. And the people in there were obviously like the worst of the worst. And the prison guard was joking, going, oh, we're going to put you in there. And there's people in there with knives, with machetes, going like this, arms coming out through the bars, trying to grab you. And I was like, fuck, going in there.
Are they like a ragtag bunch?
Yeah,
or a
real
bunch?
Ragtag, like street criminals, just murderers, and just, I mean, like Pirates of the Caribbean scenario. You know, just all scary. So luckily we got taken up to the 3rd floor, which is like traffickers, you know, people with money, blah, blah, blah. Money talks in this country.
Yeah.
And so go into the with this group of Arabs, because we got transferred at the same time. My girlfriend has obviously gone to the women's prison, so we've been split up, which was quite, traumatic seeing her go, because no one was going to see her again, and not knowing what she was going to be going into herself, and particularly because she hadn't been into prison. I knew this was her first experience of prison. I had no idea of what the fuck was going on. That was what was worrying me more than anything. It was what was happening to her, really, and what I could do about it. So whilst in Interpol, I'd actually taken on a lawyer that the Arabs were using, because the embassy had brought in their list of lawyers, and I'd picked one out, and these guys had come in all dressed in fancy suits, expensive rings, and asked me for a retainer of like $300,000 or something, and we can get you 4 years, and it will cost you $500,000. I was like, are you mad? I can get a lesser sentence in an English prison for no money. Well, you know what I'm saying. Anyway. So anyway, I take on this lawyer that they put me in touch with, who seemed pretty good, local woman. So she, not only does she help with the case, but she also smooths things out, our transition into the prison. So she goes along to the prison guards and, pays a few bribes, and we spend about a week in the remand centre, and then gets taken straight into the main prison, into the wing for foreigners. This is in Quito, where they had a wing sort of pretty much dedicated just for foreigners, which was not too bad, actually. The prison was laid out like a Victorian prison in England, very similar to the one that I was in Gloucester, with a centre and the wings coming out, radiating out like the spokes of a wheel, bicycle wheel. And there was the foreigners wing, a wing mainly for Ecuadorians, and a wing for Colombians and Ecuadorians, which they oversaw their own wings and we oversaw ours, kind of. So, first day there was okay. Get brought in, meet a few of the English guys in there pretty quickly. Guy from Manchester, Lee. That's right. We go on to. We didn't go into the foreigners' wing first of all. We went into another wing first, where I met Lee, and spent a couple of nights there. Not very long, in like a holding cell. Probably about not even as big as this studio. About 40 of us in there, having to take it in shifts to sleep because there was no floor room. It was terrible. So, having gone through that, we get taken into this wing for foreigners, and where did I? Oh yeah, I ended up in a cell with a French and German guy. Quickly learned that I can buy my own cell, but
what was the cell cost?
£2,000,
£2,000,
more or less, give or take, depending on the condition and what was in it. You could have TVs in there, DVD player, fridge, whatever you want. Satellite TV.
Did someone take you on a tour of the available cells?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, at that time, the prison was overcrowded, so there weren't any really. So you had to sort of wait for one to come up. You'd have like a little contract, owner of the cell, and when the cell was sold or transferred, you'd have to go to the informal boss of the wing, the caporal, and say, "Look, I want to buy this cell." He'd witness it. It was like a little contract.
Yeah.
Funny retail,
underground economy.
Yeah, property empire.
So the boss then, was he part of a gang?
He was one of the Arabs, actually. He was the Syrian guy. When I first went in, it was an Egyptian, but quickly became this Syrian. They were all connected anyway. So again, that was helpful because I was friends with his friend. So the arrival into Quito wasn't too bad, to be honest.
Wasn't too bad so far. So you get your cell then. You're in the foreign wing. Are the locals coming into the foreign wing? Are they interacting with you?
Yeah, a little bit. Not massively. After a few months, I've become quite friendly with a little group of Colombians. Met this American guy called Aaron, if you see this, who introduced me to his little group of Colombian guys, who I'm still very friendly with to this day. Spoke to one of them yesterday.
Yeah.
And they kind of had our back, so to speak.
Yeah.
Had a couple of weapons, handguns, whatnot. So
the prisoners had weapons, handguns.
Oh yeah, machetes. I mean, everyone had knives, machetes.
Did you feel the need to arm yourself?
After a while, yeah. I mean, I not always carried a knife, but I always had a knife fairly handy.
Yeah.
I did have a handgun later on when I was there, because we ended up sort of running a few things on the wing.
Yeah.
Just to generate money, really, and not cut into the money that we had saved back in Britain, or I had saved back in Britain.
What is the gang structure in the locals?
Like I say, the Ecuadorians tended to stick to their wing, the Colombians to their wing, and us to our wing. So I formed a little European gang I called Eurobanda as a joke, because like the Spanish word for gang is banda. Well, yeah, band. So I got a couple of Russians, some English guys, a whole bunch of us, and just about 20 or 30 of us strong. Yeah. And then these Colombians as backup. So we started bringing in our own coke, selling coke on the wing to the foreigners. I ended up buying 3 or 4 cells, renting some of the cells out. Doing whatever business I could in there, basically.
So you're a landlord and you're a cocaine kingpin and you've got weapons and you've got an army. Did you have enforcers?
Yeah, as well. They were the Colombians as well.
Yeah.
Any drug debts, we'd send the Colombians.
Really? Were the Russians quite tough?
Yeah, generally, yeah. I had one of them living with me, Vladimir, who's in Israel now. So shout out to Vladimir if you see this. Yeah, and Boris as well. Good old Russian names.
All right, so far everything's going smoothly.
Yeah.
You got your little business, you're making some money on the side. Is it the coke? Do the guards bring that in? Do you have to pay them off?
It was a bit different there because the guards. I mean, having spent time in an English prison where it's the guards, you don't talk to them. It's them and us. Going into a prison in South America where it's the opposite. The guards are almost part of the whole melee. Yeah. So they're all getting paid, all getting bribed. I mean, on a Sunday, which was like the collection day, all debts had to be sort of paid up. You'd pay your debt at the shop or at a restaurant, because there were shops and restaurants in there. So they'd all come around collecting their little chitty or whatever. And the guards would do the same. So on a Sunday, I'd have a row of guards outside my cell, all collecting like $5, $2, $3, depending on what for. You'd have to pay them off to turn a blind eye to the fact you had a phone, the fact you had a gun, you were dealing coke, stuff like that. Just keep them sweet, really.
So this is the real world. America pays these countries billions every year to fight the war on drugs. And they end up flying around in the helicopters, showing off to the girlfriends, these politicians and these police chiefs. And the guards and the police are the ones running the drugs at the ground level.
Yeah, basically.
It's absolute madness. All right, so C Wing, Garcia Moreno Prison. That's where we're at now?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. The next chapter headline is then Just Another Day in Paradise and Whiskey Galore. You got some stories from those chapters?
That was probably when we were, because we were. That's probably when we were bringing in the alcohol as well.
Yeah.
Every other week, but visits were all day Wednesday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday. So you could have your family, your girlfriend, wife, friends, whoever into the wing, into your cell. So you think that's nearly half the time you're in prison, you've got your family in there.
Could you have your actual girlfriend from the other side that the women's prison moved into yours?
No, because that was
a shame.
There was they did do a thing like that, but I managed to get them out before that became a question. But I think once a month they used to bring the female prisoners to see their boyfriends or husbands into the men's prison.
Yeah,
and they could come into your cell, spend the day in the cell with you having sex and all the rest of it, usual stuff. But they did a thing where every other week on a Saturday you could have any female stay in your cell overnight. So they, like a conjugal visit.
Wow.
So you would kick out your cellmates, and they would sleep in the gym, and you'd have a party in your cell basically overnight.
Did they just do that out of respect because you had a woman in, or did you have to kick them down something?
Who?
Your cellmates to go and sleep in the gym?
Oh, no. Because, I mean, if you owned the cell, you could do what you wanted, basically.
Okay, you're the owner.
Yeah. You know, if you really to have those privileges, you could either rent a cell, which is why I started buying cells to rent out for these things.
Yeah.
Or you'd buy your own.
Yeah. All right, so the whiskey thing didn't pan out.
No, I mean, we were making money bringing whiskey in as well.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's referring to those party days, because everyone would just have a massive party.
Yeah.
Whoever was kicked out of the cell would just all go and get completely shit-faced and drunk, loads of coke, end up fighting.
So the final heading then before your sentence is Nikki.
Yeah.
What's that chapter about? Can you talk
that's
about
my girlfriend. That's not a real name.
Okay.
But,
let's stick with the fake name.
Yeah.
So she's on remand. She must be going through all kinds of mental processes.
Yeah.
Where is she at mentally before your sentencing?
I mean, because I got her released before I get sentenced.
Okay, tell us about that.
Yeah. So basically, I'm trying to bribe people left, right, and centre, judges, police, whoever I can. Mainly to get her out, out of Ecuador.
Yeah.
So I managed to do that. I end up having to take the fall, basically, in order to get her released, and paid quite a substantial amount of money to the judges to make sure it happened.
Can you say how much that was?
25 grand.
Okay.
So got her out. And she came in to see me and I said, look, whatever you do not go back to Britain, because the British police are going to arrest you. Yeah. I know you're not involved, but they don't care. They're just going to do whatever they can to make, first, my life hell, and second, your life really fucking hell. I'd arranged for an apartment for her in Barcelona, and I said, look, you can go to Barcelona. My friends have got an apartment set up there for you. Bring your daughter over from England, because she had a teenage daughter at that time. Bring her over from England. Just stay in Spain and watch what happens with the case from a distance. At least you're free. You can do what you want. And if it goes Pete Tong, pear-shaped, you don't have to go back. Hopefully. And you won't be going to prison. But she went back to England, and after a few months got arrested in England, and I, by that point, had been sentenced to 12 years. They requested 25 years. Basically, the British police contacted the Ecuadorians, came over a couple of times, threatened to extradite me back to Britain, said if I got less than 10 years or served less than 6, that I would, first of all, complete the sentence there and then be resentenced when I was returned to Britain to 20 to 25 in Britain. That's what they were going to start it at. Which is one thing that worried me all the way through the entire time in prison, because I got sentenced to 12, and that was for 7.8 kilograms of cocaine that they found in Ecuador, but not for the 85 kilograms in Britain and 4 million quid or whatever it was. I didn't know whether or not, when I got back to Britain, however I ended up back here, whether or not I was going to get resentenced to 20 to 25 years. Right up until the day that I walked out of Wandsworth, I thought I was going to get gate arrested.
Oh man, that is the worst.
So I went through 10 years of absolute torment and fear, thinking I'm going to get stuffed when I walk out.
The worst
and
part.
Not one point did they say, no, we'll accept the time that you've done. We can see how hard it's been. Nothing like that. At no point did they say, yeah, fair's fair.
The worst part of being a prisoner is on remand. I was on 26 months, and just the uncertainty was like every month. Getting sentenced to 9.5 years is one of the happiest days of my life, because I knew when I was going to get out. But then to have that life sentence hanging over you for 10 years.
Yeah. And also in Ecuador, the problem is, even though I was sentenced to 12, that didn't mean I was going to get out necessarily after 12, or even 10, or even whatever. Because, I mean, I know people there at the moment in prison who have gone beyond the amount of time they're supposed to be in prison, and because they don't have money to get out, they haven't been able to pay the lawyers, pay the judge to get the forms signed to get out. So they're still in prison.
So for 26 months, my mind was just playing tricks on me, thinking, you're facing a big sentence, you might never get out.
Yeah.
For 10 years to have that, how did you adjust mentally? Were you able to start blocking it out, or did it just keep coming back in?
That was always there.
It was always there, gnawing away.
I mean, part of me, every year, I remember I was ringing my family, girlfriend, whoever I was with at that time, but mainly family. I'd be ringing them up saying, look, I'm going to be out in 6 months or a year, which I thought I was going to be.
Yeah.
Because I was paying all these bribes off and all the rest of it. And it just wasn't happening. And every time I got near to getting out, something would go wrong. The police would come over. They'd make sure I didn't get out, block it. And after 5 years, or 5.5 years, I applied for this new system that they just started then, this like 50% remission thing. Like in England, you do half your sentence. If the sentence is under 10 years, you do half.
Yeah.
So it was a similar sort of system out there for good behaviour. The problem was, because the system had only just started then, there was no record of good behaviour or having done courses, because there weren't any courses. So there wasn't any evidence to support it. So when the file went in, my name must have been flagged up because of having tried to escape out of Quito.
Yeah.
And they gave me 9% remission on a 12-year sentence, which meant in total that I had to do 11 years out of a 12-year sentence.
They just really had it in for you.
And so at 5.5 years, I thought, oh, great, I'm going to be out in a few months, do half my sentence, I'm out. Woohoo! When that news came through, my mother, in the meantime, had died at this time. And in some ways, I was glad that she had, because I think when I had to phone her up and tell her that, no, I'm not coming home, I've got to do another 5 or 6 years, that would have killed her.
Yeah.
That year was really bad, actually. Found my best mate hanging in a cell just down from me.
All right.
This is a little bit further on.
Slow down a bit then.
Yeah.
Look, I'm curious about the logistics of bribing a judge to let someone out the country. So you said it was 25 grand. What is to stop the judge from saying, all right, I've got you 25 grand, something's happened, send me another 25?
That was what started happening.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. Not so much with my girlfriend, because that was kind of cut and dry.
Yeah.
But when it came to me, I think because of the amount of pressure from the British police and the British government, maybe, the judges were a bit standoffish and a bit worried about doing anything, because they knew that if I suddenly got a sentence of less than 10 years or whatever, the alarm bells are going to start going off. Yeah. And I remember having to say to my lawyer, tell the judge, please don't sentence me to less than 10 years. Yeah. Even though I'm paying all this money, I can't have a sentence less than 10 years, because if I do, I'm going to get really shafted.
How much did the judge siphon off you?
In total, I spent over 100, with the 25 grand getting Nicky out. I spent over £125,000, not dollars, and it was like 2 to 1 at that point.
So going to your sentencing hearing then, did you have a range of expectations that could come down?
No, I mean, we by that point, we knew pretty much I was going to get 12. It was pretty much, it was...
So 12 with a certain percent and your back time, how much would you actually have to serve?
Back time, how do you mean?
So like you've been on sentence, do you get credit for that?
Oh, right, yeah, remand time. I mean, it was just 1 day out there, basically.
Yeah.
At the time I got sentenced, like I say, there was no remission.
Okay.
So it was all being talked about, and it did come in afterwards. But at that time, I mean, when they asked for me to be sentenced to 25 years, I was actually, if I had been sentenced to 25 years and gone through the system as it was, I would have done 23 years out there.
Yeah, Jesus. All right, describe your sentencing hearing then.
So get taken on a prison transport coach bus thing with a load of other people to like a I suppose 5 or 6 story building in the centre of Quito, which was the courts. It's really weird because it was like like in the British courtroom, it's all sort of one level, isn't it? You don't really have them high rises. And I think the courtroom is on the 3rd or 4th floor, so you go up in a lift. It's really weird. And very informal, a bit like this, sat at a table with 3 judges. and I'm sat that side, and
you speaking Spanish by this point?
A little bit, not much. Had a translator there from the embassy, who I had to pay for. So, just run through all the. I mean, it's pretty quick, just in and out. I tried to say that there was a British, a Colombian informant involved. Named him in court, said that it was all down to him. It was his fault. Tried to put the blame back on him. Basically, I did that because I wanted that to help the people back in England who hadn't been sentenced yet. I wanted to out the informant and give them a way out. Yeah. Because as far as I'm concerned, the end of world rule is that if you if you put it on an informant, that's not being aggressive. That's the rule that we stick by.
Good karma to save those other people. Yeah. So just to give people an idea, then you're throwing these tens of thousands around to try and grease the system. How poor were people in that country at that point in time? Like, what was the average income and things like that?
Say, for example, a doctor would have been on $1,000 a month.
$1,000 a month.
Doctor's wage. Prison guard.
Is that $1,000 American dollars?
Yeah. Ecuador was Americanized, dollarized system. So prison guard would be on about $400 a month. $400 or $500 a month. So you can see why they're open to bribery.
There's a lot of poverty.
I mean, we could get the coke was like $4 or $5 a gram. Bringing an ounce, I could work it out. What's that? 5. Maths failing. Anyway, it's cheap. So you could pay a prison guard to bring it in. Pay him $100, $200. They bring you in a gun for $300.
Good grief.
Handgun, something like that.
Yeah, wow. So the good cops watching this then, that are like enforcing these drug laws, I hope it's making some of you question. Like, the black market just gets bigger every year, the violence gets bigger every year, and the unintended consequences, your girlfriend's in there and all this other stuff, and just wreaks havoc everywhere all over the world. Okay, so you're leaving the court now. How do you feel?
Kind of like you, kind of relieved that, all that weight's over. At least I know what I've got now. The plan was then to let things calm down a bit, so there wasn't so much attention around me from the British police and the media and whatnot. Let that all chill out, and then come back after a year or six months to a year, make an appeal, pay, and get the sentence brought down from 12 to either 8 or 6.
Yeah,
and not hopefully let the British police know about this, because it was on appeal.
Yeah,
and then do half and get out after 3, something like that. Anyway.
Yeah.
But no, none of that ever happened. None of it just didn't happen. Didn't transpire. So I then started trying to think of other ways to get out.
Yeah.
I.e. escape. I mean, it's always on your mind anyway. It is though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, who likes to be locked up in a prison where all your freedoms are taken away and you're at risk of ending up dead every day? I mean, the violence in there was so commonplace. So your stomach.
Can you start to describe some of the things you saw in incidences of violence?
Yeah, I mean, one of the worst that I saw in Quito was when they killed an informant, a guy called Ray. They brought in what they call a come muerto, which it means in Spanish, translated into English means eat the dead, come muerto. And they would be life sentence prisoners who were in for murder or just horrible shit. And they would draft them in. They would pay the guards to bring one of them in, give them a gun, just point them and say kill him or kill them or whoever, and that would be their job. They'd kill them, then they'd get taken back out to the wing that they were on originally.
Did you just see the aftermath of that, or did you witness people getting executed?
So on this day, it was a visit day. I think it was either Saturday or Sunday, and there were families in there, kids running around, women, people's parents, stuff like that. And my Russian mate Vladimir came running up to my cell and said, "God, you got to come and see this. They're killing that informant Ray on D wing, the Colombian wing." So I go over there, get there, and there's just a group of people, and you can see the blood starting to spread out all over the ground because it's on the ground floor. And this guy's just getting butchered. This life sentence prisoner is just repeatedly stabbing him. The guy's crumpled up on the floor, and he's not dying, and he's trying to talk and he's trying to call for help, and no one's helping him. The guards just standing back, letting it happen because they've been paid off. And it took the guy half an hour to die. The guy doing the killing stopped halfway through, went, sat in his cell, smoked some crack, got nice and high, came back out and carried on again.
Holy shit!
Yeah, and there's kids running through the blood and women and people just stood. It was just so fucked up that no one is helping him. And you think that could be you. That was the scariest thing in the prison, was the fact that you had nowhere to turn to. That's why I got this little group of foreigners together as some sort of backup. Because generally the foreigners out there used to get extorted or picked upon because generally they didn't have any backup or they didn't have anyone around them. So I formed this pretty tight group with the Colombians so that, people wouldn't fuck with us.
How do you deal with that psychologically, seeing something so hardcore?
I mean, that wasn't the first time that I'd seen pretty full-on violence. I mean, I
was it all in the prison? All in the prison, you mean?
No. I mean, I've seen stuff outside the prison as well.
Yeah.
But that was pretty extreme. Mm-hmm. And it was just the fact that knowing that if you got into a problem in there was nowhere to run to, no one to go to, no one to talk to. Luckily, like I said, we got this group of people together so that we had some sort of backup. But you couldn't go to the guards, you couldn't go to the authorities because they would just throw you back to the lions, basically.
So no matter what kind of back you have and what kind of group you form, there's always people who want to try and test you.
Yeah.
Did you get any situations?
In Quito, not.
Did you move prison after you were sentenced then, or you stayed?
No. I mean, I would have stayed in Quito the entire time if I hadn't have tried to escape from the place.
Yeah. So run us through the escape attempt first.
Yeah, so we're hatching up all these different ways of trying to escape out of the place, and there'd been quite a few successful escapes out of there via tunnels. The prison was on the slopes of a volcano, the Pinchincha volcano, in the old town of Quito. So underneath the prison was pretty, easy to dig out.
Yeah,
and there was a rabbit warren of tunnels down there already. It used to be a running joke that if you opened up one tunnel, you'd probably come across three others anyway, half finished or half dug. So it was basically in conjunction with the Colombians, we decided to buy a cell on B wing, the Ecuadorians wing, because say this is the wing, the outside wall ran along here. There's a big exercise yard here. And we bought a cell right at the end, next to the outer wall.
Yeah.
So the plan was to dig under the exercise yard, which was tarmac, follow the line of the wall underneath the exterior wall, and then pop up here. Basically, this was mountains here around the edge of the prison, and go. So we started digging the tunnel, and unfortunately, someone spoke. Word got out. And I think the guards had clicked that I was trying to escape by that point anyway. We also talked about doing a helicopter lift off the roof because these Colombians were part of FARC.
Yeah. Do you want to explain to people who FARC is, the guerrillas?
The guerrillas, Colombian guerrillas fighting for freedom in Colombia, I suppose. And a lot of cocaine.
Yeah, left versus right in Colombia. They all ended up getting financed through cocaine because of drug laws.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So the plan with them was to get some people around. Well, there were two plans. One was a helicopter lift, which was too expensive, and the second was to blow the wall of this exercise yard with an RPG from outside, with covering fire to take out the gun turrets here and here. Yeah, I like the sound of that one as well. Yeah. And that was going to be a mass escape, and that was the one because when I got transferred, the guard said, "Oh, you've been blamed for fuga massiva or attempted fuga massiva, which is like massive escape of something like 30 people." I was like, "Really?" Don't know who that was. So get pretty much ghosted out of Quito down to Guayaquil, and this prison in Guayaquil, what's it called? The Penitentiary Litoral de Guayaquil.
Okay.
This huge monster of a prison, 8,000 prisoners, 26 wings, just this behemoth of a prison in this port city, Guayaquil, renowned as being completely gang controlled. Two major gangs at war with each other, the Cubanos at the time and the Russos. The prison was pretty much evenly divided between the two of them. There was a borderline which you couldn't cross. If you did, you're not coming back, or if you do, you're going to get interrogated by the gang.
Could you tell us a little bit about the gangs, how they came about, the history?
I think in Ecuador there's always been gangs, but generally how they start out there is it seems to be that there will be a feud between two families. Someone will get killed from one family by a member of the other, and then it starts escalating into tit-for-tat killings, and then it's contract killings, and then they start financing it with drug trafficking and organised crime, bank robberies, robbery, extortion, theft. And before you know it, you've got a bloody great gang, thousands of members, that are infiltrated not only in the prison but into the cities, and they're controlling huge swathes of the country.
Because I imagine they can go to a guard's house and just kill a guard.
Well, the thing is, a lot of them are grown up in the same barrios, the same areas as the guards. So they've either been at school with them or they know their families.
Yeah.
So the guards will not stand against them at all. I mean, right now the strongest gang in Ecuador is the Choneros, and I was actually in prison with their leader, a guy called Jota Eli or Rasquina. He was on the same wing as me, and him and his brother, who I became very friendly with, and went through a gunfight with them, gun battle. I'll tell you about that later.
Wow. All right, first day then at this new prison.
Yeah, so I go on this long journey down through the Andes. Was
that beautiful, that journey?
It was nice to be out of the prison, and it was quite nice because we set off in the afternoon, and it took a good, I can't remember how many hours, but maybe 12, 14 hours. Stopped along the way and went right up into the Andes. So that was my first experience of nighttime for a few years by that point.
Did your relationships with the locals carry forward into your new prison, or were you a stranger?
Yeah, because some of the main gang leaders, because some of the main gang leaders from Guayaquil had been transferred to Quito as punishment. I'd got to know a couple of them. They had then been returned to Guayaquil, so when I ended up being transferred there, they were already back in the prison there. And my friends in Quito phoned ahead and said, "Look, Pete's on the way down. Make sure he's looked after when he gets there."
Yeah.
So I was received by, I think it was the morning of the second day there, about 50 or it was at least 50 of them.
Really?
Gang members came out, the boss of the gang, all with handguns, all in brand new sports gear, handguns, phones, came out. Guards just let them walk straight out of the prison to where I was being held at the gate. Came and got me and said,
Gringo!
Gringo, you're here. Woo! Here, take the phone, talk to your friends in Quito, just let them know you're all right. We're going to look after you. And I was like, they're either going to look after me or they're going to really extort me. Yeah. Because I wasn't quite sure what politics was going on because I had sort of taken over the foreigners wing in Quito and it was generating a lot of money. Money is always a contentious point in the prison because the gangs or the people that want it will do all sorts of shit to try and take that away from you.
Of course.
So I'd sort of fallen out with the Syrian that I mentioned earlier.
Why?
Because I was taking over the wing. I was controlling the cocaine trade in there, the alcohol, stuff like that. And of course, him being Muslim, he didn't like alcohol anyway. And I painted a great big Union Jack on the back of my prison door. So that was right in his face. And he just didn't like me. So there was all these rumours that he had been responsible for me being transferred out of there. And also I was hearing rumours that it was because of me trying to escape and the British police and, all sorts of stories floating around. I didn't know quite what was true. And also being a bit worried that I'm about to get really heavily extorted or possibly just disappeared in this prison and killed.
Yeah. So even though you had a good reception, it's in the back of your mind that this could be an illusion.
Yeah. So I get taken into this huge just prison. I mean, the main corridor that separated the wings ran down. It was a long corridor, a mile, either a kilometre or a mile long. This corridor was, and the wings coming off it like this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you couldn't see from one end to the other. The police used to ride up and down it on motorbikes with machine guns on.
Jesus,
So that's insane. So I get taken in, and we actually went into about the second wing in, and then on the left, and that became home.
what was the living quarters like for you?
I get put in a cell straight away with one of the main. Well, he was the main. He controlled the drugs for the gang in the whole prison. So he had rucksacks full of drugs in the cell with us. You could smell it from outside the cell. And that was a little bit nerve-wracking, but also kind of reassuring because I knew I was pretty safe. But also nerve-wracking because if the police came in to do a search, it was like, well, what's the gringo doing in the cell with all the drugs?
Yeah.
And he's already in for loads of drugs anyway.
Did he have a gun in there as well?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, all the gang members had guns.
Yeah.
So spent a few months living with him. It was pretty cool.
What was he like interacting with?
He was a pretty chilled out guy. He didn't, they were pretty strict about their members didn't take the drugs. They, might smoke weed, but that was it. They didn't do coke or they didn't have crack at that time. It was this stuff called Bassi, which is like a derivative. Or heroin, either. Yeah. That was like a big no-no, really frowned upon in there. So, yeah, it was the main drugs that they sold at that time were cocaine, weed, and this Polvo Bassi stuff.
What's your relationship like with your girlfriend at this point?
She's now back in England. I mean, this is after.
So she went back to England, got arrested.
She's now in prison at this point. She got sentenced to 13 years. They ended up sentencing her to 13 years. Fabricated evidence against her, said that she'd been bringing drugs in for me, which she hadn't ever.
Is that because she wouldn't cooperate?
She went not guilty.
She went not guilty and she refused to cooperate.
Yeah. So
she's got balls then, hasn't she?
Yeah, and unfortunately they really, they completely stitched her up.
Could you communicate with her by mail?
No.
Prisoners.
I mean, she cut me off as well.
Oh, did she?
I contacted her before she got remanded or sentenced, and I said, look, put your legal team in contact with me. I mean, they must have been shit.
Yeah.
To have allowed us to get sentenced to 13 years in prison and to allow the British police to introduce evidence that was clearly fabricated into the case. It's just like, how did that happen?
She was on the conveyor belt for the legal vampires. That's just another shakedown on the taxpayers, all that money, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That. Very sad.
So you're going in, you're single, you're living with the gang boss, his cell's piled up with drugs and weapons.
Yeah.
And you're getting along with this guy.
Right, he was the boss of the drugs, so they not the main boss.
Not the main boss.
Each wing had a boss. He happened to be the main boss for the drugs.
Yeah.
But then there were other bosses for other things like extortion and prostitution. I mean, everything.
Yeah.
I mean, they taxed the bottles of Coca-Cola coming into the prison. They put 10 cents on each bottle. I mean, they were making hundreds of thousands of dollars a week just on things like that.
Wow.
Massive. I mean, 8,000 people in the prison.
Yeah.
That's prisoners, let alone when all the visits come in at the weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, that tripled in size.
So does that money then end up on the streets, going to the gang infrastructure, building up, buying weapons and stuff, bribes? All right, so you're in this prison now. You're single. Things are going okay in that cell. What were the first problems you encountered?
I started falling out a little bit with the boss of that wing because he was a bit of a dick. Olea, he's dead now as well.
Was that a natural death?
No, he got killed, shot.
Is that later on in your story?
I don't know if I mentioned that actually because he got released and shot like the second day out of the prison.
Oh wow!
Because he just pissed so many people off and tortured that many people in the prison. He was just a little shit. So to appease him, I decided to buy a cell, and I wanted to buy a cell anyway. Yeah. But down in Guayaquil, it was a little bit different. Whereas in Quito, if you bought a cell, you would retain it and you could sell it there. When it came time to leave, it reverted back to the gang. The gang sold the cells.
I see.
So I bought a cell for like $1,500, which was pretty much empty.
Yeah.
Didn't need much stuff, just kitted out with some furniture and TV and aircon unit and whatnot. so that kind of shut him up.
So that money's gone. You're not going to get that cell back.
Exactly.
The previous cell, then, did you get your money back for that one?
No, lost all that money in Quito because I owned 4 cells. Lost in the transfer, lost about 20 grand, 25 grand. Because I... Do you need to stop?
So keep going. We've got 3 cameras, but one just went down.
Yeah, lost that money because I basically tried to get an English guy to sell the cells for me up there.
Yeah.
He sold them, used the money to get himself out of prison. Raymond, if you're listening, hopefully not. I think he's dead now, but...
What a sneak.
Yeah, from London as well.
Yeah.
Little shit. So, yeah. Couldn't really do any business in the prison in Guayaquil because it was all controlled by the gang and they wouldn't allow foreigners to do anything.
So you can't get your hustle on?
No, I did eventually. It just took a little bit longer.
Yeah. This cell that you moved into, what was that like?
It's fairly basic. I mean, you didn't really need much there because it was a lot warmer than Quito. So, I was living on my own, paid the gang, said, look, I want to live on my own, don't want anyone living with me. It's much better. No hassle, do what you want then. Quite a bit bigger than the ones in Quito. There was a big window. I think the cells were probably built for like 4 people probably originally. But there was a big open window, just wrought iron bars, looking out onto an exercise yard. Built a mezzanine level. So like had a bed at a mezzanine level, a dining area downstairs. TV, whatnot, stuff like that.
How are you getting your food in?
There, basically got a hold. I think one of the other prisoners introduced me to a woman there who worked for a church, and she would bring in shopping for you, money. So I'd have money transferred to her. Her name was Mercedes. So I still have very good friends with her. So yeah, you have your Western Union transfer to her, tell her what you wanted in the way of shopping. She'd bring in 4 or 5 bags of shopping every week.
Wow. Living
pretty well.
Did the romance blossom with her, or did you take
no, she was like a older person, like a second mother to me.
Did you take advantage of the conjugal visit system?
In Guayaquil it wasn't really, it was a bit different to Quito. They didn't have that thing where your girlfriend could stay over every night, every other week, sorry, on a Saturday. Cat hair flowing in front of my face. But a girl from Manchester that I'd met in Quito and become very friendly with, she came back to Ecuador. I can't remember why. I think she was in the Caribbean, but flew down to Ecuador to see me anyway, and stayed for a few nights in the prison with me, which is really cool.
That is absolutely cool. There's 2 things people look forward to the most in prison. Two of the things are visits and mail. It's like gold. So if you've got people out there in prison around the world, at least drop them a letter. Yeah, it's the highlight of the day, isn't it? What was? How did they do mail call out there?
There was no mail call. So we didn't have that option either.
Really?
I mean, you could have letters sent, but they would have to go via the embassy.
Yeah.
And by that point, the embassy were only coming in once every 6 months.
Okay.
So mail was the prison had no mail system.
So if the embassy bring it in, is it protected under the umbrella of legal mail then, perhaps diplomatic mail?
I think they did used to open it, if I can remember correctly.
The embassy opened it, or the prison?
Yeah, the embassy and then the prison probably.
Okay, so there were the security checks.
I can't actually remember.
Yeah.
Not sure.
All right, so what challenges started to arise then in this new cell?
It was going kind of okay. And then this other gang, the Choneros that I mentioned just now, this was their sort of christening into the Ecuadorian prison system, I suppose. At that point, they weren't huge. But they about 15 of them came into the prison and into the wing that I was on, including their boss and his brother, who I became very friendly with. Quite different to the people that were already running the prison. The gang that were running the prison at the time, the Cubanos, were kind of more like street thugs and more street level crime. Whereas the Choneros, when they came in, they were more contract killing, slightly better educated, easier to get on with. And yeah, I got with them quite well, actually. But it created tension on the wing because the Cubanos thought that these guys were going to take over the prison, which they were starting to very quickly, actually, because they were a lot heavier, a lot stronger. So they hatched a plot to kill them. Brought in a group of guys, about 10 or 15 of them, brought them into the wing, killers. And one night in October, about 9:30 at night, I'm cooking some food in the cell with a German friend, another Pieter. And we started to sense that something was wrong on the wing. We could see little groups of people like having hushed conversations and weird movements, and not many people out on the wing. Bearing in mind the cell doors were open 24 hours a day there. Never locked out. Unless you lock yourself in the cell. Yeah. So I'm trying to work it out. One of the gang members from the Chorneros, who was living next door to the boss of that gang, asked me for a plate of food. I said, okay, no problem. When I got the plate, came back, I'm cooking the food, get it ready, spaghetti bolognese. And I take it down to him. As I take it down to him, there's another group from the Cubanos waiting at the entrance to the wing, ready to kick off. And I wasn't really aware of all this. So I knock on the guy's door, and they use this as an excuse to start the gunfight. One of them comes up behind me, and over my right shoulder shoots the guy that I'm giving the plate of food to straight in the face, deafens me. And I'm just like, what the fuck? And run back to my cell. I mean, the guy's, he's fucked, dead. Run back to my cell, dive through the door, slam the door shut. The German guy proceeds to open the door again, sticks his head out to see what's going on. I'm like, Pieter, what the fuck are you doing? Pull him back in, and that starts a 2-hour-long gun battle on the wing between these two rival gangs. 2 or 3 people end up dead, 10 or 11 injured, hand grenades going off. And the police...
Hand grenades going off.
Yeah, hand grenades. An Uzi got discharged. Yeah, it was scary because by that point as well, I had ended up getting in with the Chorneros, and they'd put me in charge of selling the coke for them. This is probably about 2 years into me being there. So 4 years into the sentence. So having that association with them has put a target on my back a bit. So I'm expecting the door to come through any time now, and someone to shoot me as well, because I'm literally living in front of the boss's. The cell in front of me is where the boss's brother's living, and I'm shouting to him whilst all this is going on, Carlos, are you right? And he's shooting out the top of his door, and there's bullets bouncing off ricocheting off the walls, and it was horrific. When it was all over, the police came in after 2 hours of all this mayhem. The police came in and started again, torturing everybody, got us all out, all on the ground, lying, face down on the concrete floor, just beating the hell out of everybody to find out what had gone on. Taking people in cells, discharging M16s up against their heads, drowning them, electrocuting them. I mean, it's just people screaming and crying. All these tough gang leaders are a bit, As soon as the police come in, they're in tears, crying, getting beaten, half killed. So that goes on for another 2 hours. So this is 4 hours of a sheer terror now. And at the end, after the police move out, the prison guards get us all together, and they basically executed one of the gang leaders in the exit way to the exercise yard was the width of a cell. So they got one of the gang leaders in there, and they'd execute him. They shot him twice in the stomach. And during the gunfight, we could hear him crying out for his family and saying, please don't shoot me, I've got family. And the other guys going, we've got your fucking leader, we're going to kill him now. And then after half an hour, the guy pleading not to be killed, they just went, fuck this, you know what, we're going to kill this guy. Just shot him in the head a couple of times, and that was that. But the amount of blood, the guy was quite big. The amount of blood covered about half the area. Say the width of the cell is like from here to here. It covered half of that. And they herded 130 of us into this space. So, from here to the end of the studio. 130 people crammed into there, standing in this guy's blood as a lesson. And then whipped us with a cat and nine tails coming out of there. Soaked a pair of my trainers in the guy's blood, which I had to throw away. Like, literally about that deep in blood. And the smell... That's what you don't forget. The smell of the blood, the iron oxidizing. It's just, ugh. It's that sweet, sickly, not nice. That was just one incident. That was one of the bad ones. But
I told you in the beginning this was going to get going. Crazy town. And that's just one incident. And we're at 2 hours right now. And I think that's a good point to pause it, because Pieter earlier said he would be willing to come back to do a part 2. My voice is a bit hokey with all these live streams right now.
I'm suffering as well.
So let us know in the comments if you would like Pieter to come back. Let us know in the comments questions you may have for him about what's happened so far and what's going to come next. We'll put them to him at the end, David McMillan style. Urge people to go down in the description box, check out his book. I don't know if he's going to do any socials before we get this up, but we will put those links down there. There's going to be the link to his Vice. There's going to be a link to his David McMillan interview. I think David's almost at 10k subs now, so please go down, subscribe to McMillan. He's doing brilliant stuff, and he's been on here, 11 episodes, some of them 3 hours long. He spent so much time with us.
He's done 11 episodes.
He's the most reoccurring guest.
Is he? Oh, I'll try and top him.
So, huge thank you to all the new subs. Subscription logos in the bottom right-hand corner. And a huge thank you to people who've gone down in the description box and clicked on our donation links and all our other playlists. UK Gangsters, True Crime, Epstein, Royal Family, everything. Hope you have enjoyed this one. Probably still in your lockdown right now if you're in the UK.
Yeah.
All right, Robert, give us a hug. Let's not break the mics. Cheers, man.
Great.
Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. Well done.
If you go beyond 3 or 4 years in prison here, you'll be lucky if you get out alive, because either you'll get ill, you'll crack mentally, or you're just going to end up dead anyway, because it's just so dangerous. When I was there, because you're in it and you're in the situation, and it's a daily occurrence, people getting shot, dismembered, burned, I mean, every form of killing that you can think of, hung, drowned, poisoned, I mean, everything. I mean, I stopped counting the number of people that I know that have either been killed or died. It's way over 100. And this is like almost daily, so, in the back of your mind, every day you're thinking, is it going to be me tomorrow or today? And on December 28th, he was shot dead, taken out by a Colombian hitman on behalf of one of the other gangs, or there was some talk of a Mexican cartel being involved. People don't believe you. They go, that can't be true.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen. You were in prison. People don't have guns, machetes, explosives. And this is the problem, in like I said before, in these prisons, there's no escape. If you end up in trouble like he did, there's nowhere to go, there's nowhere to run. You can't go to the director, you can't go to the guards, you can't go to your embassy. And just the fact that I wasn't going to get killed or end up dead was just nice.
Wow, this has got to be some of the craziest, most dangerous shit I've ever heard in my life. I'm speechless. I've just watched videos. I told Pete that I'm not a morning person. I was a bit sleepy. And he showed me videos of what's just happened in the prison where he's at.
That I was in.
in the first 5 minutes of YouTube, you're not supposed to get too graphic. So how can I phrase this? Heads getting cut off, beating hearts in people's hands.
Dismembered bodies.
Dismembered bodies. And these were people you knew.
2 of my friends have been beheaded. 2 of the guys I was on the same wing as. One whose name is Marino. So R.I.P. Marino. Was beheaded in Ecuador. In Ecuador in the prison. On Tuesday, that was the 23rd of, what were we on? February. Yeah, in the prison riots that have just happened in Ecuador. Big riots in 4 of the prisons in the prison that I was in Guayaquil, in Cuenca, Cuenca, Latacunga, and one other. 80 dead in total. And it's ongoing. Struggle for control of the prison between rival gangs, the Choneros, Los Lobos, and a few others I've forgotten the names of.
And in these videos, they were saying one was a snitch that they just massacred.
I'm sure quite a few police informants that were in the prison got taken out in this most recent massacre.
So,
for sure.
Do they house the police informants in separate areas?
No.
And then when there's a riot, they get into that area. Is that how it works?
No, in the prison in Ecuador, I mean, I know you did time in the States.
Yeah.
And it was like, there, I'm sure informants and whatnot would be on a separate wing, as in Britain, they're on the numbers or the rule. Well, I can't remember what rule 34 was it?
The numbers they call it in this country,
in England, anyway. With the sex offenders and all the rest of the people that shouldn't be on the main population or in the main population. Whereas in Ecuador, it's all kind of mixed in and mishmashed together.
Including sex offenders.
Yeah, including sex offenders. Sometimes they would get singled out, but normally they get killed.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, generally it's all sort of mixed mashed in together. It was quite weird for me because having been in prison in England and having that them and us sort of mentality, to then seeing rapists on the wing with us who, had done pretty awful things.
But then when it kicks off into a riot situation, they clean house.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything quite like that before in my life.
It's like a butcher's shop on a Friday.
It wasn't Wasn't it? I mean, we can't even show this stuff. It would shut a YouTube channel down. This stuff is so horrific. It was like watching Saw movie.
Yeah, but for real.
Yeah.
Horrendous.
What did you guys think of it?
It was disturbing, isn't it?
Yeah.
To say the least.
My goodness. All right, so welcome to Pieter. And he has a book out, which is really harrowing. Not just from the graphic stuff of the gangs, but also I was just horrified by the lack of medical treatment, the medical treatment that Pieter still, the medical condition Pieter still suffers to this day as a consequence of what he went through. And in some of these prisons, if you don't have money, you don't get treated. That's why like charities like Prisoners Abroad do really good work.
A little bit.
They pay for people to have medicine that they just wouldn't get and they would die. If they're a UK citizen overseas, that's who they support. So please support Prisoners Abroad and the Curse Trust. They're great people.
Definitely.
So chronologically then, we were going through your story.
Yeah.
Pieter's links will be in the description box as well. His Vice videos got 3+ million views. And do you like people to contact you through Facebook or anything like that?
Yeah, they can do. Yeah.
Okay, we'll put all that down there. And the link for the book on Amazon as well. It's an absolutely brilliant read.
Thanks.
I left a 5-star review for it on Amazon.
Did you?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah. So, last time we left off, right, you took us through your entire journey.
Most of it.
Of how you got into this cocaine business, in and out prison in the UK. Started out as a party person, but then you made some quite heavy contacts. And you actually made news headlines in the UK, just to recap.
Yeah.
There was a lab, wasn't there, up in Scotland? What was that about?
The lab got taken out in Edinburgh with a couple of Colombians in there who were allegedly extracting cocaine from a tent that we had allegedly brought into the country. Where did I finish off last time?
Finished off last time, there was like a riot situation, there was like a warfare.
Well, there was the gunfight
The gunfight
in Ecuador.
Yeah.
Shall I finish with that?
Yeah, let's keep going with that.
All right. So yeah, when we last finished off here, I was talking about a gunfight that had happened on my wing between the gang, the Choneros, and the Cubanos, who were the two main gangs in the prison at the time, rival gangs. And they were trying to get to the boss of the Choneros, who was called JL, or Jota Eli, Jose Luis Zambrano. And on December 28th of the year just gone, they managed, he was released a couple of months prior to that. And on December 28th, he was shot dead in a cafe in the port city of Manta in Ecuador, taken out by a Colombian hitman on behalf of one of the other gangs, or there was some talk of a Mexican cartel being involved, but I think that was just supposition. So he was executed, basically, the video of which we have here.
Which we will not be showing.
No. Sad news, because I knew him. He was quite a decent guy. Dangerous, but decent. I'm in regular contact with his brother, Carlos, still to this day. Spoke to him yesterday. And as a consequence of him being killed, there's now a power struggle in the prisons, which has brought about this massacre that we were talking about just now.
So James said he was going to put some of this stuff on his channel for you.
Who?
James.
Oh, right.
What's your channel called, James?
Underground Film.
I think it would have to be underground.
I am being sarcastic, of course, but this is an opportunity to plug James's channel at this point, Underground Films. The link will be in the description box. All right, yeah, keep going.
Okay. So there was the gunfight. I think I gave a description of it last time, didn't I?
Yeah, but if you want to recap,
a couple of people were shot dead. I remember I was talking about it, and we were made to stand in all the blood and all the rest of it.
Yeah,
which is pretty gory.
And how is that standing in blood?
Were
you barefoot? Nice.
No, I wasn't actually. I'd put on a pair of trainers which were ruined after that. They were soaked about that far up the trainer in the guy's blood. Obviously, who I knew.
Wow.
And it was, the width of a prison cell. So from about my arm's width, I suppose.
Yeah.
English prison cell.
Yeah.
Half of that area entirely saturated in his blood. Well, about that deep. I mean, he's bled out. He was a big guy. There was a lot of blood. 130 of us herded into there, and then cat and nine-tailed coming out by the police as a lesson.
Are you okay psychologically after seeing all this stuff firsthand? Because you just showed us on camera, and I don't feel okay after watching this stuff on camera. My stomach is still funny right now.
Yeah.
I mean, how you were living with these people day in, day out. You were very close to some of these gang leaders, bonding with them. They were protecting you at one point, and then all of a sudden, you're seeing them get murdered in horrible detail. I mean, how do you deal with that psychologically?
It's difficult. I mean, when I was there, because you were in it and you're in the situation, and it's a daily occurrence, people getting shot, dismembered, and burned. I mean, every form of killing that you can think of, hung, drowned, poisoned. I mean, everything.
So you've seen every form of killing imaginable in front of your eyes.
Yeah, virtually everything.
I don't think there's many people been on this podcast who've had that experience. You know.
Yeah, it's not nice. I mean, I stopped counting the number of people that I know that have either been killed or died. It's way over 100.
You've seen over 100 people.
Way over.
That has got to be a record on this podcast, and that is by virtue of the environment, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
Ecuadorian prison.
The murder rate in there was between 5 and 6 a week.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
that's nearly one a day.
So there's two things then. There's the psychological burying of that to adapt to the situation, because it's raw survival mode for you. You're thinking, shit, that could happen to me. How do I avoid it? So you're not really thinking, I feel sorry for that guy, until later on when it's like you're free and you're probably wondering, they were my mates. I had to bury that at the time just to get through it. But now I think, fucking hell, I've got some trauma here that I might need some counselling or something.
Yeah, I was diagnosed with complex PTSD, which is the complex part signifies where you're in an enclosed environment or an environment which you can't escape from, and it's repeated trauma ongoing.
Yeah.
And you imagine I was there over 9 years, and this is like almost daily. So, in the back of your mind, every day you're thinking, is it going to be me tomorrow or today? You just don't know what's going to happen because it can flash like that.
Yeah.
Suddenly, you might get caught in the crossfire. Someone might just take umbrage with you or not like you for whatever reason and pull a knife. Just so many ways to die there, and very quickly.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Oh, wow. All right, yeah, I've got loads of questions about that, but let's keep going with the story from now.
So after that shootout, they took most of the choneros, because there was about 20 or 30 of them on the wing that I was on. They took them out and put them on a wing especially for them, so they could have their own wing, basically, out of the area that was controlled by this other gang, the Cubanos. And because I'd become very close to these guys, this hot Ellie, JL, and his brother Carlos, and that group, because they were kind of better guys. The other gang, the Cubanos, were kind of more street level criminals, like robbers, thieves, rapists, all that sort of stuff. Whereas these guys are more educated and just generally easier to get on with. Sorry. And they'd actually put me in charge of dealing the coke on the wing as well. So you can see that I was quite in with them. And obviously the other gang were aware of this and didn't like the fact that I was like that with them. And the only thing that saved me was the fact I was a foreigner. And the day after this shooting had happened, this gun battle, because it happened at 9:30 at night in October of, I can't remember when, 2008, 9, something like that. The next day, the gang that was then controlling the wing, the Cubanos, locked everybody in their cells and said, you can't come out. And they went cell by cell, dragging out anyone they didn't want in the wing, anyone that was vaguely connected to the choneros, beating them, torturing them, just taking all their stuff off them, and then fucking them off out of the wing, basically. And I could hear them going round, getting closer and closer to my cell. Bang, 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 bang. And I'm going, oh, God, I know it's coming.
Oh, my God.
I know it's coming. I was surprised when the shooting was going on that I didn't actually get shot, because there were things bullets bouncing off my door, impacting the door and stuff like that. And I was thinking, that they're either trying to get in or I could be on the list. Luckily for me, my visitor, who had permission to come in most any day, because she was part of the church out there, a woman called Mercedes, turned up that day to see if I was okay, because it'd been on the news. Turned up literally about 3 cells before they reached mine.
That's like guardian angel, right?
Yeah, she was my guardian angel. So she's now in my cell and the door's shut. They bang on the door, and I think, oh, this is it, I'm done. I opened the door and I said, look, I'm with my visitor, because visits there were like sacrosanct. And they sort of looked round me, looked at each other, and went, wait a minute. I closed the door, went off. I obviously had a bit of a conflab. Came back, banged on the door again. There's about 20 or 30 of them there, all like raring to get in the cell. Knives and guns out. And Mercedes is like, you're not coming in, you're not coming in. And they said, okay, you're a foreigner, we'll leave it for now. But it didn't stop there.
Wow, this has got to be some of the craziest, most dangerous shit I've ever heard in my life.
So
we've had some stories on this channel, but I mean, I just seen this morning. Heads getting cut off, hearts. This is what happens, and they were coming for him.
Yeah, they were coming for me.
3 doors away.
I mean, Peter, generally, I don't talk about these things outside of things like interviews, because people don't believe you. They go, that can't be true.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen. You were in prison. People don't have guns, machetes, explosives, phones. You're in a prison. That doesn't happen. But I'm afraid, yes, it does in South America. And if you want to question me, just check the news, recent news, BBC,
and shout
around
out,
the world.
Shout out to Natalie Welch as well, because when she arrived in her prison in Venezuela,
same thing.
She saw the armed men on the roof and thought they were the guards. They were the gang members.
Well, which are kind of guards to a certain extent.
And we've done her audiobook as well, and her paperback, and her ebook. It's all republished on the Natalie Welch Escape from Venezuela's deadliest prison. I'll have to try and remember. Put all these links in the description box.
How's she?
Oh, she's doing really good.
Yeah.
She's living overseas now.
She knows some of my friends because I'm from near Gloucester. She's got mutual friends.
Yeah.
So big shout out to Guy Rumble.
Cool.
So I'm sure we'll be happy to hear that.
All right. The 3 doors away. Guardian Angel just fucking materializes.
Yeah.
But it's not over. 30 dudes, machetes, guns.
Yeah.
We're coming for
So, have my visit, and I'm just praying that Mercedes won't leave, to be honest.
Oh my God. You must have been wetting your pants at that visit.
I was pretty worried. I mean, this isn't a normal visit day. It was just her on the wing. She was the only visit that had come in.
Yeah.
So it was literally a guardian angel time. So she leaves, and obviously they've gone on and smashing other doors and.
Hold on. Slow down. As she's leaving, what is going through your head as you're realizing
I'm just praying she wouldn't leave.
The visit, you realize I cannot keep this visit going anymore.
Yeah, it's my
what is
lifeline.
going through your head?
Well, I just what can I do? I mean, that was the thing in there. There was no escape.
Did you pull every trick out your sleeve to keep it going?
Yeah. But leave.
And then it comes to the point where she's got to go.
Yeah.
Now you're thinking, right?
I'm dragging on the coattails. Don't go.
What's the procedure now to get from the visit room to?
Oh, there's no visit room.
Oh,
that's on the wing. That's what I mean. She was
on the wing.
Yeah, she was in my cell.
She's in your cell.
That's what saved me.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you got a female in there with a foreigner, the 30 gang members.
Yeah.
They've looked in and said what?
Just seen her.
Yeah.
And said, I've said, look, I've got a visit. They're hoping that would save me.
And is that because they have like a respect for women and stuff?
Yeah, it's very respectful of females, women, and also just the visits are very sacrosanct.
So the minute she leaves, then are you like peeping your head out?
Well, no,
got one of those little mirrors?
all the doors were still no, because it wasn't in that particular prison. The doors were solid wood, or metal. Thankfully, because that's what stopped the bullets coming through.
Yeah.
So the door stays shut now because obviously they're still going cell to cell. And they finish, and I'm sat there thinking, please don't come back. Please, you've forgotten. And time goes by, and so there's a much lighter knock at the door. Obviously, I'm listening out for footsteps.
How much longer? How much time has passed when this new knock comes?
It's probably in the evening now.
In the evening,
like 6, 7, something like that.
Okay.
And this other guy from their gang, the Cubanos, comes to the door. He was quite friendly with me anyway.
Yeah.
Because I obviously I had friends on both sides.
Yeah.
Because I've been there years, and I was a foreigner. They sort of saw me as not really being either or the other. But because I had been involved with the Choneros and selling drugs to them and become quite tight with them, and there were a couple of them just didn't like foreigners, so that was trouble.
So you've got some friendlies in the Cubanos.
Yeah.
Okay.
And quite high up as well. So
okay.
So anyway, one of them comes to the cell and he knocks on the door. He says, "Look, I think you'll be right. You might just have to smooth it over a bit." So I don't know whether it was that night or a couple of nights after. I get taken to the new boss's cell. He was this skinny guy. I think there were 3 of them. Normally it was one gang member would be like the boss of each wing, and then he'd have his underlings, like boss of the drugs, a boss of the alcohol, and a boss of this, that, and the other. So they take me to one of their cells.
Hold on a minute. You just said, the guy said, "I think you're going to be all right." So people are being butchered, macheted, and shot.
Well, no, shot. They were all shot this time.
And you're being told by a gang member, "I think you're going to be all right. You might just have to smooth things over with us. Come on now."
Yeah, come along.
What?
Come on, Peter.
Is that a bit like, in your head, is that a bit like, how the fuck am I going to get through this?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Very much so.
I mean, you say it in a very calm voice and you're smiling.
Yeah, I wasn't smiling. I mean, this is part of the reason I got through it, is because you see how I am. You know, I can adapt to nearly any situation with any type of person.
So did you just keep very mild-mannered then?
Yeah. You have to be very humble, very mild-mannered. It was just like, yeah. So they take me to his cell. I walk in the door.
Yeah.
And this other guy who I was quite friendly with on their team, should we say, called Armando, who was in there for killing 3 police officers, quite a big guy, pretty strong. As I walk in the door, Armando stood behind the door and I didn't see him. So the door slammed shut behind me and Armando's there. I know when Armando's there, you might not be going out of the cell. Because Armando is used to chokehold people and then drown them. That's his job.
You've seen this guy execute people.
Oh, yeah. He's quite friendly.
This is just getting crazier and crazier, man. You're in the door closes, there's the executioner who you've seen. Literally.
I said, hi, Armando. How are you?
I guess that's all you can do. You're powerless, aren't you?
Yeah. And
completely powerless.
This new boss who I called the maggot because he was thin and he looked like a worm. So I called him El Gusano, which is maggot or worm in Spanish.
That was his nickname?
No, well, that's what I called him. When a couple of them found out, they said, don't let him know that because he will kill you. So anyway, the worm, El Gusano, starts, because, you know, I can see he's been drinking, which is always a bad, you know, it's just not good. And probably doing coke as well, which makes it even worse. So I come in and there's a couple of them in there, and Armando now behind me and the door shut. And he's sort of half sat against the table and he's had a drink, and he sort of looks at me like this out of the corner of his eye, looks back, takes a drink, looks at me again and starts saying, look, we know you were tight with these other guys and this and the other, but we've decided to forgive you.
Oh my God! When they said that, what was going through your head?
But only if you. I think they asked for money. I'm pretty sure they did. I'm trying to remember because I mean, so much has happened in 9 years.
You're a Westerner. You're a piggy bank.
It's just
exactly. They're shaking you down.
Pounds, dollar signs in this case.
Yeah.
So it's like, you're gonna have to pay a fine, a multa, fine.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of expected it. That was the best thing. That was the
best case scenario.
Option. Yeah, exactly.
Buy your way out.
So I was like, oh well, I don't know whether I'm, I try and be clever.
Played hard to get.
Just for a laugh.
Oh well.
So and then he turns around and he says, "Oh look, I could have you killed right now." I said, "Well, go on then." And I tell you what, I wish I fucking hadn't.
Oh my God.
Because he was half sort of joking with me before I said that. And then I called him out. And of course, he had his friends and he'd been drinking. And as soon as I said it, I thought, you stupid idiot. Why the fuck did you say that?
It was going so well until you said that.
The deal was in the And his demeanor changed.
Can you describe that?
Well, his mouth just went down instead of up. It's like turn a smile upside down, it's a frown. It's not the other way around here. He's frowning. And he turns to Armando and says, Armando, go and get the other guys. And then I start going, whoa, I was only joking. And he said, well, it's too late. You said it now. I was like, oh, fuck. Then I started apologising. I was like, no, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it. But I was starting to get worried. So.
How was your bladder at this point?
It was getting weak.
No drips.
No, not that bad. So Armando comes back after about 10 minutes of me sweating in there. Maybe not 10 minutes, actually, probably about 2 or 3.
With the rest of the team? With
a few more guys.
Who you've probably seen.
And I saw there was a bucket, like a tub of water, ready where they've obviously been, waterboarding other people. And they come in and start going, and basically he turns to me. I think it was actually Armando or someone else spoke up for me and said, "Oh, give him a pass."
Really?
But it's going to cost you. You know that.
Are you not making jokes anymore at this point?
No. No, the jokes have stopped. Joke time was finished. Happy hours cancelled. Yeah.
So how did you manage to get out of that meeting, let's say?
God. Yeah, I think I agreed to pay a fine, which I did in the days after. I think, as I remember, it was about £1,000. I think I ended up paying.
So that was a one-off payment. Did you have to give them a monthly stipend to hold
Well,
them
this
at
is
bay?
the problem after is all the people that they didn't like, they started taxing, and they would then they for everybody on the wing. I'm just trying to remember exactly what they did, but I think it was they set a weekly honorary payment to the gang of about $20 per person
Per week. And this is a very poor
It's in a
country. Were
third
they all
world country.
foreigners or were this locals?
No, this is all locals, mainly locals.
That's a lot,
There's
isn't
about
it, then?
5 or 6 foreigners on the wing. That's
a big,
it.
big tax on the locals.
About 130 people. So, yeah, maybe 8 or 10 foreigners max. So yeah, $20 like honorary payment, $10 for food as well, and then any other schemes that they might cook up for things like painting the wing. Obviously, they got the payment for free from the government, but they would charge everybody $20 for that as well. So every week they would come up with a new project, plus all these other payments. I mean, they were bankrupting everybody as much as they could. And anyone they didn't like as well, they'd pick 1 or 2 people every week on a Saturday or Sunday, and they just go around, they strip the cell and throw them off the wing to take everything off them.
And did they have the power to keep doing that, or did that foment a rebellion?
No, because they were the main gang then. This other gang that were a lot better, the Choneros, they'd been ejected to another wing of their own. I kind of wished I went with them, to be honest, because I'd have been set. But I stayed behind, did it the hard way, and this went on for a few months, and I got sick of it, and they'd sort of started making it. Basically, the wing was a long, thin wing like this, 2 stories, but the bottom story was where I was, and that was one wing, separated from the upper, which was a separate wing. But the upper one started to become a wing just for foreigners. So I had a good English friend up there, and I decided in the end to move up there, but I had to do it really cleverly. Gradually started passing my things up, as slyly as I could. And then I think on a visit day, I managed to pay the Hefty de Gear, the head guard, $200 to come and get me with some backup from upstairs from another part of the same gang, but a friendlier part. From a guy called Media Vaca, which is half cow, and he looked like a cow, and he was big and fat. Half cow came and got me. With the Hefty de Gear, the head guard. Oh, who was called Angel Eyes because he'd killed that many inmates. This black guy with the eyes like death. Literally called Angel Eyes.
This is like Cloud Cuckoo Land meets mass murder.
It's just insanity, I know. So I managed to get upstairs, but they didn't like it because they saw me as cash cow, and they saw their cash cow disappearing quite quickly out the door, running, mooing as he went. So then I moved to upstairs, which was called Atenuado Alto, which is actually the same wing as my friend who's just been beheaded, Marino. That was the same wing. Yeah. So that was goodbye to downstairs. Never to return.
Never to return.
And on a happier note, El Gusano is now dead.
The maggot. What happened to the maggot?
He got released from prison, and he pissed off that many people that he was traveling down a road somewhere in Ecuador at high speed on a motorbike or scooter or whatever, and someone pulled a garrote wire across it and peeled his head back. And I tell you what, when they phoned me up and told me they'd done it, I was so happy. I was ecstatic to say that he's so. Farewell, Gusano.
They do all these homicides in style, don't they?
Yeah, they're pretty inventive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
So you've moved to this other wing now, and do you feel safe with the foreigners?
Yeah. I mean, it's not all foreigners. There's still the Cubanos are still running that wing as well, but they're a lot more laid back, and I know most of them up there anyway. And also, I knew from previous experience in Quito where I'd had our little Euro band of the foreign gang that I set up. I knew that if we had numbers, we were a little bit better protected because we could get armaments possibly and whatnot. But at least we stood half a fighting chance, you know.
Did the foreigners then, were they pretty hardcore, or did you have to do some hand holding? I mean, like a new foreigner coming in, for example, suddenly sees people getting murdered.
No, most new foreigners, when they came in, we would get hold of them because they started being brought to our wing after that. So we would get them and say, look, you know, just give them an easy landing, basically.
And when you explain to them what actually happens in there, were they like incredulous?
Generally, yeah.
And did they perhaps think that you were making up things? And,
yeah, I
they
think
would see it for
until
their
they
own
saw a
hands?
gun or something in someone's hand, and then they'd realise that you weren't joking and it was real.
And did they change? Did it change like the way they behaved after that when they realised it was real?
Yeah. I mean, I remember on several occasions, you know, maybe someone would come in, they'd be a little bit more cocky than someone else, and they'd think, you know, with the Western sort of mentality, that they would think, oh, you know, we're a bit high and mighty, and this is a third world, and I could take the piss, and I've got money, so I can do what I want. No, not here. It's the opposite way around. You're the minority.
Did you see anyone like that push it so far that they brought the consequences upon themselves?
My best friend got killed there, Steve.
Do you want to give us Steve's backstory and say what happened?
Yeah. Just to say his, out of respect, because he's got 2 daughters. Otherwise, I think he may have a few more, and one of them contacted me just a couple of days ago asking for more information because after he was murdered, the embassy kind of covered it up a bit. I've explained to them a bit more what happened, but, you know, in case there's anything new that I haven't explained, then, you know, sorry, but I expect I would have contacted you by the time you might see this. So Steve had been in prison he'd been arrested prior to me, so he'd been there a bit longer. Had done about the same time as me, 9 years when he got killed.
So it's the old drugs charge, is it then?
Yeah, he was actually arrested without any drugs at all, but he and his group had been shipping coke into the docks at Avonmouth in Bristol, welded into the digger arms of JCBs and big machinery. It was like 300 or 400 kilos.
Good grief.
That he was up for.
So he's got a conspiracy charge.
Yeah. Ended up getting sentenced to the maximum 25 years, which is what they tried to give me. He had lost hundreds of thousands of dollars through corrupt lawyers that had stolen the money from him. Other people, other inmates who had said they could help with lawyers who had just stolen the money from him. He'd lived in Spain for years. And yeah. So towards the end of his sentence, he starts trying to do business because he's desperate for money to get out. He's desperate to get out. Doesn't want to go back to Britain. He wants to go home to Spain. So he's trying to avoid getting repatriated or extradited or any of that sort of stuff back to England. So starts doing business with the Cubanos, which were the gang that I just described, who were just a nightmare. And I'd seen other people do business with them. And if it went wrong, you were paying. Even if it got seized by the police or even if it didn't get there, well, 9 times out of 10, they probably wouldn't send it anyway, and they'd just say they had. And I mean, we're not talking little bits. We're talking, you know, 10, 20 kilos of coke at a time, maybe more. So Steve starts doing business, and I said to him, please don't do anything because you're due to get out. His parole papers had gone in. We knew he was getting out because he paid bribes to make sure. And the gang had come up, and they'd said to him, he lived like 4 cells down from me. We were on the same wing for like 5 years together. See him every day for at least an hour or 2, you know, have breakfast, coffee, whatnot. And they've come to him and they've said, look, basically, Steve, if you don't get this money that you now owe us, because he did business, he went wrong, and he ended up owing about $150,000. And they came to him and said, if you haven't paid by this day, we're going to come and kill you. So he was desperately trying to get out of there. Had contacted the embassy saying that his life was in danger, and they were like, well, there's nothing we can really do. We don't really believe you. We think you're making it up. We know you're desperate to get out, but there's nothing we could do. We can't move you. And this is the problem. In like I said before, in these prisons, there's no escape. If you end up in trouble like he did, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to run. You can't go to the director. You can't go to the guards. You can't go to your embassy. Because all they do in turn is end up, because not the embassy, but the director of the prison and all the guards are corrupt. So if the embassy complains to the director, he will tell the guards or the gang directly, because quite often he's just in, all of them are paid off. So he'll call up the boss of the gang and say, look, this guy's causing trouble. He's got the embassy involved, because that was like a big no-no. If the embassy got involved, it was trouble for the prison and the director. So then the gang would come and shut you up any which way they could. And so it was a Monday morning. We've come out at 8:30 in the morning to do the count. Guards come in, done the count, said, morning, Steve, I'll see you on the exercise yard in a bit or whatever. I've gone back to my cell, sat in my room, having some breakfast. About 45 minutes has gone by. There's a bang bang at the door. And a friend has come and got me and said, look, Steve's not answering the door. We're worried about him. I said, why are you worried? He said, well, we've just seen all the gang up here. And they were coming out of his cell. And now the door's shut. We can't get in. And he's not answering. And we don't know where he is. I was like, oh, fuck. So I've come out. And above the door to each cell, there was a space for an air conditioning unit. Smashed through the wall. And he had an air conditioner in there. So we've pulled the air conditioner out. And sure enough, he's in there. He's hung. And we got in, tried to save him, but it was obvious that he'd been strung up, because there was no chair for him to have jumped off. All the chairs were neatly against the side of the cell. He couldn't have gone off his bed. There was like an iron ring up in the ceiling, which we knew was there. And his head was actually tied, touching the ceiling. Now, when you hang yourself, there's a drop. You're not tied. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
that knot slips. Or well, it slips a little bit anyway. So we knew he'd been killed. So this was one of their favourite ways of getting rid of people. They would come in, put you in a stranglehold, Dear Armando probably, knock you out so you're unconscious, tie you up, string you up, and then you would suffocate. Well, you'd choke, suffocate. So,
wow.
All the guards turned up, and even the guards were saying, "There's no fucking way this guy's hung himself. He was due to get out. We know he hasn't killed himself. He's done 9 years. Why would he do it now?" Even the guards were going, "This is bullshit. There's no fucking way he's hung himself." All the police come in and do the report, and we were all saying, "Look, he's been killed by the gang," but we couldn't say too much because obviously, But we notified the embassy what had happened, and they were like, "No, it's suicide. That's it. It's a closed case." So
he got Epsteined.
Yeah, basically. And 2 years later, exactly the same thing happened to a Scottish friend of ours. He hadn't done business, but he had got into a fight with a Colombian guy on our wing.
Over what?
I think they was. I can't. It was something really petty. They were having a drink together or something. Or my mate, his name was Ronnie, wouldn't sell some alcohol to the Colombian. So the Colombians come back and tried to stab Ronnie. Ronnie was an ex-military, done years in the military, boxer for the army. So he's pulled a little knife out and stabbed the Colombian and thrown hot oil over him, something like this. Colombian gets taken away, ends up dead a while later. I'm not going to say how, but he did anyway. And obviously Ronnie was held accountable for that Colombian's death. So a little bit of time has gone by. They've managed to get Ronnie moved from our wing, where he's relatively safe, to another wing where he's isolated from us. And they've apparently, how it went down was the police were involved. Well, the guards or the police were involved. They came in and said, "Oh, you're being repatriated back to Britain," because he was trying to get repatriated. They've taken him out of the wing to somewhere else where the gang were waiting for him, and apparently he put up a really good fight. There was about 6 of them. Took 6 of them to kill him, and they knifed him, did all the rest of it, and eventually got him down, hung him up, called it a suicide. But of course, it wasn't because he'd been stabbed and beaten this time. They hadn't been as clever. So the embassy now came in, and I said, "See, I told you Steve had been killed exactly the same fucking way, exactly the similar reasons. What are you going to do about it?" And that's when they started repatriating this quickly. because they saw that we were getting taken out, basically.
Let's stop here for a second. Young people, if you're watching this, if this does not put you off wanting to get into the drugs lifestyle, nothing will.
Yeah.
Do you hear what he said? This guy, that last story, was a tough guy, ex-military, a hard man who could fight off 6 people to a point, but ultimately he got murdered.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how hard, doesn't matter what a badass you think you are, these gangs go in like packs of wolves.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly.
And
exactly.
they will take you down.
Yeah.
These are the hard-hitting, serious consequences of getting involved in the drugs lifestyle.
Yeah.
And particularly if you are overseas.
Yeah.
Even buying drugs locally, overseas, just trying to score, they look at you as someone from the West who's got all this money.
I've got a story about that.
They can sell you the drugs. You go around the corner, cops arrest you, they're working with the cops.
Yeah.
Next thing, you're on the phone. I'm in a prison in South America and people getting murdered. Mom, Dad, send me hundreds of, tens of thousands right now. I need bail money. I need a lawyer. Ooh.
Seen it enough times.
Yeah, and he's going to tell us a story on this right now. It's all a setup. You could think you could just buy some weed quite innocently. Someone comes up to you on the streets. You are getting set up. It is not worth the risk.
Yeah. The worst thing about Steve was 2 weeks after he got killed, his parole papers came through and he would have got out.
Oh, man.
They knew that. That's why they killed him.
Man.
Sad, isn't it?
That is really sad.
Yeah. I had to tell his daughters this and explain to them what had actually gone on. Because obviously the embassy said, oh no, it was suicide. It wasn't.
Yeah. Well, suicide is convenient for the authorities because the paperwork when it's a homicide and all the the media involvement and all the investigation. Suicide, case closed.
Yeah. So my little story about buying drugs abroad was one of my friends who is again dead now, died of natural causes this time. One of only few to die naturally. His name's Fletch, was Fletch anyway, Jamie Fletch. He was with me in Ecuador actually, and we were doing some business. And I said to Fletch, please don't go out and buy drugs because obviously we're on the down low here. We're doing some quite heavy business and we don't want any attention from the police or anything going wrong. Stay away from drugs, trouble. So what does Fletch do? He goes out of the hotel. I'm sat on the roof, and this was near Avenue Amazonas in Quito, Ecuador. It was a long main road going through the new part of the city. And suddenly I hear all these police cars screaming down Avenue Amazonas. I'm like, oh, please don't let that be Fletch. Just had that feeling. Hour goes by, Fletch hasn't turned up. Hour and a half goes by, Fletch does turn up, covered in blood. Literally covered in blood. I said, Fletch, what the fuck have you done? I'm checking him to make sure it's not his blood. He said, no, it's not my blood, don't worry. Pulls out a handful of packets of... Oh, no, did he get... No, he didn't get the drugs. He tried to buy some drugs and off a guy on a street corner. Another dealer's seen him doing it, wants the business, and attacks the other dealer. Fletch gets in the middle, tries to stop it, and there's this huge knife fight goes on between these two dealers, stabbing each other for his custom. Luckily, he gets out there after the police turn up. I think he just manages to fade away into the crowd or whatever and gets back to the hotel. But yeah, so that's little story.
That reminded me of the time when we had 40,000 ecstasy pills coming from Holland via Mexico, and we're in Mexico.
Oh yeah.
And I tell Wildman to chill, and he buys a $10 crack rock off a street dealer. The street dealer's ripped him off. He says, nobody rips me off. Doesn't matter if it's $10 or 10,000, I'm going back. And I say, Peter, we've got 40,000 pills coming, and you're going to demolish the sky over a $10 crack rock. Are you crazy? He goes, I won't do anything to him, just drop me off. So as I'm pulling in, he uses the momentum of the vehicle to
ram a guy,
twat this guy's head into a lamppost and knock him out right in front of a cop. So I just leave him there. I'm like, he jumps out to savage the guy.
Yeah.
I just fucking drive off. I'm like, I've got this operation going. Get back. I tell Wild Woman, Pieter just twatted this guy in front of the cops. He's got to be in jail. Someone needs to go and bail him out. And then he just shows up like an hour later laughing. Oh, I know that cop. I'm in with all the cops down here.
Right.
Because he's been living down there for a few months.
Right. Yeah, that helps.
So, yeah, but people do risk everything, don't they, for stupid, piddly shit. And that's how people get caught for big things.
Definitely. I knew a guy years ago when I was dealing in Britain, a Welsh guy, I won't say a name, but I used to sell him a couple of ounces of coke every now and then. And I said, what are you doing with this? Because he didn't look like he was dealing in Britain. And he said, I work in Dubai. I said, oh, yeah. I said, what's that got to do with the coke? He said, I take it out there and sell it there. I said, are you mad? I said, you do realise that they will chop your head off with a really big sword if they get you. I mean, it's the death penalty there. They get out of the scimitar, isn't it, and just behead you for drugs. And he was like, yeah, but it's good money. I said, really? It's that good of money? No.
And if you're watching this and you want some wild man stories, a good one to start with is English Enforcer in Arizona Prison Part 1. We do have a wild man list with hundreds of videos on it, I do believe. All right, so your mate's been murdered.
Yeah.
Have we jumped ahead to that story? Was there more that happened before that?
That was...
Let's go back then to where we were.
Yeah, so me moving upstairs. Just trying to remember what went on. There's so many years there. I don't know. What's the question?
All right, so we're telling your story in time order. You've gone upstairs.
Yeah.
We jumped ahead and told the story of your mate getting murdered. What happened in between you moving upstairs and him getting murdered? All the major events in time order.
Actually, I suppose it wasn't that long after I moved up there that he got murdered. It was probably... I was trying to remember.
When did all this medical stuff start with you? Because you've not got into
that was up in the wing, the new wing that I moved up into.
Describe what happened with all this medical stuff.
I mean, that was a little bit after, I think Steve... It was around the same time because my mother had died. Steve ended up dead. And then I got TB.
This was all in the new wing?
Yeah.
All right, so how did you get word that your mum had died?
Basically, she had suffered a heart attack and been taken into, I think it was Gloucester Royal. And it was bizarre. Well, I don't know. I just get these premonitions and stuff. And both me and my sister phoned the flat where her and her partner were living. I think it was within an hour of it happening. And I hadn't spoken to her in a couple of, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 days. And just literally both me and my sister phoned up within an hour of it happening to ask if she was all right because we had a feeling. I know it sounds weird, but it's true. And, that's when I was told that she'd had a heart attack. And she was taken to hospital. They saved her from the heart attack. But because she'd been drinking, she vomited at some point when unconscious, and it got into her lungs.
Oh, jeez.
And that was what killed her, ultimately. Some sort of, I don't know, yeah. Her body just shut down over a weekend. So I think it took from about Thursday till Monday.
So in prison then, you
bad.
Can't express your emotions. I remember when my girlfriend finished it with me, my second year in, and I got off the phone crying, and I had to like get on my bunk and just face the wall and pretend to read a book.
Oh no, I was in tears. There's no stopping me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not shy to cry.
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty distraught.
You've got this. You're surrounded by these horrific conditions where anything could happen at any moment. You get this news. Then, how do you adapt to that news?
It was difficult because that was my worst fear. My mother dying in prison, or any relative dying in prison. And not only did my mother die, but also my auntie and her son, my cousin, all within about a period of a year. I got to say goodbye to my auntie on the phone, but I actually never saw my mother again. From the time I left Britain and went on the run, got smuggled out by the Turks. That was the last time I saw her, just prior to that. And not even by WhatsApp, because WhatsApp and all this didn't exist. So I never saw her face again. So that was halfway through the sentence.
Did you have like photos of her and stuff in
Yeah. And yeah, that was the other thing that happened. Sorry, obviously been left with this cough because of TB. So at the halfway mark, all of this happens. My mum dies, Steve ends up dead, auntie dies, cousin, I get TB, and the prison authorities turn around and say, on top of all this, we're only going to give you 11% like reduction off your 12-year sentence. So I worked it out. It meant I had to do 11 years and a month out of 12 years. So I've now done 6. So at that point, they tell me basically that I'm restarting my sentence. And I'd sort of been trying to toe the line, not really dealing too much and stuff in prison. So I turned around to them. I said, well, if you're telling me that, because I said, well, look, if I do some of these courses, or do this or that or the other, will it have any effect on this percentage? And they said, no, that's it. That's the final decision. You now have to do another 5 years. There's nothing will change it. So I said, right, in that case, you're telling me that even if I'm really bad, it won't affect it. They said, yeah. I said, I'll tell you what, then I'm going to be a fucking nightmare from now on. Which is, I wasn't a nightmare. Well, yeah, I was.
Have you got the TB at this point?
No, it's no, don't panic.
Okay.
It's
No, I mean at this point of the story.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you meant now.
Have you jumped ahead? Have you jumped beyond getting the TB?
I think I may have just been starting to come down with it.
Tell us how all this health stuff came about, because this is one of the most gripping parts of the book for me. And it really had me angry and upset.
So basically, in the prison, you couldn't get any medical assistance at all unless you paid someone. You would have to pay a guard a couple of dollars to take you to the medical center, which was very basic anyway. You'd then have to pay the doctor just to talk to him. If you needed any medication, you would have to pay for him to write a prescription, which you would have to pay a visitor to go and buy from a chemist outside, which you would then have to pay a guard to bring into you. So you see, it's nothing for free. They wouldn't even give you an aspirin or paracetamol for free. I mean, literally nothing. So it was a big thing there. Don't get sick. Keep clean. Keep healthy, because if you do get sick, it's big trouble. And I remember at the beginning of the sentence, everybody saying, if you go beyond 3 or 4 years in prison here, you'll be lucky if you get out alive, because either you'll get ill, you'll crack mentally, or you're just going to end up dead anyway, because it's just so dangerous. And there's me already at the 6-year point, and now looking at another 5. And I'm thinking, I can't survive another 5 years of this. It's just not going to happen.
What were the first symptoms of being ill?
Well, what happened was they every now and then they would come around doing vaccinations. And all of us Westerners were always really skeptical, because, you don't know how clean the needles are. Are they reusing them? You don't know what they're injecting in you. Is it a vaccine? Could be anything. So I would, most of us would generally say, no, we refuse to have any injections. I don't like needles anyway, the best of times. Sorry.
You're fine.
So, they come around, the Ministry of Health, Ministry de Salud, and they say, we're doing vaccinations for tuberculosis. And I was like, fuck that. Because, us as Westerners in Britain, we've had our BCGs or whatever, vaccines for TB. I don't need it. So I'm on the wing. I've bought my cell again. I'm with the other foreigners. I don't want to get thrown off the wing. So a whole bunch of them come to me, because I'm starting to kick up fuss now. I'm saying there's no way I'm having this injection done. I'm not doing it. So about 6 or 7 of them come to me who are kind of running the wing. They say, look, you're putting us at risk. If you don't have the injection, you could get ill, and then that could make us ill. Just bullshit. If you don't have it, we'll throw you off the wing. We'll take your cell and everything in it and throw you off the wing.
This was locals or foreigners saying
locals. The Cubanos, part of the gang.
The gang.
Again. Any excuse to fuck with you, basically. So, in the end, pain of literally almost death, I said, you know what, fuck it, give me the injection. And I tell you what, I regret that every day literally every hour of my life. They give me this injection, and 3 months later, I start coming down. Well, it might not have even been that. Probably a month after, I suddenly realised that I'm getting really weak. I'm tired all the time. I'm losing weight like crazy. I don't feel hungry. I've got a cough. The phlegm stinks. It's got a very acrid, horrible taste and smell. And I'm ill. I know I'm ill. You know when you know your body, you know something's wrong. And I know I'm ill, and I feel terrible. I mean, I couldn't even walk from here to, past you. So I keep saying to the embassy, something's wrong. I'm sick. And I go to the doctor. He says, you got flu. I say, no, it isn't. I feel absolutely rinsed. Look at me. I've gone from like 80 kilos down to 50 or something. I think the lowest weight I got down to was like 48 kilos. So like halved body weight nearly. And then I started getting all the fevers, really high temperatures. I remember a Spanish friend of mine who was then living in the cell with me to basically look after me. I think I was out for about 3 days. I remember coming around occasionally, and he was just like a block of ice on my head, trying to keep me alive.
Wow.
So I got misdiagnosed for months and months and months and months, and just got iller and iller and iller until eventually they said, yeah, you've got TB. And not only have you got TB, you've got multi-drug resistant bovine TB. And I was like, hold on a minute. And then I start thinking, back to the injection. And I start thinking, surely they can't be testing drugs on this. And then all of these boxes and boxes and boxes of cutting edge retroviral drugs, which cost £25,000, not dollars, pounds per patient for a year's treatment, and you have to have a minimum year treatment, turn up in the medical center, and they're dishing them out like Smarties. And the maker's mark changes 4 times in the period I'm sick. I'm on medication for 3 years.
Holy shit!
So
they injected you guys with it as guinea pigs to test the drugs.
So you think you've got a prison there? It's an enclosed environment, like a town, a small town. There's 8,000 prisoners in there, all on separate wings, quite nicely separated, quite contained. Suddenly, and I mean, there wasn't a great deal of TB in the prison before they came in with the vaccine. Suddenly, there's different strains of TB popping up on different wings. People dying. Loads of mates died. Thai guy on our wing died. He was in the cell with Ronnie, the Scottish guy that got killed. Some Estonians died with Russians. Just, and I get multi-drug resistant bovine TB. Bovine, that's cows. I haven't seen a cow in 6 years. Apart from Mediovaca, the one I mentioned. Yeah, half cow. That's the only cow I've seen.
Because you hear about experiments in America from the last century that were done on prisoners and done on black people, where they injected them with diseases just to test the drugs.
This goes
so
on.
Now they must take that to the third world, perhaps.
You think how much they're paying the prison system there to carry out these tests? I mean, he was talking mega money. And interestingly enough, when COVID started, all you conspiracy theorists out there are going to love this.
Oh, we can't talk about it. I'm sorry.
Well, hold on.
Because it'll get us off YouTube.
All right, well, this isn't a theory.
We've had to take down all of our Corona COVID videos because it's.
Oh no! It's not to do. Well, it is vaguely to do with COVID, but it's not COVID. It's to do with TB.
Okay.
One of the drugs that the Americans were talking about, remdesivir.
Yeah.
Apparently, isn't patented anywhere or isn't licensed anywhere in the world. That was one of the drugs they were testing on us down there, because I remember the name, and I remember because it was a horrible taste. And I remember the name because I remember the name of the.
Who's the companies just putting these drugs out?
I can't remember which company it was. I can't remember.
People will find out watching this video.
But when we got transferred out of that prison into the newly built prisons, in which the riots have just happened, all our medical records disappeared. Up in smoke, gone. And when we hit the new prisoners, there were proper doctors there and stuff, and they were shocked. I mean, yeah, you saw it changed. They were using students from the university, medical students, to help out, and things improved drastically.
So where you left off then, you had an ice pack on.
Yeah.
How bad did things get?
Well, I mean, yeah, it was horrendous. I mean, I was so sick that on multiple occasions. I mean, not just once a week. I mean, like multiple times every day. I was nearly dying. I couldn't breathe. I wouldn't even be able to stand up. The worst was if I fell asleep, because obviously you're so drained because you can't eat and you have the fever and all that. I would wake up, but I would wake up choking, where my body, the phlegm has blocked up my capillary bronchioles. And I mean, that's how it kills you, basically. It chokes you and your lungs turn to liquid. And I wouldn't even be able to shout for help. So this is why I had this Spanish guy living with me. So I just tap him on the shoulder. He'd run and get a friend of mine, another Carlos from the Dominican Republic, who would basically come and inject me with dexamethasone, which is what kept me alive. So I had to keep a syringe on hand, ready, with the dexamethasone in it to hit me up.
What's crazy about this is you survived the slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
And then, no doubt, Western companies come in and are paying people off to do human trials that they can't do in the West. And that almost kills you.
Yeah.
And you're still living with the consequences of that to this day.
I've got COPD as a result of it.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and I had COVID when that first hit Britain in January, not just gone the one before.
Yeah.
Which I was lucky. I mean, I didn't even know what it was initially. I started getting fever, vertigo, and then the cough and fever, and lost my sense of taste and smell. You don't lose it. Everything just tastes horrible.
But you only have immunity for 6 months, so you're at risk of getting it again
I had
now.
the jab the other day.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Last week, actually, was about the only good things to happen.
With the Dexy keeping you alive then, was there a absolute low point and then your health actually started to improve?
It only improved really in the last year
Really?
when I got transferred to that new prison estate where there were new doctors and they got it together a bit. And that's where I've managed to get a bit better.
So you're in a cell with the Spaniard, you got this sick condition. Are you thinking, if all hell breaks loose again, I'm just so vulnerable right now?
Yeah, I did feel very, very vulnerable. But I mean, because they told me that whatever I did wouldn't matter, I started getting up to all sorts of shenanigans just to survive in there.
So you
took control of the alcohol business on the wing, in cahoots with the mafia. So I was the main alcohol supplier for the whole wing, which is quite volatile because when people get drunk and do coke and crack, it's trouble.
Run it down how you set the operation up, how you make the alcohol and everything. How they would. When I was downstairs in the wing where the first wing that I talked about, where there was the gunfight, I started making moonshine, but because we could get fruit and yeast and sugar in there, you could do whatever you wanted basically. So I got big 25-gallon drums from, I think they had oil in previously, cooking oil, washed them out properly. I started making alcohol from pineapple, banana, high sugar fruits. Put loads of sugar and yeast in and brewing up sort of wine. It was actually really nice. It was making wine. Leave it for a month and a half, 2 months, and then sell it. Did you have to, in Arizona, they do it in these bags, plastic bags, they put it against the wall because it's so hot.
No, it's the whole canisters. I had like 8 of them in the cell.
Holy shit.
Just pay the guards off. I was working with the gang. So
with the bags, you have to burp it so it doesn't explode. I was going to ask, do you have to burp it?
Yeah, I had to release the pressure or leave it loose so it didn't go. And I remember on one occasion I forgot. this canister was full of all these bananas and sugar. You could hear them hissing at night.
Yeah.
This one I forgot to undo. It exploded, blew the size of the canister out.
Holy shit!
And all the gang came running because they thought someone had let a gun off in my room. So they all turned up banging on the door. I've opened the door, all covered in banana alcohol.
So the brewery is in your cell.
Yeah. When I moved upstairs, I carried on doing it, but I then also started selling alcohol that the gang were making, and they were making it in like an industrial scale with I think it was just sugar cane and a few other things in there, and heating it up like to sort of distillery sort of scenarios going on, and making this really strong, what they call pure alcohol, basically like 60%, 70% sugarcane. Can you?
Did it give you the shits?
No, it gave you. It was strong stuff. I mean, you got used to it after a while if you drank it.
All right. So once the alcohol is manufactured, what is the distribution process?
So they would then come round in like the I suppose it was 5 litre water bottles, canisters. They just fill those up and bring across like 8 of them or something. And I had a big hiding space in a false ceiling in my cell. So we put them up in there along with any other naughties, and just sell it. So
cash only or on credit?
I would do a bit of credit to some people, cash only, but obviously there were a few occasions where fights broke out, and even when I was sick, ended up, I had a couple of people who act as security and whatnot. But I remember lamping a few people, and on one occasion, they hit this Ecuadorian in the face and bent a silver ring around my finger, and I had to have it cut off because I bent it much. But it was because I was so, I lost so much weight. It was dangerous. They ended up calling me Loco Pete, Crazy Pete.
Really?
Because I'd get into scraps and stuff, and they thought, bearing in mind how dangerous it was.
Yeah.
They just thought I was absolutely crazy. But I'd sort of lost hope of getting out of there alive. So when you get to that point and you've seen so much violence, it sort of becomes, I don't know, it's weird. You just sort of become numb to it. I don't know.
What was your scariest conflict during this period of time?
Oh, it's almost definitely that gunfight downstairs. The gunfight that I nearly got shot in downstairs.
Before you got moved upstairs.
Yeah.
Well, I'm asking during the sickness.
Oh, during the
sickness.
What
was your most serious conflict during the sickness?
The most serious what?
Conflict you got in during the sickness. Yeah.
I don't know. Just fist fights, really, mainly, and I think.
And what's your support from the outside world like at this point?
Oh no, actually, I got hit across the back. I didn't walk for 3 months. I was trying to split. It wasn't me. I was trying to split 2 people up, and I was bent over, and somebody came up behind me with a bit of 2x4 whatever, and smacked me straight across the back, about midway down, and my spine's got a kink in it now. And I thought they'd broken my back, and I had to be carried to my bed, and I lay there for about pretty much for 2 or 3 months.
Jesus,
so that was scary.
Were we able to get any medical attention for that?
Nope.
Thought you broke your back, and they don't give you any medical attention.
No.
Like, have a TB shot.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get out to hospital for TB was, they took me out once when they thought I was actually dying. I mean, and it was kind of because the gang wanted to get my cell. They wanted to get me out of the prison for the day so they could rob my cell. So they arranged a hospital trip for me. Thanks, guys.
What's it like going out of the prison to a hospital? What's that like?
If I'd been better,
scenic?
I would have tried to escape, because they only sent me with one guy because I was that fucked. I couldn't run anywhere. So there was, I think there was one guard, a driver, and somebody from the embassy turned up.
Are you handcuffed up like crazy?
On that occasion, no, not really, because they saw. I was dying. I mean, I couldn't. They virtually had to get a wheelchair to take me from the car to the hospital. So.
Yeah, and like seeing the outside world, did that bring back memories?
I'd never been in Guayaquil.
Gotcha. And you're quite out.
No,
of
not really.
Didn't even get the opportunity to chat up a nurse or anything?
No. Didn't talk.
So we're getting towards then where you must get some good news then at some point about it getting released.
No.
No. Nothing. There's nothing good happens in this story. It just gets worse and worse.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the only, as far as getting released goes, I mean, the only good news came when, I have to backtrack again. Basically, when I got sentenced, not only was I sentenced to 12 years, but there was a fine of $8,000 on top. But the fine only kicked in. It's stupid. They only sort of applied it if you wanted to get repatriated back to your home country. So I mean, even the government were making money on you.
Of course.
So you had to pay the fine if you were getting repatriated before you could get repatriated. And I point blank refused to pay $8,000 to come back to England, where I thought I was facing 25 years in prison here, minimum. So I thought, I'm not paying $8,000 for the pleasure. Do you know what I mean? So I was trying to long it out and stay in Ecuador, hoping that any minute now I'll be able to bribe my way out, escape, get out, whatever, any way out, but England. Obviously, time goes on, I'm sick, there's gunfights going on, there's people getting killed left, right and centre, my family are at their wits' end, half my family's died, and they just have enough, but and say, look, we're going to pay the $80,000 fine. I didn't want them to. I said, please don't, because it made me feel bad. I didn't want them. They've suffered enough already. Anyway, they pay the fine. It takes ages for the process to go through. I mean, like I'm talking a year and a half, 2 years for the repatriation process to go through. Paperwork going back and forth between England and Ecuador. Boom, boom, boom. Julian Assange gets arrested and ends up in the Ecuadorian... No, not arrested. Takes refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy. Yeah. And I'm joking, going, perhaps they'll do a prisoner swap. Trade me off with Assange. Oops. So, so they pay the fine. I get taken from Guayaquil to Quito for a psychological evaluation, which was interesting. And on that occasion, they took a lot of heavy machine guns with me because obviously that I'd tried to escape from Quito. So they thought, this guy might try and escape. So I had military basically pretty much accompanied me, machine gunned up all the way up.
So we did your escape story in part 1, didn't we?
That was one of the attempts.
There's
a few.
So there's a few that you've not described.
Yeah, I mean, you know what it's like when you're in prison. You think about escape every day. That's all you think about.
Well, tell the viewers.
Well, that and women.
The viewers aren't familiar. Let the viewers know about the other escape attempts you contemplated.
Oh God, in Quito there was several. I mean, I mentioned trying to blow the walls of the prison out with an RPG. We were talking about doing that. Helicopter lift, tunnel. The tunnel is what got me moved. Did I mentioned when I got to Guayaquil and I was in that wing downstairs where the gunfight happened, and I'm watching the news one night and a news bulletin comes on, there's been a tunnel found at Quito prison. Did I mention this?
I can't remember.
And that they in the process of digging a road out round the perimeter of the prison, they'd come across our tunnel. And we had actually managed to get out under the wall. We knew we were out under the wall, but we just hadn't come up yet. So, that was on the news. I kept quiet. Didn't mention it to anyone, but I was laughing quietly to myself.
Do you know of any lone wolf escapes, like Westerners just bribing and paying and slipping out in the night?
Well, oddly enough, I was talking to a guy just the other day an English guy came into the prison in Quito, a guy called John from Manchester, after I'd been transferred, and he actually managed to escape out of Quito.
Did he?
He managed to get over the wall, and they were quite high walls. It was like, sort of 15, 20-foot high wall. Fell. I think he broke something anyway, but managed to get away. Escaped to Peru, where he tried to do another drug run. Got caught there.
Lessons
ended
learned.
Up in prison in Peru, because I met a guy who'd done the reverse, who'd been in prison in Peru, got out of there, come to Ecuador, tried to do a run out of Ecuador, and ended up in prison with us. And he knew the guy there. All these crazy stories. So I think John, I don't know whether you're out there now, but I think he's free now. Apparently, someone told me the other day.
Wow!
Finally,
yeah, it was interesting. In Natalie Welch's, a guard fell in love with her.
Yeah.
So that's how she facilitated her escape. I'll let people check the audiobook. I don't want to spoil the story.
I did a vaguely similar thing nearly happened to me over there. In the last prison I was in, the new Supermax was this, an Ecuadorian female guard took a liking to me, and named Paula. And if I had have been there for longer, I would have try to maybe do the same or something similar, definitely.
Yeah, if you can get some help from the guards.
Yeah.
So, female guard in that dangerous environment, does the respect of the women carry forward? They're safe, are they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so.
Was there any... you've talked about a lot about your conflicts with the gang members. Did any guards have it in for you?
No, I mean, you saw, you didn't really see a lot of the guys. In Quito, because I started sort of running the wing with the foreigners up there, I ended up having to bribe the guards every week. They'd turn up on a Sunday and there'd be a row of guards outside my cell, like paying them off one after another.
Yeah.
Like $3, $5, $10, depending on what rank and who they were.
Yeah.
Just to turn a blind eye to our activities, basically, and the fact we had phones and other stuff.
Yeah.
So, but not so much in Guayaquil because it was so much more run by the gang there.
Mhm.
You know, I didn't really interact with the gang, with the guards as much as in Quito. So I remember on one occasion I'd been drinking and been up all night drinking, probably doing some coke or whatever. And the next morning, the count came out drunk, and there was a guard there, but he wasn't in uniform, and he was obviously being quite bossy. And me being drunk mistook him for an inmate. Started giving him loads of grief. Ended up nearly having a fist fight with him, and then everybody got involved, saying, "You do realise he's a guard?" And I was like, "No, he isn't. No, he isn't." And he went storming off the wing, got back up, came back, and it was, oh God, he ended up having to bribe him, pay him like $50 just to, like, yeah, sorry. I said, well, you weren't in uniform. How was I to know you weren't, that you were a guard?
What about the boss of these establishments? Did a warden or a deputy warden ever show
The director.
up? Director.
They were all corrupt. Not all of them, but the ones that weren't corrupt ended up dead. 2 directors got murdered in the time I was shot dead outside the prison.
For not accommodating the gangs?
Yeah, exactly.
And did they ever, like, venture through the wings?
Yeah.
The directors?
I remember...
Did they have a lot of bodyguards?
Yeah, they would come in with some members. Well, they'd have their own bodyguards, but they'd also have some people from the gang would come in as extra backup.
The directors of the prison have got gang members bodyguarding them.
Yeah, yeah, that's insane. So I remember this one particular director who was the last director of the old prison before I got moved into the newly built prison, which was the last one that I was in there. I was a bit confused. He came round the wing on one occasion. Well, in fact, he came around on several occasions because he was that corrupt and it was that open that he came around to all the bosses of the wings and came to us and said, basically, I want $2,000 a week for you to sell drugs on this wing. I want another $1,000 for alcohol, and I want another $500 for the shops and restaurants or whatever. You know, set a fee for each thing. I just came around and said, "This is what I want from you. If you don't pay me, I'm going to transfer you to the new prison," because no one wanted to go there because it was so bad. It was like, Supermax, terrible. But in the end, everybody got transferred, and he is now in prison himself for being so corrupt.
Did you ever fear getting transferred to the new Supermax prison?
I got transferred.
Yeah.
They came en masse because the security just had become that bad. They made the mistake of transferring all the heads of the gangs, all the bosses of the gang, to the new prison. They thought that would calm the prison down, but what it did was it destabilized it, and that meant that all these underlings then were vying for power and started killing each other, and it just got more and more dangerous because what they would do, the authorities, they would just keep on taking out the boss of the wing. So they come in and have a purge and take out all the bosses of each wing. So there'd be like 30 transfers. They'd come back a couple of weeks later, do the same again. So it kept getting weaker and weaker. So then the gang structure fractured and it just became just insecure and really violent. And at that point, the president intervened and said, look, there were sometimes 2 or 3 murders a day, maybe more. So he said, look, this can't carry on. and they came en masse, military, Air Force, the Marines, and just took out all of the prisoners. It was December the 1st, 2013 or 14, something like that. Coach loads of us to the new prison estate, which they built right next door, but this new sort of gated, sliding gates on the doors. In fact, you can show at the end. We could put a video up of the prison inside with the police coming in to break up this riot. There's no murders or anything going on. It's just the police. But it will illustrate what the wings are like. So that I end up getting transferred.
Did you know in advance?
No.
So what?
They just turned up this morning. So we suddenly spotted police and military on the roof, and we thought, "Oh God!" We knew it was coming.
What about moving your property?
We couldn't take anything. I lost all my letters from my mum, all my photos, everything.
Couldn't take anything.
Not a thing. Nothing. They stripped us. They put us in a t-shirt, pair of shorts, and flip-flops issued by the prison. Chucked us into this new prison that wasn't finished. They hadn't finished building it. The water ran 1 hour a day, so there wasn't fresh water. They hadn't arranged the kitchens yet. So for the first month and a half, they starved us. There wasn't food on a regular basis.
I would have thought this was going to start to improve.
No, this is what I'm saying. It got gradually worse and worse as I went through. Normally in a British prison, it gets better and better, and you go lower down in category. There, I went from keto, where it was really cushy and I had everything sorted, to ended up in a supermax prison on a wing. The last wing I ended up in was built for 350 people, and there were 14 of us in there because they deemed us that high security risk. I was one of them. I ended up on the wing with Cubano, which was the boss of the Cubans.
Was the gang named after him?
Yeah. And like 10 or 10 or more of his underlings. And everybody was saying, "Why the fuck are you in there as well?" And out of these, 10 or 12 other people, 4 of them were the people that had caused me the most trouble throughout my whole prison term.
Not the maggot.
No, I think he'd been released by then. But
the Strangler?
No, but one of the other bosses, because you remember I said there were 3 bosses replaced the Choneras when they got moved. One of the other bosses was on there. One of them was. And then just, a couple of other, Cubano, obviously he was the boss of all of them, so that's 2, and then 2 others. So when I stuck my head out of the door of the first morning when I was there to see who else was on the wing, and I realised what wing I was on, and I saw them, I was like, and they saw me, I was like, oh, fuck. But because of where we'd been put, it was kind of all bets cancelled sort of thing. It was like...
They couldn't get at you?
No. Yeah, they could just walked across the yard and said hi.
Okay.
But it was like all previous trouble sort of... Because I was foreign, it was like...
Yeah.
Sort of, fresh start.
All the beefs were squashed?
Yeah, kind of.
Right.
Temporarily.
And perhaps you had a bit of respect because they were thinking they must have classified you quite highly to put you in with them.
I never found out while I was there. I wasn't there long, about a month. Then I got moved to the wing next door.
All right, so what is a wing like in the Supermax and your cell and everything?
Well, you could show people.
Yeah.
After.
On the pictures and the videos.
Yeah. I mean, I'll give you a description. It was 2 concrete bunks.
Mm-hmm.
A metal toilet and a metal sink.
Mm.
Oh no, was there a sink in there?
Is it the combination sink toilet?
That sort of thing.
The bowl on the top of the toilet.
And then a strip light welded into the wall, basically, which came on at 7 p.m. and went off at 10:30 at night. You had no control over anything. And that was it. We weren't allowed pens or paper. There were no letters in or out of the prison. We weren't allowed books. There was no TV. There was no radio. There were no shaving kits. I mean, we were giving nothing. No newspapers, no magazines. I mean, when I say nothing, I mean nothing. No canteen, no food. They would come round. I'll give you an illustration of the meals. They would come round in the morning. Breakfast was a bread roll and maybe a hot, like colada, they call it. It was just like cornflour syrup, something syrupy shit, or coffee maybe if you were lucky, and a banana once a week. It's making me hungry just thinking about it. The lack of food. Then around midday, they would come around. You would get a bowl of what was supposed to be soup, which is like water, basically, with a bit of bone in, if you're lucky. A plate of rice and maybe 1 cube of chicken like that. Just to illustrate. Like that's the top of my thumb. And then dinner would be the same again. And that would be it. And that went on for about a month and a half until they got the kitchen properly sorted out and stuff working properly. But even now, I talk to my friends over there, and this is about the same. Maybe get 2 or 3 lumps of chicken now. But nothing much has changed. I mean, they're running it on a budget, a shoestring.
So were the gang members able to get the weapons and the drugs flowing again?
It took them a little while, but they did, within about a month and a half, 2 months. I remember when I turned up on this wing, they had phone Blackberries in there. Because I remember the police raided the wing on about the 3rd day that I was there. Came in all armed to the teeth. Yeah. And they were wondering why I was on that wing. The only foreigner. Gringo, what are you doing here? God knows.
Even in Supermax prison, the drugs will flow. It cannot be stopped because there's so much money in the black market. That's why it should all be legalized.
Yeah, it definitely should be legalized. That's the only way they're going to sort all these problems out.
So, did you have cellmates then in Supermax?
No, not in there. No.
You got your own cell?
Yeah.
Did that feel a bit more relaxing?
Well, I mean, no, not really, because this was in December, bear in mind. So we're waiting for our Christmas turkey to come from the embassy because we used to get a turkey every Christmas. There was no turkey that year. Turkey was cancelled. Turkey flew off. Yeah. There were no Christmas presents, no visits. I didn't even hear from my family that year. That was the only year, actually, the only occasion that I ever contemplated suicide was Christmas Eve that year. It was so traumatic that, in a cell with nothing, with no food, we got locked up early. There was no Christmas dinner or nothing like that. And it was, for about a couple of minutes, because it's something I would just never do.
Did you contemplate the method?
There weren't many options. It would have been probably, bed sheets and bars, I guess.
Yeah.
About the only one.
So you said all the beefs were squashed. These characters' conflicts must have arisen at some point between them or between them and you.
I say the beefs were squashed, but when I saw this one particular, the boss from that wing, that it caused me a lot of grief. Me and him did look at each other and say, your day's going to come. I mean, I said to him, bear in mind, I'm going back to Britain, my friend, and I know the boss of the Choneros, and your name is on my list because, you caused my life to be hell for a bit, and you were responsible for some of my friends ending up dead. You wait till I get back to Britain and have funds, and I can send for a hitman for you. Trust, it's coming.
I know about La Lista. You don't want to be on La Lista, do you?
That's my La Lista.
So, did anyone make any moves against you?
In there, no, not on that particular wing. I got moved. Something did happen. I can't remember though. I mean, that many things have happened. I remember something happening, but I can't remember exactly what now. It's just something's ringing in the back of my head.
Perhaps it will come back to you.
Yeah, maybe another time.
So how long are you in there for, and where did you move to next?
So that was the last prison that I was in. I spent about a year in there before I got repatriated. I mean, things got gradually better. I ended up on a wing for foreigners in there after about 6 months. Took a while to get there, but so that was okay. That was pretty good because all my mates ended up on there as well from the old prisons that I'd been separated from.
That must have been gravy after coming out of the hellhole.
Yeah, it was quite good. Yeah. But again, the conditions were that bad there, so it sort of cancelled it. One cancelled the other out.
So you always were able to get your hustle on. Were you able to regenerate a little earnings and wealth before you got released?
No.
No.
Not really. No.
no alcohol production or
No, not in there, not in the last prison.
yeah.
Well, saying that, we did start something with coke, but it was just too. I didn't want to ruin the repatriation and stuff like that. I thought, end up getting nicked for something now, or end up in a fight and end up killing someone. It's not going to be good.
How did you pass your time as things calmed down?
Just playing it. I'm pretty good at drawing, so I ended up doing portraits for people. Ended up doing one for the prison director, the new prison director, and doing loads of artwork and stuff.
People like to send portraits of the girlfriends and stuff, don't they?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was more I was doing portraits of the inmates to give
while
to
he
their
sat
families.
there.
Yeah.
They didn't come and give
All
you...
these guys coming in scarred out and like machete wounds.
No one came and give you a picture of the girlfriend and said, "Can you do this?"
A couple of them, but I was pretty wary about doing them just in case I didn't do it well enough.
Oh man, imagine! Gave her like a fucking hook nose or something.
Yeah.
Shit. So, as you're getting close to your release date, then do you know when you're going to get out?
No, this is a big problem in Ecuador. That was the main problem. There was no release date there.
Yeah.
If you didn't have money, I mean, I'm talking to friends over there at the moment who, a good friend of mine who's part of the Sinaloa cartel, El Chapo Guzman, is one of his capos, called Rigo Villa. He is still in prison. He's been there 10 years. He's trying to get out at the moment, and I'm trying to help him as best I can with funds to pay the lawyer, to pay the judge, to pay everyone.
Yeah.
And if you don't pay, you don't get out, basically.
Are you able to speak to Rigo by phone?
Yeah. That was one of the guys I was worried about in the prison massacre. And I contacted him yesterday. He's okay.
So, what was his position in Chapo's organization?
He was a capo.
He was a capo.
Yeah. They got caught in Ecuador. They were... in fact, the pilot is now dead. I was really good friends with El Topo, which is the mole.
Yeah.
He's had songs written about him and stuff. They would fly into Ecuador in a Cessna, and they had some military paid off in Ecuador who would bring the coke a ton at a time. The Cessna would land on a road. They'd have the road locked off. So Topo would land in his Cessna. They would chuck the bales of coke into the back of the Cessna as quick as they could, like a ton at a bit. Cessna would spin around, take off. Or no, probably just take off the same way, I suppose. Long road, and fly up the coast back to Mexico, and then that would be then shipped on up to the States. So they'd be doing this probably once every couple of weeks. And on this occasion, Topo landed, but so did the military turned up and forced the plane down with a helicopter. Helicopter landed on the wingtip of the plane, so it couldn't take off.
Wow.
Yeah, it was on the news over there.
So his drugs got jacked by a bigger mafia.
Yeah, basically. So they all got arrested. Rigo was the capo, so he got, I guess, a pretty high sentence. I don't know what he got sentenced to. 14, 16.
And what are you trying to do to help him now?
Just, I send him a little bit of money every now and then for his economy matter, like the prison canteen, and also his lawyer to try and push papers through to get his parole, get him out.
So if you came back into the podcast and he called you on the phone and you put it on speakerphone, would that get him in trouble?
No.
Because we could have a conversation with him on the air and have him tell his story through the phone.
Yeah, I'll ask him.
Okay, yeah,
I'll
check
ask
it
him
out.
if he's up for it. But he doesn't speak English.
Oh.
Remember. You habla español.
Yeah. So you could translate it then.
I could translate it. Yeah.
It'll still be interesting, I think.
Yeah. Could do that.
Has he got a limit on how long he can stay on the phone?
Probably. I'll find out. I'll find out all this with.
Yeah, but make sure it absolutely will not get him any trouble at all. Because we do not want to piss off a capo in the Sinaloa cartel.
No. Yeah. Topo, the pilot, ended up dead. He got shot out of the sky by the Colombian military doing a run.
Really?
He told me some crazy stories about taking off in the jungle. You know, those jungle runways that they have down the side of a mountain with, whatever in the back of the plane. And there's Topo flying along. He loved his coke. He would keep a top pocket full of coke, Topo. He'd be flying along, sniffing coke, ton of coke in the back. He's a good guy, Topo.
And he got shot down.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, like, your story is just one of, it's like almost like the Grim Reaper is behind you, man.
A good friend of mine, Mark, from Wales. Hi, Mark. You know you well. You used to call me the Grim Peter. Not
the Grim Peter?
Yeah. Instead of the Grim Reaper, Grim Peter, because of the amount of my friends that have
Surrounded
died.
by death.
Yeah. All my life has been the same way.
I've never heard a story of, or anyone.
By the age of
so much
20,
death.
I'd seen 8 people die in front of me.
8 people die?
From drug overdoses, heart attacks, car accidents. All through my life, I've just had this trail of death behind me. I don't know why. My stepbrother killed himself and his cousin in the same month of November, the same year. I was the last person to see him alive. Just all through my life. I've had 3 girlfriends killed. Well, yeah, accidents. I hate to say.
Jesus. All right,
Yeah,
so
pretty bad.
We're in the part of your story now where you're getting close to your release. Anything notable happen?
Well, I mean, I get repatriated back to Britain to finish off. Did the last 10 months in Wandsworth where I met David McMillan.
Let's do your release. Let's do your repatriation story first. What's the procedure for that?
Yeah. I was going to say that's what.
Yeah.
So the process takes bloody ages to go through, and they finally one day they just came to the wing and said, "Oh, you're needed up in the offices." And I was like, "Is it? Am I getting? Is this goodbye?" And it was. I got over to the offices and didn't take anything with me. Got there and they said, "Oh, you're getting repatriated." I was like, "Wow, really?" So 3 prison officers, British prison officers, had come out, had flown out to Ecuador to collect me from Wandsworth because they have a dedicated repatriation unit in Wandsworth. So they bring prisoners back from all around the world.
Are they armed?
No, they weren't. No, just with handcuffs. Which was quite a funny story actually, because when they arrived in Ecuador, they said that the Ecuadorians started getting out their handcuffs and doing a comparison. Then they get out all their guns and they said, "Aren't you armed?" And then obviously the British prison officers weren't armed, and the Ecuadorians started getting out their guns and their machine guns and hand grenades and all this stuff. Armaments, M16s and whatnot, Glocks. And the British prison officers just like, who the fuck are we transporting? So for me to be transported to the airport was quite a scenario. They turn up, Interpol, 4 Interpol officers, armed, handguns, plain clothes, strip search, blah, 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 get me out to the car. Front and back, there's a Jeep in front, a Jeep behind, with 4 armed military in each Jeep, all M16'd up. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? This is just for me? And they were like, yeah, this is for you. You're like, I said, why? What's the big deal? And I'm like trying to play it down. I thought, well, maybe it's because I tried to escape from Quito. So I start quizzing them, on the way to the airport in the car, the Interpol officers. I'm saying, what's the big deal? What's with all the guns? They say, oh, don't you like it here? And I say, well, yeah, kind of, but not really. I'll be glad to be going home. And they laugh and they say, oh, is that why you tried to escape then? And then the penny jobbers is like, oh, that's what the security is for. I thought, because I wasn't really sure why I'd been transferred from Quito. It took up until then to confirm that was what the reason was behind it. Or it was partly me trying to escape and partly because I was up to no good in the prison and whatnot. So they were laughing and joking and saying, oh, you must not like it. You tried to escape from Quito. Get to the airport, and they take me through the airport, all this military convoys of M16s, And it was really surreal at the airport because, I hadn't been on the street for nearly a decade. And there's all these people wandering around just looking at their phones. Just, not really noticing that it's me being shuffled through, surrounded by armed police, and people were bumping into us and looking up and going... So yeah, there was quite a big sending off party. Human rights lot were there at the end. Never saw them all the way through the sentence, but they were there at the end just to make sure I wasn't getting abused.
And were you able to take your final belongings with you, or were they all left behind as well?
No, I didn't get to take anything with me. I don't think.
I guess there's like a sense of, I've lost everything at some point. I've got to be just completely detached from material possessions.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite a good experience.
It's liberating, isn't it?
It is, but I mean, the only thing that ever pissed me off was losing the letters from my mother.
Yeah.
And photos, because they were irreplaceable, and they went, and there was nothing I could do about it. I mean, that was the most upsetting. I didn't care about all the TVs and all the clothes and everything else that I lost. Yeah, so what? That can be replaced.
Yeah.
Things, letters from my damn mum can't be.
And how long is the flight then?
It's quite a long flight. We had to stop in Barcelona. I did think about escaping. I was thinking about going in Barcelona
just to avoid the ones with.
Yeah, because I thought I was going to be resentenced when I got back to Britain. I thought when I landed in Britain, I was going to be met with loads of police and face going to trial and getting resentenced to 25 years in Britain for the 80 odd kilos conspiracy charge that was waiting for me here. But that didn't happen. I mean, I had been told after about 2 or 3 years in Ecuador that the British judge had said that he was would accept that that I'd been sentenced in Ecuador as long as I did a minimum of 6 years in Ecuador. What was it? As long as I did a minimum of 6 years in prison, that I wouldn't be resentenced in Britain. But I ended up doing 10 years and 10 days in total.
So never knowing when you're going to get out, that uncertainty, thinking you're going to come back to the UK and they're going to bang 25 on you, that must have been constantly going through your head.
Up until the day I actually walked out of Wandsworth. And then I knew, that was it. Done. And even then, on my release day at Wandsworth, because obviously we get a piece of paper there with the date on, when you're getting out. The day came. All day it went by and they're not letting me out, and I keep going to the SO or PO or whatever it was. Going, what's going on? I'm supposed to be out. Just keep mugging you off. Going, it'll be later. Comes to the point of which later never came, and I'm like, fuck this. I'll get on the phone and ring my family, ring the probation officer that I'm supposed to be meeting that day. I said, look, I'm not going to make it. They're not releasing me. Ring my solicitor or ring someone. So 6 o'clock comes and they come and get me and release me out of Wandsworth at like 6 p.m.
Yeah, I had a little panic at the end. I had like a thing called a half-time release on the balance of my sentence that hadn't been processed. It wasn't showing up on the computer.
Right.
So I didn't get out on my release day either. And I'm thinking, if that doesn't go through, I've got another 2.5 years or something. But they let me out a couple of days later. Yeah, but I was shitting.
It's nerve-wracking. It's horrible.
Absolutely.
Those final days are the worst. In any sentence, the last days are the worst.
Going in and coming out, like the stress is off the scale, isn't
totally.
it? Yeah. So, all right, you're in Barcelona. You're contemplating escaping.
Yeah. I was do you know what I was gonna do? I was gonna drug the prison officers on the way back on the plane. I was saving up pills that I was getting off inmates. I was actually doing it. I was saving up pills and stashing them. I was going to plug it and drug their drinks on the plane, and then get off the plane and do one. Because I knew we had to stop either in Barcelona or I know it might be Madrid. Sorry, I think it was Barcelona we went through. So we were either going to go through Spain or Holland, because that was the route into Britain. There's no direct flights from Ecuador. So I was going to try and drug them and then get out of the airport.
And how long did you spend in that airport?
It was just whilst we changed planes. It was maybe an hour or two.
So like, I'm used to like prison transportation and Connor and all that shit. How about like taking a pee and things like that? They got to watch you pissing, because I had to watch me pissing. Yeah.
I remember at the airport in Spain that the prison officers the British ones were okay with me. On the plane back, we had the entire 2 back rows of the plane. So I had one sat either side of me all the time, and then one behind me for the whole flight back, and they were rotating because it's like a 14-hour flight. Bit total.
And then to take a piss, what was the procedure?
Yeah, they would. On the plane?
Just whenever you wanted to go.
They would come with me. I think they would cuff me to them, take me to the toilet, and either have to watch me or on the plane. I think they just, I think I had to leave the door open, but go in.
But you just kind of get used to, I don't mean to be crude, but you kind of get used to staff staring at your privates because of all of the strip searches, don't you?
I was telling my girlfriend about something the other day. When I got transferred from Quito to Guayaquil, on the transfer down, I was handcuffed, like arm in arm with a Dutch guy, and we stopped halfway down for a piss, and they got us off the bus, and we, like me and the Dutch guy were interlinked arms, and I said, well, can you open us up so we can have a piss? And they said, no, you'll have to do it handcuffed to your mate. It wasn't really a mate. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's Kevin from Holland.
Yeah, no pressure to pee here, guys.
So yeah, exactly. And it's like it's the last thing you want when you're trying to.
You handcuff to your mate, and guards are staring at your dick to make sure you're like not doing anything weird or getting drugs out your asshole.
Yeah, or knives. Ow.
Because you got people like they get called out for pee tests, and then they're staring at your dick to make sure this happens in Arizona that you're not going to get out fake pee out and a fake
bag of piss stuck to your leg or whatever container.
And then if you can't piss under those conditions, you get a dirty. And you lose your visits and your commissary. These are the things you have to go through if you think you're a big bad gangster. You're going to end up with guys staring at you trying to piss for years on end.
Yep. Strip searches coming in and out of visits in England. This is I remember the strip searches because I was potential category A. Fucking hell, they would go to town on me every time in and out of the visit. Just they would come into my cell once every couple of days, just completely trash the cell, all your photos on the floor, trample all over it, rip your radio apart to the point it didn't work. I remember female officers coming in and strip searching me at Gloucester Prison, and they're not supposed to do that. And they would come in two at a time, door behind, like half shut, and make me strip, like just to harass you, dehumanize you, fuck with your head and all that sort of shit.
I was lucky because I was in Arizona prison after they had ruled the strip search known as the finger wave unconstitutional.
Which is?
You're in a cubicle with a guard. Guard puts on the rubber gloves and sticks his finger in your cavity.
God, yeah. They used to do that in Britain, didn't they?
Did they?
Yeah. Well, the police used to have powers to do that in Britain.
Wow.
Police search. Yeah.
Wow.
I've never had that done in Britain.
That got ruled unconstitutional because, surprise, surprise, it led to people getting raped and all this other stuff. Yeah. So what's the strip search like in Wandsworth then?
I can't remember. It's just standard strip search. I mean, I usually, like you said, you just get used to it, don't you?
Yeah.
So it's just like...
Where we were at, it was like you got to get naked, turn around, bend over, spread your buttocks wide open and cough, and they're looking right in to see if there's anything. Similar. Yeah, that seems to be the norm.
Check your hair behind your ears, in your mouth, under your tongue.
Yeah, check your mouth, armpits, ears. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Lift you up.
Yeah. They actually said a thing where you had to pull your foreskin back in America and do a foreskin search.
I've had that in English prison. In England, yeah, I've had that in England.
Did you?
Yeah, police in Britain. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's pretty grim.
Yeah, don't get gangsteritis, young people. These are the things that you don't anticipate. That you just.
Yeah, I forgot. The
guy's telling you pull your foreskin back.
I'd forgotten that one actually.
And I was like, what? I had no idea about this. When I started out with drugs, if I could see, I was going to end up in a room with a big redneck prison guard saying, pull your foreskin back. I might have thought twice about this. These are the things that you're going to end up having to do. All your freedoms are gone.
Yeah.
Your body is owned by the state.
Yeah. Her Majesty's Pleasure, HMP.
Yeah.
Pleasuring the Queen.
Yeah.
And that's how you're doing it.
So, did Wandsworth seem quite easy for
Wandsworth was like a holiday camp to me.
Yeah.
I was so happy to be in Wandsworth. I got there. I remember on the second day out on the exercise yard, wandering around, and there was some guy wandering around and crying, going, "Oh my God, Wandsworth's so bad. It's terrible. I can't handle it. I'm going to kill myself." I was laughing.
Yeah.
I said, "You've got to be joking." I said, I didn't even bother explaining, but I was just like, "Yeah, I can't be bothered to explain, but like, just shut the fuck up." Really?
Did the prisoners know your history?
No, I mean, because there were a few other people that had been repatriated, David included. That's where I met David, who was in Wandsworth. David McMillan.
Who's going to be here any minute, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk to them, and there was another English guy that had come back from Peru, actually, from Oxford. I can't remember his name now, but so I found him, and we could talk to each other about the experiences.
You could relate with the extremities.
Just trying to explain to people in an English prison what it was like. It was just, unless they were actually sort of half sensible and they're actually interested and could understand and could comprehend. Otherwise, it was like, what's the point?
Yeah.
I was just happy to have running water, food 3 times a day, which was pretty substantial in a British prison, or even maybe more. And you could get stuff from the canteen and you could eat well. And you had a TV and it was in English, and the light you could turn on yourself, and you could go out and have exercise and not get shot or stabbed. And just the fact that I wasn't going to get killed or end up dead was just nice.
Did you find then that your adrenaline had just been going full tilt?
Yeah.
And then in Wandsworth, you started to settle a bit.
Yeah. Just slept for about a week.
Did you? Yeah. And how long then was your total Wandsworth stint?
One thing that I found really, I don't know whether you probably didn't get this, but coming back to Wandsworth, I didn't think I'd get that culture shock, but I got it massively. I thought, because I'm coming back to my own culture, I'm coming back to England, back to what I know, I'd be okay, but not at all. Came back and it was when did I think it was November I got transferred in, so it was just prior to Christmas, and all the advertising was on TV, and so I was just being bombarded by adverts and full on Western consumerism and capitalism, and just seeing all the food wastage in Wandsworth, like half buckets of rice getting thrown in the bin and loads of wrapping, and whereas in Ecuador, every last thing gets used, every little last bit of food gets eaten. There's always someone that's hungry, or someone will eat it, or, whatever it is, even down to the bones, and I mean, it's everything.
Excesses of the West.
Just can't explain. Just everything gets used, and there is no excess packaging. It just doesn't happen. So seeing all this, it was quite disturbing, and it was actually quite upsetting and very difficult to comprehend. And also, the seasons, I still have not adjusted to the days getting lighter and darker. Because in Ecuador, you're on the equator. It's 12 hours light, 12 hours dark, day in, day out, all year round. Yet here, suddenly it's getting lighter and darker and hotter and colder, and just...
Messes
look at me, where I'm dressed, I still find it weird.
Messes with your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was out the country for 17 years, so coming back, I didn't do...
How long did you do over there?
I did 6, but I didn't transfer. Right. So I just got straight deported.
Right. Okay.
And then I was just like, my mum and dad and my sister were at the airport, and they took me for Indian food right away.
Yeah.
But because of the stuff that I had, that occasionally had dead rats in it and stuff, I couldn't eat it.
Oof.
Yeah. So we just got vegetarian options. I converted to the Hindu religion to get the vegetarian diet,
right?
To play the system where I was at. But yeah, adapting then, it was a trip. Like, you see, like, the wealth of the country from when I'd left.
Yeah.
Houses that my parents, the street, no longer had like a little car outside. They had like 2 or 3 cars outside.
Yeah.
And all the kids are going around with cell phones.
Yeah, the whole society had changed, hasn't it? The same for me
so
when I came
much.
at the whole society, because you had all, like you say, all the cell phones, everything.
Yeah.
Suddenly all the pubs had closed.
Yeah.
Everybody was on Facebook and WhatsApp. And when my sister first told me about WhatsApp, I was like, no, surely you mean what's up? You spelled it wrong. She was like, no, it's
what's
WhatsApp.
up,
and I said, what's an app? And she said, exactly, what's up? And I was like, I just couldn't get it. I was like, what are you talking about?
Did your remaining family visit you while you were in Wandsworth?
Yeah. That was emotional when they first came in, and I saw my dad. I mean, again, I hadn't actually seen him on camera or physically at all for 10 years. So he had aged markedly,
Right.
And it was my sister had a kid, got married. It was a big shock.
Wow, Peter. So we're at 2 minutes in. We're going to round up
2 hours.
2 hours. 2 seconds.
Hold on.
Let's start again. Wow, Peter. So we're at 2 hours in.
Yeah.
Part 2. Again, just absolutely mind-blowing. The absolute depths of horror, depravity, medical experimentation. Finally, coming home and thinking you're going to get 25 years on top of that, so you never actually knew when you were going to get out.
Yeah, not until the day I walked out of Wandsworth.
The mind fuck, the uncertainty of not knowing when you get out is horrendous. And then you end up in Wandsworth and you bumped into a guy who'd been in trouble in Afghanistan, Banistan, apparently.
All over the world.
Yeah,
David. Oh, here he is.
Oh, here he is.
Oh, David.
Somebody
How you doing? How are you?
Somebody.
I've seen you for a while.
Yeah, somebody gave me this address. I didn't realise it was.
Oh, is it?
Is Joe here?
He'll be along later.
There's Joe. There's Joe. There's James.
Well, tell him I want twice what the bananas I wanted before. So, yeah. Oh, there's a box there. Yeah. Isn't this cozy? Hey, look at that. There's enough news piled up here to serve.
At least you still got your head.
Two old French ladies. They seem to live forever.
There's the bananas.
Banana man.
It's been done.
Yeah, well, actually, you just saw that shipment that just came into Tottenham the other day, didn't you? That was in bananas.
Oh, was it?
That was from Colombia. I'm not saying that was my mates, but
yeah.
not far off.
No, but the other ones I had some guavas and what's the other?
Mango.
Oh, I love a mango.
Something like that. Papaya.
Waitrose mango fingers.
It was in some of them. I mean, they weren't all done. It was in some of them were rubber and plastic. But
That's the ones we were doing. Rubber.
could you have your pinky sex delineate clearly between the recording sessions?
This is PPE, David.
That's not what you want to
Protective.
Yeah.
Just wait till you see my coronavirus.
I thought it was something you're not
mask.
telling me. That.
Where's my coronavirus mask?
What else have you got in your bag?
The government said.
Okay, here we
The
go.
government said we have to wear a mask. People are quite boring.
Here's the
masks
joke.
Everybody's wearing. If everybody would step up and wear a really interesting mask, the whole
boy.
world would be like carnival time. Everyone's depressed and gloomy with the little blue thing on, the little surgical blue thing.
It's the Sean's version of the mask.
Venice Biennale, I think it is.
And all,
Actually took that one.
Boris Brecher, famous rave DJ, he wears it. Yeah.
That's Boris Brecker's mask, is it?
Boris Brecker's mask, yeah. I had to have it imported from Europe.
That's cool.
And the reason I'm wearing it is, and I've been dropping a few photos in it, is because there's these conspiracy theories going out now saying, because I can report on Epstein and not get deplatformed, I am working for the Illuminati. So, yes, as you can see, I'm feeding into that conspiracy theory.
You know, there's a ceremony you've got to go through to become a fully fledged member. I don't know if you want that to go to it.
We're going to get to that in part 3, which is coming up in the channel within weeks, I imagine, at the rate these things are going these days. So please join us for part 3 with Pieter, with David, and for David, it's part, 10, 11?
10,000.
11.
In the description box are the links for Pieter's part 1, David's playlist of many, 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 many videos, hours and hours of that relaxing voice.
Or what to do before you decide to end it all. By part 11, you seriously would want to do that.
And huge thank you to Joe and James for sitting here and enduring these tales and watching my insanity wearing this mask today. I really appreciate that. Anything else you guys would like to say in conclusion?
No.
Once you've been promising.
Voila!
Yeah, come back when we've eaten.
Yeah.
It'll help a lot.
All right, fist bump then with the protective glove. No
3 bump, fist bump.
Cheers.
Vamos, entremos. Venga, flecha. Ingresa. Dale para acá. Vete, escudo. Arriba. Escudo, escudo, escudo. Escudo, escudo. Escudo, escudo. Ponte conmigo. Deje que haga efecto el gas. Deje que haga efecto el gas. Tranquilo. ¡Abre el candado! Bien, mijo, bien, bien. Puta, dame. Deja, al piso, hijo de puta. Al piso, hijo de puta, al piso. Suelta eso, al piso.
Fatales, liderada por Adolfo Giovanni Chávez Moreira, alias Adolfito. Se dedican a cometer delitos de sicariato para la organización de los choneros. Banda La Marca, liderada por Junior Alexander Roldán Paredes, alias Junior. Cometen varios delitos en apoyo a los choneros. Banda Los Pangora, liderada por Jorge Alberto Montoya Morán, alias Pangora, brazo armado y ejecutor de sicariatos de los choneros. Banda Los Lagartos, liderada por Carlos Mantilla Ceballos, alias Choclo. Mantienen el control del pabellón 5 y cometen delitos dentro y fuera del centro. Banda Los Lobos, fue brazo armado de choneros hasta la muerte de Rasquiña, liderada por Wilmer Chavarría Barré, alias Pipo. Control del pabellón 6 y 9 de la penitenciaría, actualmente con prelibertad. Banda Tiguerones, liderada por William Joffre Bautista Alcíbar, alias Negro Willy. Fue brazo armado de los choneros y mantienen el control del pabellón 8. Banda Chone Killer, liderada por Antonio Camacho Pacheco, alias Benjamín, brazo armado de choneros, tráfico ilícito de sustancias y sicariato, y el control del pabellón 2. En el Centro de Privación de Libertad Femenino también existen otras bandas, como la organización delictiva Pepe, liderada por Sujei Magdalena Gómez Cervantes, alias Pepe, quien mantiene el control del pabellón C. Organización delictiva Junior, liderada por Junior Alexander Roldán Paredes, alias Junior, se mantiene el control de talleres. Y la banda Los Gorras, liderada por Carlos Mantilla Ceballos, alias Choclo, quien mantiene el control del pabellón A.
In the first week there were something like over 30 murders.
This is to show the hard-hitting reality of what Pieter went through.
Yeah.
This is not the glorification of violence, and hence, we're not showing the actual videos either because it would be a violation.
No, it's jumping.
They've dismembered him, chopped his head off, chopped his legs off, chopped his arms off, and beaten his skull in so his head is more like a bag.
I'm surprised in a way that the police didn't run in shooting.
I mean, in the time I was there, there was a couple of actual shootouts with the police. I think it was a photo from the police saying that his satanic ways have finished now. Fito dismembered in the penitentiary in Guayaquil, so he met the same end that what he has done to others. Died by the sword. Because an inmate had got up onto the roof of the prison, which is pretty standard there, and a police officer from a gun tower had shot him from distance, killed him. on the roof for nothing. The guy was just up there just having a look around sort of thing. So all of the wings barricaded the gates, entry points to the wing, and just started opening fire down the main corridor
to clear it, sort of.
Just shooting at anyone and anything, basically.
Here we go. We have Pieter Part 3 fused with David Part 11.
Hi there.
The worlds did combine in Wandsworth Prison. We're going to start out with an update. There are videos and photos freshly come out of the prison that Pieter was at, showing riots.
Can't be made.
This phone's on silent, please. Dismemberment, beheadings, beating hearts, you name it.
It's from Ecuador, by the way, people.
Because of community guidelines, we cannot show these videos. But we're going to watch them. Pieter is going to describe exactly who these characters are, what's happening in relation to his life story. And me and David are going to... You can see our reactions.
Just trying to find that.
And then, for part 2 of this pod, we're going to go over to the combination of worlds. Foreign drug traffickers meet in Wandsworth Prison and finally relax after the insanity and the hardcoreness of where they'd previously been. David, Thailand. Pieter, Ecuador.
And something of a coincidence, but was it? Because, you know, they all say there's 6 degrees between two people on Earth anywhere. But in Wandsworth held almost 2,000 people. And yet we met, even though we were only on the same section quite briefly. So, but it was after, as you say, all our troubles elsewhere, which haunt us to this day, you know?
We also have
forgiven.
A synchronicity of nicknames, because we learned in Pieter Part 2 that he had a nickname associated with the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, Grim Pieter.
Grim Pieter. And we also know that David is the Grim Reaper's appointment keeper.
Really?
Oh, yeah, somebody gave that. The Grim Reaper's diary keeper or something, somebody said. Well, it's better than being the pox doctor clerk. It's got to be something to be said for it. But this is kind of a news flash in a way, because it should still be fresh in your memory that there were riots in Ecuador over, 3 or 7 prisons?
4 prisons.
4 prisons.
Last week, starting on February the 23rd.
And what happens in a riot, isn't it, that people... Okay, there's very little guards' input in Ecuadorian prison anyway.
The guards all fled the scene. I think for every 350 prisoners, which is like which each wing holds, there were 2 or 3 guards unarmed. Whereas the prisoners are 350 strong and armed.
It does seem a bit kind of reverse, doesn't it?
So they don't stand much chance, really. So they fled the scene rather quickly and let everyone get on with the butchery, which ensued.
Well, it's an opportunity for people to settle scores without even any witnesses.
There's a picture of the weaponry that was seized, which is featured in quite a few... newspapers and...
I'll forward these to you, James, so we can just put in what we can put in.
It looked a bit homemade.
A lot of these. You remember in the previous interview, I was talking about the light fitting in each cell.
Yeah.
When I first arrived in one of these new prisons, that was a means of getting metal. Because it's got a reflector behind it. So they were breaking the light fittings out and getting the reflectors out, which are thin aluminium, and then reshaping them into machetes like these.
Machetes, look at the size of them.
I mean, they're the size of my
arm. It might
arm.
have been thin, but it must have held up pretty well, doesn't it?
Yeah. And also, where the other? Oh, the metal reinforcing rods in the structure of the building, the bars off the doors, bits of steel off the. Any metal, really.
Did you feel the necessity to be armed because everyone else was armed?
Yeah.
Did you have to buy in on that one, or just was, as you say,
didn't
necessary?
have to, but I mean, at times you definitely had to be. So it was necessary. I mean, you can see there's 2 handguns down the front there as well that they seized. That's
They look in pretty good condition, obviously, lovingly taken care of. Well oiled.
Telephones. I don't know what they're showing.
I suppose
there's
they
a row
are,
of telephones.
Technically illegal.
What, handguns?
No. I'll assume that. But no, the phones.
Yeah. The problem is in these prisons, there's no pay phones. So there's no means of contacting your family. So they've in the way that they've built the prison, they're creating problems. You know?
Mind you, they always do, don't they?
Yeah, I suppose that's what they're for.
But even the tobacco ban, a friend in Australia said that a packet of cigarettes there costs $500 Australian dollars.
Wow. Well, in American prisons, I mean, I don't know, but you would know, brother.
Well, they were smokers allowed back then, but now since then it's changed, I think.
Yeah, I heard they're expensive there as well.
It must have gone through the roof. Everything goes through the roof, doesn't it, when they create black markets?
In fact, talking of which, a friend of mine sent me a photograph in here of post Riot what $20 in the prison could buy, and it was literally some bread and a bottle of Coke. Yeah. Because the prison had stopped supplying the food. Some of my friends that I've spoken to they've been fed twice in a week.
We've seen these conditions come about because of the pandemic and riots all over the world. Is that what's happened here?
That is part of the problem as well. But I mean, these riots have come about mainly because the main gang leader out there, who was called Hot Ellie or JL, or nickname of Raskina, which means itchy. Don't know why. But anyway, he was killed on December the 28th. He was the leader of the Choneros, Jorge Luis Zambrano, who I was in prison with, which I mentioned on another podcast or interview. I was actually just trying to find the footage of him getting shot. He was shot in a cafeteria in Manta.
When you say cafeteria, what, within a prison?
No. He'd been released. Right. He'd only been out a couple of months. And of course, having plenty of enemies, he was shot by a Colombian assassin who was brought in just for the job, basically.
That gang you were talking about just before, how were they confined just to Ecuador? Or
Choneros.
Yeah.
The name comes from a town called Choni, hence Choneros.
Yeah, right.
Which is again on the coast, further up from Guayaquil towards Manta. That's where they started, and you know, as time's gone on, it's just tit for tat, and then families become involved, and then other gangs. You know, you've got the Latin Kings there, Los Lobos, Choni Killers, real friendly sounding bunch, and so on and so forth.
And as the rivalry would be as strong as. But the unending hatred between, say, biker gangs or something like that.
Or say between the Russian and Italian mafia, something like that.
But probably even worse being when they're confined.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when I was in prison there, in the main prison in Guayaquil, which that I was first sent to, they had them sort of separated. It was one half of the prison was one gang and the other half was another gang. So they'd have sort of shootouts across like a no man's land, which they called the frontier of the border. That was until this third gang came in, the Choneros, who ended up on my wing, or the wing I was on, which ended up in a 2-hour-long gunfight and 2 people getting killed. And it was the boss that I just described, Hot Ellie, who they were trying to kill on that occasion. So with his death, it's created a power vacuum.
Right.
Between the gangs, so they're all vying for control now.
Would it be, just to get the idea of the structure of it, okay, there's a kind of criminal gang and their line of work, but mostly cocaine, I guess.
What, within the prison?
Just inside and out, well, not inside, but outside.
Outside, I mean, they're murder for hire, they're contract killers.
Okay, so
the Choneros are anyway. That was their main thing. They were like a bit like the paramilitaries. They were kind of working for the police. They would go in and clear up other gangs. They would be contracted to kill politicians, judges, stuff like that. So
they didn't bother with any kind of regular trading. They just were a ruthless gang, and that's
initially,
what they did.
But then after spending some time in prison and obviously making contacts with traffickers, they then branched out into drug smuggling,
Robberies, I guess.
Robbery, extortion, a lot of extortion.
Kidnapping big, is that?
Yeah, kidnapping, all that sort of stuff. All the usual South American jollities.
And is there a kind of select group of lower level that end up in the prison and the higher ones manage to stay out? Or
no, not really. I mean, like I say, the Hotel JL, as I call him, he ended up in prison with us because he was up for a murder charge, which he managed to get dropped, but then got arrested for another murder and ended up getting a sentence, I don't know, for 16 or something, but obviously paid a lot of bribes, got it reduced, qualified as a lawyer, got released, but then ended up getting shot dead.
There's no appeal on that one, is there?
That was the final sentencing.
You know, I don't know if you was popular there. A big jail weapon, very frequently seen, has been tube steel wherever it can be found, whether it's a table leg or a section of pipe, then cut at a sharp angle and smoothed down. So you've got a pointed tip and this sliding curve.
So the blood bleed out.
Exactly, yeah. You leave it in there and it channels the blood out.
It's like a tap.
Yeah. I'd use a compression fitting on the end, professionally speaking. From plumber's point of view.
So what's the first video you'd like to take us through?
Well, I'd like to take you through them, but
these were shot by the inmates, weren't they?
Yeah, this was filmed. I mean, I'll show you this first one. This is extremely graphic.
I don't want to.
I think it will be blurred out for the viewers, but
this is where Pieter was. He's showing us now what happens in these places.
They killed an informant basically, and you'll hear in a minute them. They've dismembered him, chopped his head off, chopped his legs off, chopped his arms off, and beaten his skull in so his head is more like a bag. And they're holding it up and just describing what they've done.
Close look. I want to get every palpitation of the heart there. Okay. I'm looking at a bloodied stump.
Just body part.
Torso,
just like a little.
So they're saying don't show his face, otherwise we get into trouble. Don't film the face.
Oh, the face of the guy holding up a head. That's
we'll keep it this way. We can't show this.
It is.
Lobos is one of the gangs.
I can see a bit of skull pointing out there, which is white on the inside.
You can see where his eyes have come
feet
out.
On the floor.
Yeah.
Severed feet.
I wonder whether
it's quite sickly.
But I'm hoping he died kind of early on in the process.
Well, there's another one in here which actually shows a guy actually. He's alive initially.
James.
Still alive, yeah.
This guy is actually alive. You can see he's alive because you see he's covering his head like this. And then they're stabbing him in the neck and then beating him. And then he loses consciousness. And, see the rocks around it where they've pelted him with rocks. But they're coming in with knives and bits of steel tubing.
Come back into fashion.
He's still alive there. I mean, that crack you heard then was his skull.
I just saw a great piece of
not nice
skull come out. So these bats.
You see his neck opens up and his head's nearly coming off.
Yeah.
Saying, "Oh, you motherfucker."
Oddly enough, some nerve system is still alive in there because the shoulders are twitching.
In the next video I'll show you, you'll see how the nerve system functions beyond death.
I suppose this could be
what have I got into?
Educational in a way.
Yeah, it's making me feel sick just listening to it.
They've torn his clothes off, and I think he's not. He's certainly
he's dead
unconscious.
He's crossed over, hasn't he?
You
just want to cross over, wouldn't you, ASAP?
Yeah, you just want it to end.
Yeah. Well,
as quick as possible.
There's not as much blood as I would expect, Sean.
This next one,
drools of it,
just for the
sinews.
For the viewers, is one of the most horrific that I've ever seen. It was basically they
looks like it's inside somewhere here, isn't it?
Yeah, this is in one of the shower areas.
Oh,
so you
can
want to
hose
take
it
a shower
down.
in there. But they've killed a couple of guys in there. There's one body to the left and one to the right, and they're cutting them up, and they've literally just cut this guy's heart out of his chest. Maybe while he's still alive, and the heart is still beating. The person in view is holding the guy's heart in his hand, and the heart is still pumping. And he shakes it and laughs, and the heart starts twitching again, the muscle. I mean, it's obviously still warm. And then it pans back to them cutting the guy's head off.
Can hardly wait. You want some popcorn for this, Sean?
Really? Right. See the heart in his hand there?
Okay, it's quite small, actually.
It's not that small.
Oh wow. Yeah. No, it's jumping. Like
you see the chest cavity in a minute where they've cut it out.
And the guys are holding it and laughing.
Barbaric, animalistic, just next level.
And somebody's sawing the head off with a knife that's not hugely sharp.
Yeah.
But
it's easier to go in from behind, not that way.
You get these
there's like a hole in this body where the heart was.
Yeah, it's just savage.
And supposedly the excuse for this mass revenge
was a beheaded head. Not my friend. Two of my friends were beheaded in this melee of bloodbath.
Why?
Oh God!
As a kind of outsider.
Oh, that's my friend's head. This is Marino.
He looks at peace, at least.
He does, doesn't he? He was a nice guy, actually.
Yeah, he looks.
It does look at peace.
But made the mistake of becoming involved in prison politics in some way, shape, or form, and obviously went against the gangs, I think, and they took it. They didn't like it.
I suppose.
End result.
When the thing kicks off like that, and bloody vengeance is taken, anybody associated with that gang would also be targeted.
Which is, I was talking about this earlier, wasn't it? That I very ended up
enjoying this
result. Yeah, same fate.
So
another head. I mean, they beheaded. I don't know how many. In one of the newspapers it said something like 20 people. But in another photo, which I've lost, it was taken in the forensics laboratory post massacre, and there's literally a row. Say a table like this, a row of heads. Say I don't know, about 10 heads, and then a bag, like a big blue bag that you would put builder's rubble in or something, full of heads.
So what? Maybe 20 heads in there.
Something like that. I mean, a lot. There's a pile of bodies there, for example, in this one.
Yeah. They were kind of flopped over each other.
Well, they've dragged them out and piled them up there as they've killed them.
Right. I don't suppose there'd be anywhere for these guys to hide either, would there?
That's the problem. There's nowhere to hide, nowhere to run.
And I
no
see
help. No one's coming.
They've lit a fire underneath.
Oh yeah, there's
some random heads around the pile of bodies.
You can see one of the heads was burnt and cooked there.
Yeah, a cooked head.
You can actually hear it if you listen carefully, crackling. Like
the head is crackling.
Well, the skin of the guy.
I think, in the background there, yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, a couple of hisses.
Bit of a sizzle there.
Yeah. Not like any Cumberland sausage I've ever seen.
It smells that I recall that it just that's what turns my stomach.
Smell of blood.
Yeah, and burning flesh. I mean, that's
burning flesh.
Supposedly, there's something very unique about burning human flesh. That's so?
I don't know. It wasn't very nice. I didn't like it. That's for sure.
No, not kind of like
puts you off your bacon.
Snow of the
smoked back bacon.
It's meant to taste like pork. Okay, the other question that comes up is being South American. And a lot of people whose background would be kind of a bit of Inca in there and native to that.
Yeah.
Now, there was a culture there of quite brutality historically. Of
cannibalism.
Yeah, and cutting people open, taking beating hearts out.
Yeah.
Dismemberment of various
you're
kinds.
right. I think that they just still exist there.
Is that kind of held within the families?
Maybe that's a good point. Actually, I hadn't thought of that, because I know certainly in the Amazon in Ecuador there are still cannibal tribes there.
Right.
Definitely. So I mean,
you remember the history of the Incas. There'd be rituals where they'd build these big altars on a whole lot of steps.
Heads down, wouldn't they?
And channels for the blood to run down after the sacrifices.
Well, obviously, not much has changed.
No, I just thought maybe within the cults there's a kind of secret tradition of this does something for you. This is lucky, or
taking the energy of the deceased.
You please the darker gods by.
There's definitely Satanism going on. I mean, in one of the photos that I was sent of one of the guys that was killed, a guy called nickname was Fito. I think it was a photo from the police saying that his satanic ways have finished now. Fito dismembered in the penitentiary in Guayaquil, so he met the same end that what he has done to others. Died by the sword, lived by the sword.
I don't. From your own experiences there, would you be able to say that when they unearth somebody hiding during, completely? I mean, of course, people got killed and attacked even when there wasn't a riot on. But was there much of a pre-execution hearing? They were allowed to explain themselves, or try and talk their way out of it. Nothing like that.
I did witness occasions when the gang would go and grab a couple of people that they thought had done some misdemeanor, and they would start drowning them, waterboarding them, and then end up going too far and drown them, and then hang them up to make it look like a suicide, stuff like that. Right. But that was on minor charges, should we say? Stealing a banana or something.
Bumping into somebody in a queue for water.
Looking at someone's girlfriend the wrong way, or on a visit day. That was a big no. That would get you shot pretty quick.
Yeah, I bet, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Stuff like that. So that's minor charges. Anything serious, then you're really fucked.
Generally, I mean, the waterboarding, grisly as it is usually in a position where you can pass out, but you're tilted down so that
they would just fill a tank and just
stick.
It wasn't like professional. Should we say?
I don't know whether professional would be a more wonderful option when it comes to that. Somehow not.
Take me to Guantanamo.
This is the one with the crackling skin. I think you can see that body's really burnt there. He's saying that if people behave badly, that's what happens.
Right. I mean, it wasn't an attempt to get rid of the evidence, was it, by burning them?
I don't think so. I think it was just a sort of desecration of the body.
That's
inside. I think there's inside a cell. This one was in the Daily Mirror, but with that sort of blurred out the body of this guy.
Yeah.
That's one of the mattresses.
Cell looks very cramped anyway.
Yeah, these cells generally are for 5 people.
Oh, wow.
This is a normal
that's the luxury end where the sink is.
Yeah.
It looks about outstretched arms worth in length.
Yeah.
And width, I mean.
They're a bit bigger than an English cell.
Oh, okay.
But you would have, what was it? It was
actual bunks,
two concrete bunks that side. 2 or 3, or 5 people. Yeah, 2 that size. And then, 2 each side, and then 1 on the floor.
And not much room in between.
No.
Yeah.
The problem was when we all got transferred en masse into the newly built prison, they didn't take into account the gangs. So they would just throw in people as you came. You were just put into a cell. Generally.
So
I know I ended up on a different week. But in the first week there was something like over 30 murders of where people have been put in a cell with, say, 4 members of a gang, the other gang, and you come in and get put in the cell. So you're from, you're just fucked.
Ouch.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, how many years has it been since...
3 dead in that cell?
So they didn't even get out. They were just...
Spoke to a Colombian friend of mine the other day, and he said that a guy was killed in his cell during this riot.
What's the etiquette? Do you mind if somebody steps in? I just need to kill an enemy. His name's Pablo. That's not me.
Do you want to join him? Stay over there.
No, I think we'd step aside for that.
What was I going to show you?
Because it's now, what? Is it 5 years since you've been there?
Yeah, 5 years.
So a few memories coming back with this lot.
Well, this is it. It's just, lots of unsavory memories have been reignited, should we say? Rekindled.
One of those had one of the heads was cut right in half. How can I say, at the side, so that it was being held up, and the two halves of the face looked like one of those.
Really?
What was that? The Janus face, the two, the god that had two faces, truthful and lying, or good and bad, and they always depicted it as though it was a split head, but this was in reality.
It looked like a big scary mask, didn't it? The face had been stretched.
And heavy too.
I think I've lost
those who had any brains left, which weren't that many of them, they kind of popped out. The weight of the skull and contents was stretching down on the skin, so that when the guy's displaying it,
I think that was the one that was dismembered. He was holding it. It was like a bag because all the skull had been crushed out.
Yeah, and the skin was stretching down, deforming the whole thing.
Yeah.
So that, and that was one where he was told to don't let your face be shown on camera, because they must have intended that this be sent out and as a warning to other gang members to this is what awaits you when you come here.
I think it was this one. That's the head.
Really?
There,
yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's split in a unique kind of way. It's not like you'd want.
Well, it looks like they've disemboweled that guy as well.
Oh, that's right. The whole insides have been taken out.
That one?
Yeah. He's kind of. You feel like saying, "Why the long face?" And what's the bit on the left they were holding up?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
And just to give a disclaimer at this point, this is to show the hard-hitting reality of what Pieter went through.
Yeah.
This is not the glorification of violence, and hence, we're not showing the actual videos either because it would be a violation.
I don't think it's something I'd want to have on my breakfast TV anyway.
No. It's quite a long one of them going into the police going into the prison, but I mean, it plays for quite a while.
I saw a bit of that. That's some of that's on Ecuadorian television.
Well,
when I heard
it was on Sky.
Yeah,
they played some of that.
And it looked
Al
like
Jazeera.
There wasn't an awful lot of people left alive, and they were surrendering, of course, to the SWAT teams coming in who had these body cams on, and they passed over a kind of what looked like a homemade shotgun. Or something.
Oh, I saw that. I think it was actually a stick with a knife on the end, like a bayonet.
Oh, was that it?
So because initially I thought it was a rifle as well, but then you heard it hit the floor and it sounded more like a stick. Yeah, I think it was a stick, long pole with a knife on the end.
I'm surprised in a way that
bayonet.
The police didn't run in shooting.
I mean, in the time I was there, there was a couple of actual shootouts with the police. Luckily, I wasn't on the wing at the time. Just prior to me getting moved to Guayaquil from Quito, there'd been a big shootout between the police and the inmates because an inmate had got up onto the roof of the prison, which is very standard there, and a police officer from a gun tower had shot him from distance, killed him on the roof for nothing. The guy was just up there, just having a look around, sort of thing. I mean, along with a lot of other people. So he shot this inmate, and obviously they didn't like this. So all of the wings barricaded the gates, entry points to the wing, and just started opening fire down the main corridor
to clear it, sort of.
just shooting at anyone and anything, basically. And the police came in, and there was a huge gunfight between the inmates and the police, up until the point at which the ammunition ran out. And obviously then they stormed the wing and beat the hell out of people. I mean, there were occasions when the police came in and got hold of a gang leader who had been up to no good, like maybe killed a couple of people in the prison or just been doing some nasty stuff. And they would just get the guy out in the exercise yard and just execute him. Just shoot him in the head. One guy, one gang leader was taken out in front of his wife and child who were staying overnight in the prison with him, taken onto the exercise yard. Wife and daughter were screaming. pleading with the police not to kill him, and the police just said, "Look, we've had enough of your shit," and just shot him in the head twice. That was it.
They could have waited till he wasn't on a conjugal visit, couldn't they?
Probably could have done, but made the point.
Well, wouldn't they be? I know they're police and everything, but wouldn't they be a little concerned that some of these gangs are so ruthless that
reprisals?
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to the police, I think it's a little bit different. But when it comes to prison guards, the prison guards are quite careful because obviously, generally, the gang know where all of the prison guards live, know their families, and all the rest of it. So they know if they do anything or go against the gang, they do end up getting shot dead or killed.
So they'd have to be pretty cooperative then.
Yeah, yeah. That's why the prison officers are generally all corrupt.
I mean, might as well be. You've got no choice anyway.
Yeah.
So do the prison officers have to choose which gang they're going to work with?
I think some of them do, but generally they tend to work with anyone.
How do they? Where's the line where the guard is kind of in fear and will say, "You say, oh, I want to go over to some other area which they're not normally meant to go. Just open the gate for me, or can you? My wife's at the outside. She's got something for me. Can you go and get it?" Where do they say? Where's the point when they need paying for that, as opposed to just?
Well, it depends who you are, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, generally, as a Westerner, we'd be paying.
Yeah, we'd be paying. I mean, I think you were talking about some people that Westerners who managed to get themselves into a ridiculous situation where they were effectively extorted for over £100,000.
Yeah, some of the Russian guys. Yeah, my English friend Steve, I mentioned in the other one. Particularly in that second prison in Guayaquil, any new foreigner coming in would just be regarded as
a meal ticket.
Yeah, a meal ticket, and just extorted to hell, tortured until they'd be given a phone, made to call your family, friends, whoever you could to get money. And I remember, actually, that's another story I didn't mention because it was quite frequent. But I think he was Romanian. A Romanian guy came in, and I tried to explain to them, look, these guys are coming in because they don't have money. They're carrying drugs because they're mules, because they're broke and their families are broke, and they're trying to make money. They're not loaded. Not every Westerner is loaded, but they just didn't get it. They just didn't want to listen. And this one particular Romanian was genuinely broke, obviously.
Yeah.
And couldn't get any money. And they tortured this guy nearly 24 hours a day for more than a week. And I remember waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning to his screams at the other end of the wing, him screaming and crying and begging not to be killed. And I mean, they did everything to this guy, much as we tried to plead and talk them out, but they were just insistent that he was that the worm, the El Gusano that I was on about,
the maggot.
Him and the two others that took charge of the wing after the choneros went. They just felt that they had to prove themselves, I think, to the main gang. So really went to town on anybody.
So were going over the top just to show how ruthless they were.
Yeah, and they actually killed I can't remember where he's from, but they killed another foreigner who'd come in around that time. That, went too far with the waterboarding, drowned him, and so he was another suicide. But those screams and knowing what was going on, it was just heartbreaking, just horrible, because you wanted to stop it because he's one of us, like a foreigner, but there was nothing you could do.
Sean, that's the worst thing in a really bad prison is actually hearing somebody else get tormented. I mean, I wouldn't volunteer for it myself, but if you get into a fight or something, it's on with the guards and there's blows. Well, it's you're dealing with it. You either finesse yourself out of the situation or you fail or whatever. But somehow listening to somebody else being tormented, I always found that worse.
Yeah.
I had a guy in the cell next to me was the Mexican gang leader, and his cellmate went to court one day and they saw on the TV that he'd molested his niece. So they waited till the guard did a security walk so they could torture him for 30 minutes before the next security walk. And it went from like human cries to like animal sounds, like a cat getting killed or a cat on fire or something like that.
Yeah.
And by the time he came out of that cell, they kept him alive, but he was just covered in blood from head to toe.
Mm.
Yeah.
Did he die?
No, he pounded on the plexiglass. The guards opened the door and he just fell, and that was it. We didn't see him again.
No, I suppose.
Yeah.
So he wasn't on protection because his main charge wasn't that anyway.
No. Sometimes the sex offenders take their chance in general population because then they can get out of their cell instead of being locked down all day. And he was with the gang leader of the Mexicans, and he was so embarrassed that this guy had been with him for months. He had to make a point. Yeah. And I was in the cell right next door listening to the whole 30 minutes of it.
It's a long 30
So hold on,
minutes.
he was getting tortured. The gang leader?
No.
The
cellmate.
Oh, was he? Right, okay.
So the Mexican national gang leader
had this guy in his cell.
For months. For months, and been sitting and eating with him at the chow table and everything.
Right.
What charge was he in on normally?
Who?
The one who got tortured. He wasn't.
Oh, we don't know. It just came up on the TV.
Oh, he was.
It came up on the TV. Right. They mustn't have had a very good screening process. The charge check and all that shit. Yeah, the Mexicans. Yeah. It just came up on the TV. That was what he was in court for.
I saw that happen in England a couple of times when I was at Gloucester. I used to get the Private Eye magazine.
Yeah.
Well, not magazine, but my dad used to send it in to me, and on one occasion there was a renowned, I think it must have been some sort of paedophile or something, who was in Gloucester prison, and I think he was on the numbers, or he was on another wing, but anyway, I hadn't realised, and I was reading this Private Eye and spotted to me about Gloucester prison. I said, "Fucking hell, look at this!" Handed it to somebody else. Obviously, it got around the wing within 2 seconds. And it caused a lot of trouble. And I remember after that, they wouldn't let my Private Eye come in.
Really?
Yeah, they stopped it from coming in.
Yeah.
Well, it just wouldn't arrive. My dad would send it, but it wouldn't come in.
I suppose they just pulled it aside to see if it was naming names.
But even if it wasn't, they just wouldn't let it in.
Punish the magazine. That's a kind of weird thing to do. So what happened? What they do with this guy? Just battered him, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, I don't know whether you actually got, but I think there was obviously some sort of problem. Yeah, and then he got transferred, because I remember the transfer.
I don't think people here in, say, UK prisons or even in American prisons really quite understand how carefully Westerners have to play it in prison. Yeah. There'd be, to me, just with my own experience, it's one set of rules for Thailand, which has got its own peculiar characteristics, another set for India, Pakistan, which has its own weird things, and they're kind of unique to that. Not just simple stuff like you're going to be lied to, deceived, conned, tricked, can't trust anyone. You assume all that, but just if you want to get anything done, if you want to survive well, just who it is, whether the guards are a waste of time or irrelevant in any way, and what you should pay for things too, within reasons. But I would look. We met in Wandsworth when you came back after that 9 and something years. Just by chance, I was in a section that really wasn't for. They're supposed to separate sentenced prisoners from remanded ones, and I was facing the extradition thing. And really, your sentence was over, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was due to get out. Yeah. That's the wing I was released from.
But if you think of the guys we saw there, even the ones that consider themselves a bit handy and sort of criminally tuned in, imagine them in some of the places around the world. They would be, and I've seen it in Pakistan, where they cacarrea la pantalone, both legs fill up. They shit themselves right.
Let me just rephrase one of David's terminologies there. He said he was just facing an extradition, facing the death penalty.
Well, that's. I think they wouldn't have actually. They wouldn't have bothered carrying it out. But I don't think I would have made it to the end of it.
It's still quite a sword of Damocles.
It's still. They've lost withdrew their case there now. I don't think they'll succeed.
That's not still ongoing, is it?
No, they made a mistake. When they started demanding me, somebody mentioned what appeared to be a statute of limitation of 25 years on the original warrant.
Right.
Now that was coming up, so they wanted to get it over with in the British court before that expired. In reality, I don't think it was ever any such thing. It was simply that the bench warrant for my arrest, when I didn't turn up at the next hearing in Thailand because I escaped, that had an end date on it. This warrant only valid. I can't see why they couldn't simply just issue another one based on the old stuff. But I don't want them to get that idea at all. No, that wouldn't work. No. So, of course, I had to tread water. I got every expert I could. And I had one of the worst magistrates. It's done in the Westminster Crown.
I remember you coming back from that hearing.
Yeah.
On one occasion, and you were saying how badly it had gone.
She was she's married to Bathnot's her name. She's married to a Tory MP, and very prim and proper, and lots of floral kind of thing. You can imagine her doing gardening and keeping in touch with old girls from the old school and all of that. And when we explained that when we'd sent somebody to film inside the Thai prison, there was no prisoners to talk to. The whole place seemed completely empty. She sort of said, well, they might have been embarrassed, you know. I'd be embarrassed if somebody came to my home and started filming. So she poo-pooed the lot and said, you can have him. So I was already at the appeal stage towards the end of that. But the prisons here are, in a way, you've got to go to more trouble to get arrested in another country, given something's got to bring you to the attention of the police. Like in Thailand, you either have to be terribly poor or targeted by some local bent copper who decides you're going to get arrested. In India, Pakistan, somebody will bring the charge against you, but if you're in smuggling, you can really just have your name mentioned if you happen to be there and you get dragged in. And then you've got to know the rule that it'll all go away in 2 years anyway. They all do. That's in India or Pakistan.
Really?
Well, what happens is that right throughout the region, it's been decided that even the very worst case, bail, if the case is not finished in 2 years, bail has to be granted.
This is with drug trafficking?
With anything. Murders, the lot.
Right.
An old friend and a protector of mine, a tribal lord, Mir Nurjan Magsi, I'd known for many years. He was on a case you'd think on the surface would be hard to get bail on. It was the September 30 massacre, 120 people gunned down in Quetta. And that case dragged on a bit. But eventually even he got bail. It took 5 sureties putting up their houses. And with a very shaky hand, they signed the papers. But it can be very misleading there. You think everybody's being friendly, but you can be invited to stay for the night. And then the next night, and the next night, until somebody else's problem that you're responsible for, you know, like if they got cheated in something, you'd have to cover the money, or they wouldn't do anything really bad to you. They'd just be there forever. Yeah, I mean, it is a country with a lot of private jails in it, run on the big estates of the rich there. Yeah.
I didn't know that either.
There's 22 major families that run Pakistan and always have. They usually find a good marriage for the daughter, or then they find a job in government for the son. One that's got plenty of splashback. The narcotics police captain that tormented me, he'd been familyed into a job, and I know he got a lot of payoffs from Karachi port with hashish shipments.
Yeah, that's quite infamous port, Karachi, isn't it? A lot of stuff
then
going in and out of there.
Yeah, he seemed to take a moral stand on something that he couldn't make enough payments for. It's odd how that is.
And if you want all the details of this, there is a 10-podcast series of David McMillan. We'll put the description box link below this video. So when you guys met in Wandsworth then, how long had you been there and how long had you been there? And were you just a fresh deportee who just arrived?
Yeah, we'd never met, and I'd been plucked in and was facing this extradition case. But Peter, you just arrived.
I'd been back about 4 or 5 months when I got transferred to that wing and met you. The weird thing is, when I was in Ecuador, I remember watching the film that was made about you.
Which one? The one early days. The one who got away.
The
Australian one.
Yeah, the
one
Australian
who got
one.
away.
Yeah.
It is available online.
Watching that and saying, and I think at the end it said that you were in London. That was you ended up in London. I remember turning to a friend and saying, I've just got a really weird feeling that I'll meet this guy when I get back to London.
No way.
Having no idea that I ended up on the same wing as you. Like 3 shells.
I don't know what it is though, but don't you think you do end up meeting people with the same line of connections?
Yeah, definitely.
Or takes the same view of things, like
same morbid mindset. Let's rephrase that one.
Well, no, just that if
me and you, old boy.
Look, if any one of and I'll include you, Sean, arrived in a town and had exhausted the minibar in the hotel room, go exploring in the town, and would probably end up in the same sort of places. But more importantly, probably
just our places of prisons.
Dismiss. Oh yeah, no, not the prison straight away, but just the streets, the nightclubs,
followed by prison.
Some brothel with a chin dildo,
and make the same kind of
mistakes.
Yeah, blunders. Yeah, I suppose you're looking on the downside of this all the time. I'm trying to clean it up, but the same fine judgment, shall we say, on who to talk to and who not to. I mean, it is. You can see, but you could see that in any prison I've been into, you'll see somebody, and you're not even saying anything, but that person's quiet, and you just see him going about his business, and you say to yourself, seems sensible fellow, and I seems somebody. You could ask it.
We would be sat at the same chow table. Let me rephrase this. We'd be sat at the same chow table, and the big muscled thugs would be calling us the prison intelligentsia.
That's right. That's exactly right.
As long as it wasn't the prison bitches, that's what counts.
Yeah, we'd be the professors or something like that.
They're not fucking gangsters. What are they doing in here? He's got a degree.
Well, I think the key. I mean, you must have used fairly fine judgment in South America but the key is you have to make yourself more useful alive than dead.
Exactly.
And not just useful in terms of being a waitress or something. I can clean that one up. But in problem solving. And, you've got straight away, as soon as you could soak up enough Spanish to be able to understood what was being said and make yourself understood, then that makes you kind of the Westerner expert.
Yeah.
Did you have to learn Spanish in there? You didn't know it before?
No, I learned it in there. In prison, yeah. I knew a little bit because I've been knocking about with some Colombians and whatnot, but only a few words, not a great deal. So yeah.
But you must have realised that. I mean, when I've travelled that part of the world, I've realised this is not somebody where you're going to find English speakers on every street corner.
No, really.
When you're in a life and death environment, how fast does your brain learn Spanish?
Pretty quick.
Motivation's quite good, isn't it, when it comes to that?
And wanting to eat and just survival.
Because your first, naturally enough, the first people you spoke to would have been bilingual a bit. You spoke some English.
Yeah,
and they introduced you to somebody else.
A bunch of Arabs, some Syrians, who I met at Interpol. Oddly enough, I'd actually read, it was in The Guardian, pretty much on the front page, about the case, because they were up for shipping cocaine to Lebanon or Syria, and then selling it and buying weapons for Hamas.
Well, that's a circle, isn't it? Wait a minute. Cocaine goes to where? Into Lebanon.
Lebanon or Syria or something
like that. And then use the money for buying weapons.
To support the cause out there.
Yeah.
So they'd all been arrested in Quito.
Profit, that is.
And spoke some English, so took me under their wing.
Okay.
It was quite handy having some terrorists on your side.
Yeah, no, that's not a bad thing. Somebody's willing to die for
my back.
If anyone watching this is having problems learning Spanish, we have a solution for that.
Crash course.
Ecuadorian prison stint.
Yeah.
It can be arranged.
I'm sure we can supply the ticket as well.
My wife Jeanette was watching one of those horrible things on TV about fat people. You know, the My 600-Pound Life or something. And there's this weird kind of Indian American doctor with a squeaky voice saying, you've got to lose weight to
Dr. Death.
Lose 150 pounds. I mean, these are massive. There's not any worrying about their modesty when filming them with no clothes on. You can't see anything. Just huge chunks of blubber. And I'd say and they waddle around, and the enabler in all of this is the boyfriend. And I could say a few things about them, but I get accused of all sorts of stereotyping. But the boyfriend feeds these fat things.
The feeder.
And I'd say to Jeanette, I could cure her of her 600-pound life with, David's School of Fat Reduction, modelled on foreign prisoner lines. Between the Rottweilers and the poor food, she'd be running around, sprinting. How indulgent is her life, isn't it? When the contrast of the West, which moans about being slighted at school or sandbagged at the office or some trivial thing.
I mentioned earlier in the previous interview that when I got back to Wandsworth from South America, the culture shock that I experienced. In Ecuador, every little piece of food was eaten, anything left on plates was eaten, and all the packaging and advertising for Christmas, because it was November when I came back, just constant bombardment of consumerism and capitalism. It was quite intense after coming from a third world country.
Yeah, I suppose, even though, but where you. I think one prison was better than another. The second one was worse than...
It all got gradually worse.
You've been unlucky, I've got to say that.
All went upside down.
It wasn't even... Look, really, that you could say normally the only advantage of being in a foreign prison where the country standards get low and people are poor is that you can buy food. You've got enough money to send the guard out. Like in Pakistan, they had somebody who regularly did the shopping.
Yeah, same in Ecuador and Quito.
But you were really unlucky that in some places you were at, that kind of routine system was broken down. That new one.
Yeah, in the new one, I was again saying earlier, there was nothing.
Basically, they were trying to run it on Western lines.
Yeah, but when we got transferred there, all of our possessions were taken off us. We were given a T-shirt, pair of shorts, and a pair of flip-flops, and that was it. We weren't allowed to take in any of our possessions. In fact, we lost them all.
Yeah,
they were left exactly nothing. And we weren't allowed any visits. There was no mail system, and no phones. We weren't allowed pen or paper. There were no books, no radio, no magazines, no TV. I mean, absolutely nothing. You imagine the prison stripped bare.
Yeah. And
it's just been
an Ecuadorian prison at that.
And I mean, nothing. Just nothing.
What were the local animals like, and did the prisoners eat them?
Cockroaches.
Yeah. Guinea pig. I tried guinea pig.
You tried guinea pig?
Koi.
They caught the guinea pigs.
They used to breed them in there.
Oh, they fatten them up.
Yeah. They're quite tasty, barbecue guinea pig. Any kids watching, which I doubt there are, but... Yeah, it does. It's
because
a bit like chicken, a bit like something.
I mean, very little meat though. once you
You
strip
might
it
as well
down.
say fatten them up.
What else did they breed to eat?
That was that was the weirdest thing. I remember coming out the first time I saw it, and came out into the exercise yard on a visit day, and they were grilling these things on the barbecue, and I came over and I saw it, and obviously you see the two front teeth, and I thought, that's a rat. Oh my God, things have got really bad in here now. We're grilling rats. And I said, please don't tell me that's a rat. And he said, no, it's a guinea pig, koi. And I was like, oh, and they made me eat some anyway. So it was actually quite tasty. And I was like, yeah, I'll fatten me a couple up.
I had
Guinea pig for Christmas.
Oddly enough, the only prison I ever ate wildlife, in a sense, was an Australian one, because we had a bet going that my bodyguard could not catch 2 pigeons at once. George was known to be very fast. He was a martial arts guy, a scarecrow, really. He wasn't worth sixpence in a fight, but he looked the part, and he could do matches professionally. I think it was really on. But he had a fearsome reputation. In the communal refrigerator, his name was Zachariah. Every carton of milk in there had the name Zach written onto it. So never steal Zach's milk, you'll get in trouble. Anyway, but he waited for the pigeons to come, and snatch, got a hold of both of them.
Wow.
These are jailhouse pigeons,
Wow.
They
That's
moved
delicacy
quick.
in prison.
Yeah, they were a little chewy compared to some of the things I've eaten.
How were they cooked?
With the skin removed, because
difficulty.
the
With a lighter.
Oh no, we'd stripped down a toaster and made a kind of griller out of it.
Okay. This is inside prison tricks.
Yeah. You think of the
learn
things
if you don't. You get creative.
Do you know how to make a electric kettle out of razor blades? Yeah. All you need to do is strip the wires back.
Make an element.
Yeah. Instead of an element, you hang one razor blade, the old-fashioned kind, it's like a postage stamp size, on one wire on positive and the other one on negative. Don't let them touch. Sprinkle it, just a grain or two of salt into your cup and lower it in there.
What's the salt do?
It makes the
it boil
conductance between the two elements, so you don't have to have them making any near contact to do it. In fact, the bubbles will keep them away from each other, if anything, so you're less likely to it. You know how I learned that the stupid way? I was in some big dormitory some places, not much, was I still in teens? Not far above it. About 60 people in the dormitory. And people would be getting up with a cup and sprinkling a couple of grains into a thing and coming away with a cup of coffee. I thought, well, bunkman, that's got to be some strong instant coffee, that stuff. Just a pinch will do it. And I came away with just boiling hot water. So I did learn that that's all they had, the coffee already in the pot.
Were you guys snatching birds?
No. Not that I remember anyway.
Did anyone ever have any pets?
I had a pet. I had a cat.
A cat?
Yeah.
How did that come about?
When I arrived in Guayaquil, there was, I remember a German friend of mine, another Pieter, had sort of started looking after this female cat, and it had become pregnant, and I ended up taking over, basically, just started feeding it, and it came into the cell and then just started living with this little black and white cat. Became my pet cat.
Was it stuck in the compound? I mean, if it wanted to, could it get in and out of the jail?
Not really, because of the walls. I mean, there were sort of cats tended to breed in there, I suppose, living on the rats and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, there were, most places I've been there, there's been cat population. It was
actually good having a pet. It was,
it gave you something to feed and take care of.
Was there a happy ending for the pregnancy?
Oh, she used to get pregnant all the time, that cat. It was a little whore.
Sometimes by another
cat. Terrible. Honestly.
Not always.
I've never seen a cat.
What would happen with the offspring?
I used to fatten them up, but not eat them. No, I'd give them away to visitors.
To visitors?
Yeah. Try and get
so
rid
you're
of them.
constantly having to be sort of orphan manager for these cats.
But then, again, I fell out with one of the guys that was running the wing, and they took umbrage to this cat. And ended this after me having had it about 4 years, and came around with a bag one day, a sack, and said, "You have to get rid of the cat." And I said, "Well, if you want to get rid of it, you can grab her, because I'm not." And sure enough, that cat opened them up.
Opened him up?
Yeah, with his claws just went ballistic.
Its senses must have told it that these guys...
I mean, they got her and took her away, which was sad, but I said, don't kill her because I'll kill you if you do. So they just took her outside of the walls and put her outside. It's probably better off.
Yeah, I guess so. The ones in Thailand were trapped by the moat. They couldn't swim over it. So they were kind of slightly the product of 200 years of incestuous breeding, I guess, amongst each other. A lot of them had very curly tails because it's good luck there.
Curly tails?
If the end of your cat's tail is curled in, it's a lucky cat. Yeah, very big in Thailand. I asked my friend why. He said, because it hooks things in for you.
Right.
Okay.
The moat was not able to restrain David, though. He was not trapped by the moat. And if you've not seen David describe how he escaped from death row in Thailand, it is one of the most breathtaking stories we've had on the channel.
Which interview is that?
I think it's in number 5 or...
Is it 5?
I haven't seen that yet.
I think it's in 5 because it was
There's
a
10,
long night.
and it's in number 5. The whole playlist is in the description box.
Yeah, it's somewhere in there. But then again, I wasn't a cat. On the other hand, the cat wasn't facing execution either, I suppose.
Were all your visits in your cell?
Yeah. Apart from in that last prison where they stopped all that, and you had to have it in a visit room, but they had cells for conjugal visits above the visit room area. But I in the last prison I didn't have any visits. Oh yeah, I did. I had a few.
Did you manage to get conjugal visits?
In Quito, I did. Yeah, it was good actually. We basically every 2 weeks, every other week on a Saturday, you could have your any female, basically girlfriend, wife, prostitute, whoever, come in on Saturday morning, stay overnight Saturday, leave Sunday evening. So it'd be the whole weekend.
Wow!
Who did the catering for that?
We did, because it was they stay in your cell with you.
Yeah. Oh right. Oh,
yeah. So we were doing all our own cooking and having food brought in at that point. This is early on. This is it. This is the good part of the sentence, at the beginning, not the end.
That's a bad there.
So yeah.
How did you finesse that then? Where did the girlfriend come from?
I actually had a girl turn up from. Well, I was arrested in Ecuador with my girlfriend, my girlfriend at that time. Sorry.
See part 1 for that.
Yeah, but we, after she went back to England, that ended. So I ended up going out with quite a few Colombian girls, some Ecuadorians, and then we set up a tour guide of the prison based on, I don't know whether you've read Marching Powder.
Marching Powder?
Yeah. Well, we based it basically because that guy had been released, Rusty Young, whatever his name was.
Rusty Young, yeah.
Oh no, that was the guy that wrote it. He's the Australian. Yeah. I can't remember the guy's name.
No, I remember the
Tanzanian, wasn't he?
Yeah. Lefty or something.
Oh my goodness.
So he'd been released anyway, and those visits are stopped in Bolivia or Peru or wherever he was. So we hit upon the idea, and a Scottish girl that was over studying criminology or something in Quito put up loads of flyers for us in the hostels and hotels, and it became really popular.
I can imagine.
So what was the group composed of? Students or
there was
visitors?
a lot of backpackers. We would sometimes get groups of students coming in from. I remember a group of students from Edinburgh came in, and they'd heard about the lab getting busted in Edinburgh, and there's me. So you're the same guy. I was like, yep. It was crazy, but we would say to them, just bring in some gifts, and I didn't smoke cigarettes, but they would invariably. I think they were allowed to bring in 2 packs of cigarettes each. So you can imagine some visit days, we'd have like 20, 30 people turn up. And we had visits all day Wednesday, all day Saturday, and all day Sunday.
So you hooked up with a Scottish lass?
No, a girl from, I can't say where, but exactly, because it might cause repercussions for her, but somewhere up north. And she stayed around for 6 months. She was a model, beautiful. And yeah, had really good times. And...
So where did she stay? Or a hotel or somebody's
apartment? Yeah, we rented an apartment for her.
Oh, okay.
And she had a couple of friends in Quito by that point anyway. So every other weekend, she would come and stay. And yeah, it was great. Spent the Christmas with me.
Go on.
Yeah.
What was the procedure for entering the prison for the visitors? How many searches? Sniffer dogs?
It was pretty lax, really. This is at the one in Quito, which is now closed, the old prison. So they would turn up there. It would take ages to get in, but there'd be a long row of visits. There was a police checkpoint first of all, where they would hand in their IDs and get like a UV stamp or something, like a, invisible ink.
That's not I could stay there after a long weekend, is it?
Huh? No, that's it. That's it. Yeah, because that was one of the escape ideas, was get a latex face made up and somehow replicate the stamp.
Okay.
But, see what I mean? Yeah, sort of. Not really.
Well, yeah, it just seems very difficult. Wouldn't the stamp just do it and a bit of drag makeup?
Some people have got out like that, but it was But the problem is, then you're left with the body in the prison.
Yeah, who's got to answer for it?
Yeah. So there was the first checkpoint where they left their IDs. Then they come up to the prison main entrance. They'd be searched by a guard, and then come in. I don't think they were dogs, but it was pretty lax.
So if you
they could bring in shopping.
If you had a model visiting you then, where people are very desperate, did that cause envy?
Well, no, I mean, because nearly everybody had a visit come in back in those days.
Why do you suppose it's so objectionable for particularly British prisons, and certainly most Western prisons, except for Scandinavia, where they have a whole room for conjugal? Yeah. Well, why? What do you suppose the mindset is that makes it? Oh, well, you can't possibly allow people's girlfriends or whatever to come.
I don't know. It's something I've always argued about in the British prison system, because I think it's barbaric, isn't it? Stopping people, if they're in a relationship, particularly if they're married.
Yeah,
and they get sentenced
really
to something petty, like for driving, get 18 months in the British prison. Suddenly they can't see their wives, get to see them maybe once a month for an hour, maybe behind glass. I mean, that's not going to do your relationship any good.
No, in Arizona,
how is that rehabilitating?
In Arizona, they would joke that she's going to leave with you for Sancho.
She was going to do what?
She's going to leave you for Sancho any day now, they would say. If you had a girlfriend.
Yeah, I bet. One of the cruelest things that I've seen would be there was a little Lebanese gang in a Sydney prison that used to. They wait for the newcomers to arrive, and somebody who was, what would you say, looked like he had a business, and it was his first time in, and he wasn't quite used to it, but he wasn't a complete fool, like he was a businessman, but importantly, he was happily married to a good-looking woman. Invite him in, cups of tea, coffee, that's the wife. Look at that face. That's just like an angel, they'd say. How wonderful she is. But the rest of Alex was specialised of it. He'd say, yeah, mine was like that. Bitch, she was fucking my best friend within 2 weeks. And go on and on about how, little willpower women have. And that was phase one. And where the money shot comes in was somebody would be passing by, another player in the act, with a big box of stuff ready to go. Hey, you guys want these trainers? I'm out today. Oh, yeah, good. What, he's getting out, is he? Yeah, he had the top appeal lawyer on the case. Anyway, never mind about that. And then working in, let's look at your case. Is she coming to see you this weekend? No, she called up about it. It starts that way. Yeah, but it's with the kids. I even use the kids. It's shameful, isn't it? So, really get this guy into a lather, no matter what the sentence was. It was an outrage, ridiculous. Who'd you have? And whatever lawyer he said, they'd all burst out laughing. So this is a town clown. And get him to part with 20,000 or something for this top appellate lawyer.
That sounds like I was on about this in Ecuador. My friend Steve, exactly the same thing. The locals would do that sort of thing to you there, just to get money off you.
And they get a cut.
Yeah.
And they turn a bit plain when it didn't work out. Because under English law, I don't know if it applies there, but when you're doing an appeal, you can pay a top QC for an opinion. Just his opinion on what your appeal might be like.
Yeah.
And that can cost you 5,000. So this poor schlub would have put in 20 grand, and a piece of paper comes back saying, well, in Australia, Well, fuck, mate.
Yeah.
Caveat emptor.
Sounds very much like Ecuador. That sort of.
But perhaps taking, having the dignity to type it out to a whole page. And then he'd go back to the Lebanese guys. I thought this guy, he's fucking good. What's the matter with you? Something about your case. What, are you hiding something? No.
What was the mail call like in Ecuador?
Mail
call.
There was no mail.
You just don't get any mail?
No, there was no mail.
Oh my God.
No, you're dreaming, aren't you?
I suppose if you actually wanted you'd have to have
The only mail there that we would get is via the embassy, and that would be every 3 months they'd come in.
Right.
Yeah, it'd be pretty irregular.
Could people send stuff to you through the embassy then? Was that a way like family could get things?
Yeah.
Unreliable way.
But that was when we were in Quito. But once I got transferred out of Quito down to Guayaquil, which was a good 6-7 hours drive away.
Oh, it wouldn't be any
flight.
Representative.
No, there was a vice consul. Yeah.
Vice consul.
But it would be the mail would come every 6 months.
And did a consulate official come and visit you right away
in Quito
after your arrest? No.
When she did finally, she actually said to me. She came in and she said, "I'm amazed. You're the first British prisoner that I've actually been told not to speak to by the British authorities. What have you done?" And I was like, "Well."
Make yourself comfortable. Yeah. But, that's true. I mean, you were in a doubly unfortunate position that, your reputation had been blackened as far as the authorities were concerned, before you'd even arrived. So, and they don't make it easy for you. They're not supposed to interfere in foreign trials.
No, they weren't. No, they can't, can they?
But they do in a roundabout way. In Thailand, the police authorities slipped them some information, knowing that anything can come into a case there. And it was just a newspaper story, conversation between two policemen.
How do you mean? I don't quite follow.
Well, okay, I'm on trial for attempting to smuggle narcotics out of Thailand, and it was a small amount, but the prosecutor pulls out a copy of a Melbourne newspaper, and in it, two policemen are having a conversation about how big I was going to be. I'd served a long sentence, now I was released, they were following me. Yes, he would have been doing this and routes throughout of Thailand and a big network and all of that. That became part of the court record in Thailand as evidence against me. Yeah. And when my lawyer objected and I said it's a little bit on the hearsay side.
The British police did all that to me over in Ecuador. Sent out all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
So, I mean, it doesn't... It's a free-for-all anyway in the courts, but when it becomes clear that your own country doesn't give a monkeys what happens to you.
No, they wanted me dead.
Yeah.
I mean, I told you that on one occasion, the British police turned up there because they came out like 4 times, obviously on other business and stuff. On one occasion to get DNA from me, but
or just to have a gloat.
Yeah, basically. And on the one particular occasion, the guy sat across the table from me, and he'd been involved in my first case in Britain at Cheltenham police station. I didn't recognise him, but obviously he knew me. He said, "Oh, you don't recognise me, do you?" And I said, "No." He said, "I was involved on your first case in Cheltenham back in Britain." I said, "Okay." And he was at that point, he was working in the embassy in Bogota for National Crime Agency, or whatever the equivalent was then, soccer probably.
Yeah, it would have been by then.
And he basically said to me, when you get out, if you carry on your activities, and particularly on this side of the Atlantic in South America, the gloves will come off, and we will make sure that you end up dead. We'll contract it out to one of the gangs here, and we'll have you killed.
Well, I mean,
that's scary. When you hear your own government saying to you, basically, "We will kill you if you carry on." I mean, that's like.
Why were they so particularly bitter? I mean,
I don't know.
I've been told myself, we're going to leave you to be eaten alive by, whoever's got you at the moment, whichever country it is. But you must have annoyed them in some personal way.
I think, well, there's maybe a couple of reasons I'm not going to go into, but I mean, I think the main thing was the fact that the method that we were using to bring the coke in, they couldn't.
Oh, I see.
Get on it.
They somehow think it is policemen and investigators. It is, from our side, cheating if something's a bit too clever. Or I've had a policeman say, even when I was very young, at 20, say they would stop using different names. We don't know who the hell it is and all that. And I said, I think that's kind of basic, when
the judge in this summing up this side in Bristol Crown Court described the method as ingenious. So I doubt that went down very well.
You embarrassed them.
Yeah.
So in part one,
it wasn't intentional, obviously. But
in part one,
I suppose it was.
In part one, you have the girlfriend in the very beginning, and in the book, I read what happened at the end. Are you able to say what happened with the girlfriend? Because you told her to hide out in Spain, didn't you?
Yeah,
and she didn't listen.
Yeah. Basically, I managed to get her released out of the prison in Ecuador.
Oh, yes, I remember.
Yeah, and I said, don't go back to Britain because they will arrest you.
But she did anyway, didn't she?
Yeah, and I'd arranged a flat for her, an apartment in Barcelona near the beach. And we were going to get her daughter brought out from England to join her in Spain. Just keep a distance from the case in Britain to wait it out and see what happened. And she didn't, and insisted on going back to Britain, went back to Britain, got arrested, and ended up getting a 13-year sentence.
13?
They gave her one more year than me. Just to be whatever.
And she had
she went not guilty all the way, which she should have done because she wasn't guilty.
She wasn't guilty, I was going to say, yeah.
The police fabricated evidence in the case against her and said that she'd been carrying drugs back for me from all these different places that she'd gone on holiday to. I'd never once sent her with drugs.
And there was not a shred of evidence for any of this anyway.
The only evidence was the fact that some rucksacks that they'd found at her place that I had used had traces of cocaine on them. So what?
Yeah, I
she
know.
could have been using cocaine and it's been touched the bag.
It could have been cocaine from Miami that had been on a dollar bill or something.
So that was a conspiracy case, wasn't it?
Yeah. There was that.
Well, they're all kind of conspiracy cases.
I mean, I never got to see all the case papers because they never officially charged me. But apparently the other key piece of evidence was one receipt from a chemical company with her name on it where I'd asked her to buy some chemicals. Legal methanol, a legal chemical that she could buy legally. She didn't know why I was asking her to buy it. I regret doing it.
I've seen them use that, even when the police were charging my wife, my partner's wife, back in the million years ago. The broad range of charges was simply on the basis that they were there or they dropped us off at a place. There was never any, and certainly under British American law, where it's a conspiracy case, anything will go into it. And yet they can feel, the reason I'm looking at this email, it's from a policeman who was back involved in, he said, I was recently watching one of the interviews.
Would like to talk to you.
Yeah.
Please give us a call.
Yeah, apologises about the death of my wife and partner's wife. Some coppers have feelings too, he says. Okay.
We've had some good ones on here who are against the war on drugs.
I do remember him. We did wave to each other during some surveillance. I always said to other operatives what a gentleman you were. Some of the best experience in the Vipers I had, and I think they must have been surveillance people. Got to know you quite well over that 18 months of the investigation. Respect and I had for you, but of course it doesn't stop them from
putting the handcuffs on,
playing the game in court. But I've always said with cases, to go into a trial where there's overwhelming evidence and you've got no choice but try and reduce the amount of damage is one thing, but to a case where there's absolutely nothing. But if they're very determined, the opposition, it's worse when there's absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Because if there's no shred of evidence,
it means they really tear into them.
They'll load it up with crap hoping that something will stick.
That's exactly what they tried to do with my girlfriend, because she had nothing to do with anything. I'd quit a year before I'd met her, the trafficking, and the day they arrested us, she was in an interrogation room with the two lead detectives, and they're saying, "We know when you went to the dentist with Sean on this occasion, you guys were picking up drugs. These are very serious charges." But just at that time, Wildman was walking by. He was getting escorted to another cell. He managed to like break away from the transportation guards, stick his head in the room where she was getting interrogated, and goes, "Serious fucking charges, my ass, daft pig bastards."
So he wasn't being helpful in the public relations front, was he?
Back to the 13 years though. What is her attitude towards you now? Does she not want to speak to you? Does she blame you?
I've only seen her once briefly. Bumped into her in my local town when I got shortly after I got out. That was the first and last time I've seen her.
Yeah,
she does not want to talk to me, and I don't blame her.
Yeah.
I mean,
did she do half of that then? 6.5 was it?
Yeah, I mean, she should never be sentenced, and certainly not to anything like that. That's just insane.
Yeah,
it's really a punishment directed at you too.
Yeah, totally. I mean, her legal team must have been absolute doo-doo to have not been able to do better than that.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just.
And you're helpless in this situation. It's like watching a train wreck.
Well, I mean, I said to her, if you want me to write statements and stuff saying that you've got nothing to do with any of this, and counter some of the arguments, then I was more than prepared to do so, and said, ask your legal team to contact me, and no one ever did.
Did it go to trial?
Yeah, Bristol Crown Court.
Mm.
I suppose they might have thought, as lawyers will, that if the witness is not there and it was in front of a jury, obviously she's pleading not guilty. Simply a statement read in is not going to be enough. They would have had to set up at least some kind of a video link, which wasn't really even barely done now, let alone then.
You know the ham sandwich quote, don't you, about juries?
What's that?
In America, they say a jury will indict a ham sandwich.
Yeah, probably on separate counts. They'll indict anybody, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, the state has all the money in the world to put on their show.
Yeah.
And you're a lawyer with limited resources, or even worse, a public pretender. And then the theatre show begins.
Public pretender.
The theatre show begins, and the state with the millions and the expert witnesses, and the jury's like, we only believe the police and the prosecutor. We don't believe the criminal side. So if you were a ham sandwich, you would be found guilty.
Right. Well, of course, it needs a different defense. If you've got, a technician in a white coat coming in with a clipboard and allowed to read from his notes about what he says, and you really are stuck with having to educate a jury on just what numbers mean and context mean. If it gets read out that the chances of this two separate bits of DNA being an identical match are 180 million to 1 against that they'll ever be that similar, doesn't preclude the fact that that bit of DNA could come from a tissue you threw into the wastebasket at a police station.
They're doing DNA results to order now in America from these crime labs.
What, that they wanted to come out
detectives,
a certain way?
they call the detectives, say, what result do you want?
Oh, yeah. Well, they want
they've been busted doing it.
Really?
Multiple labs.
There were some 53 guys on death row in Texas whose DNA matches in rape and murder charges were all through the same lab technician. And it was revealed when it all came out that he'd applied for the Rangers in Texas and was rejected. In his basement, it was all set up like a pretend Texas Rangers thing. And it was absolute crawler to prosecution and the authorities there. So anything that came in when I don't even think he had the courtesy to ask what the police think that this is the guy or what. But that's what you mean to order, because sometimes they want a negative result. If the defense is saying, Well, I couldn't have been there because my DNA was over in such and such a place.
If the suspect is the kid of a cop, maybe.
A new series starting this week. Your Honor, it's called, or His Honor, I forget. Brian Cranston.
Okay.
It's on Sky Atlantic.
How did you guys pass your time in Wandsworth?
Don't know. You didn't really get a chance to find gainful employment there, did you?
No.
It was an awkward wing. It was a good wing in as much as it wasn't too big. The people in it weren't too bad, but they were all crap really in Wandsworth. I had a job as a librarian there.
Oh, the library staff member was raving about you when I did a talk there.
Oh, was he? Which, the gay one or the other one? Well, they're both gay.
Yeah. The first.
He... I don't know, they didn't like to work much, so they were quite happy for... Anyway, there was nothing to it. I didn't permit a certain overdone activity. It was all right for drops, a quiet meeting, leave a parcel between the books. That was a certain section. No problem there. But peace and quiet, Peter. I didn't want no victim could be dragged in there for a beating. That's what showers are for.
Wandsworth was pretty quiet. I remember there was one little... Do you remember when it was that little bit of a riot?
Oh, the little pretend riot. It was
where they had
pathetic.
to get the Mufti squad in.
Yeah.
Because there was too much spice going around. And
it's a rule there too. If something kind of kicks off or remotely might kick off, I think they thought that somebody was armed up, one of the nutters, didn't they?
I can't remember.
One day.
I remember one wing. It wasn't army. It was yeah. They all came in quite heavy, didn't they?
And
heavy for Wandsworth.
It is. And I noticed the
heads remained on.
Yeah.
The gun squad there are very nervy. They get protective armor, but you can see them. Oh, even if you know them, don't talk to me now.
Highly strung.
Winding myself up for action here.
They've all got twitching hearts.
But the supposed nutter in that case, who had the weapon, was still wandering around the exercise.
Right, yeah. That was cool.
And I said to the chief, who wouldn't come into the section because it was all closed off, I said, well, what do you want? We're getting sick of this after a couple of days. Do you want the nutter? I'll bring him up to the gate. He hasn't got a weapon. He says he chucked it. So, I want to make you one so you can hand one in.
I remember there being a lot of dogs. Did they bring in a lot of dogs? There was a lot of barking.
Yeah, I like the barking.
I've got another weapon story. I was just riding my rack reading the book and I see a prisoner go by with a big old towel thing wrapped around his head and eyes and a knife like this big. And next thing it's like, lock down. And he's just running around, ranting. Apparently, something to do with his girlfriend not being able to visit or something, ongoing situations with the administration. So they managed to get him to the fence and they were negotiating with him. I think they sprayed him, but he still won't put the weapon down. So then they just called in like 10 SWAT with shotguns. Line, he was in front of like the 10 of them and they said, right, we're going to count down with live ammunition. And I was watching thinking, I don't want to see this guy get shot. And as they started to count down, he put it down. He changed his mind.
I bet he did.
Well, it's not going to end well, is it?
Bitch.
Yeah.
I think certainly in my prison experience going back in, say, 30 years to 79, would have been Brixton.
That's more than 30 years, isn't it? 79.
Yeah, isn't it?
It's 4 years.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't time fly?
You've almost done 4 decades inside.
No, I wasn't inside, Sean. I'm just saying that my first experience in Brixton Prison, a big remand prison, those days, they hadn't panicked about the drugs thing. They didn't make a big deal of it. If you were on remand, you could have beer.
What year was this?
Right, yeah.
This was 78, 79.
I was 2.
It was ridiculously
You were in the UK
crowded.
system as way back then.
A bit of hash at Heathrow, complete. This ounce of hash had been in my travel bag for months, maybe a year.
Well, that's what you got nicked for.
Yeah. And I just didn't even think of it. I was in Paris on the wrong passport. I couldn't travel further because I had no entry into Europe on this Australian passport. Needed an entry stamp for it. I had a British one, but it was, do you remember? Well, you wouldn't, you're too young. There used to be a thing here called a European visitor's passport. It was a cardboard job. You'd pay a tenner for it at a post office. All you needed was a birth certificate to get the thing. And it had a stapled in photograph.
Really?
And the post office stamp in it. It was good for anywhere around Europe.
Imagine.
It was a diamond, I can tell you. You'd arrive back from, bumfuck Egypt or something like that, and then show this thing, and you were kitchen clean. You just, because you transited in off the Egyptian flight and via Spain or something, and you can say you were on down in the islands
easier back
on
then,
the holidays. Oh yeah, it was. But that's how I'd entered the country. So I needed a stamp. So being in Paris, I said to my girl, look, I'm going to have to run over there and get this stamp. The whole trip's for nothing but this entry stamp. I solved the problem later by making my own stamps. But, they've got a special ink that reflects differently. But that's the tutorials on my channel. And I went to Charles de Gaulle, landed in London, pulled out the right passport, got it stamped in, stuck it down there with the other cardboard one, went through and thought, I don't like this. It was ghost town, nobody there. Now, ghost towns can be good, but Heathrow, not always good. There was one guy, tallish customs officer, long hair. Nothing but trouble. Your long hair, who gets into uniform, he wants to make a point about his individuality, doesn't he? He wants to stand, he doesn't follow the herd.
It's like the end of A Clockwork Orange.
Yeah, he wanted to kind of... So I still could have made the break, but he stopped me and said, oh, where'd you come from? Paris. Ticket? Oh, I'd already chucked it because there was a name mismatch. And passport? I'd finished with immigration. I didn't think I'd need it. It was down my pants, and I pulled out the wrong one. I pulled out the one that had the Thailand stamp in it. That's right, Jack. 6 hours later. No. 20 minutes later, poking around in my bag and finds this bit of hash. And I'd forgotten about it. You wouldn't think about it. But I would have been more tuned in if I'd been on a run or I'd had dope or something with me. But that was all done. It was cooked away. So I thought, this is going to be tricky. Because they're going to search me and they found the other passport. So that's why I ended up getting locked up, because there was two passports in there. Not to mention 2 kilos of A class that was dumped right in front of me. They didn't find it though. No. My girlfriend, sharp as a tack. She said to them, I just picked him up on my travels around Asia.
You got it out.
She told them that I was sweating over 2 suitcases, and when somebody came over to Paris and picked them up, then I'd relaxed. And they're banging this container with the stuff in it, going, we've missed it. And they're saying, yeah, all right. So suddenly you're all cooperative and pleading to the passports, pleading to the hash, pleading to killing Kennedy, pleading to anything. You want the girl to go, even though she snotted one of our customs women during the strip search. She's feisty, yeah. But we'll go for all of that. All right, so off you go to jail. Oh, by the way, what do you want done with it? What the hell is it? Radio tuner thing you got there. The one you've been banging all night, saying something, the long hair's been saying there's something not right with this case. I don't know, give it to the girl. She kind of come out, she doesn't even know my right name. So, all right, she took it. And I think,
wow,
that's over with. It was too close for comfort. But as I was saying, the remand back then was sort of okay in a way. You could have what you want. You were not considered convicted, but and anything could come in, big loads of food and stuff like that. They were overcrowded, the prisons. Brixton was the main remand one, and then I got out after 6 months from that thing. But looking at them over the years, now back then you could see about the villain section was quite a strong proportion. There was a good 20% of guys that were people you could talk to without fear of being ratted out or anything like that. But nothing like that. At the time you and I were in Wandsworth, it would have been, tell me if you disagree,
2%.
25% wife beaters, 25%, 30% just nutters, care in the community. Yeah, and they closed all the big nut houses. They put them in these little share houses to save time and money or something. And then they all end up getting nicked for something. But they're sane enough to be able to consume food and go to the toilet without causing a public scene. So, well, not much of one. And then they end up going to prison for it.
What was the food like in Wandsworth?
Better than Ecuador.
Yeah, well...
No guinea pigs?
No.
It was worse than it was 30 years ago, strangely enough. It used to be, to compensate with the fact that, I remember Old Oxford Nick closed now. It's a hotel. It's called Malmaison.
Oh, Malmaison.
Dark House or House of Badness or something in French.
Did you stay at the Malmaison in Liverpool?
Well, you're in the cells of some old prison that's been made up like that. But its origins go back to 1108 at Oxford. Some parts of it dungeon from one of the early kings.
What's the history of Wandsworth?
Wandsworth was always been jail. Yeah, it was in the big spending boom of Victorian prisons and nut houses. And in money terms, it must have been very hugely expensive program. You could never get such a thing voted through. To the care of prisoners, and everybody had to have single cells back then. They wouldn't let you share with another. Oscar Wilde, he was at Reading. And you could even see the machine they had him turning. And one of the meanings of turning of the screw is not just the thumb screws, but this machine prisoners were on. So they wouldn't just sit in there doing nothing.
Really?
They gave them a big winding wheel, and they had a certain number of turns they had to pedal through and turn. You could see the apparatus on the inside of the cell where this wheel was. But there was a screw outside which set the tension on it, how difficult it is. If it's some skinny guy in there turning the screw, making it harder for it.
I didn't know that.
And the screws were the ones who did it. I think there's one in a museum somewhere you can see, but they were quite big things. So a lot of twisted and half-witted thought, but thought and money went in the Victorian days to these places. Wandsworth's got, remember there's corridors, isn't there, with the history of Wandsworth and famous Wandsworth inmates.
That's right, yeah.
Pictures Dr. Crippen was one of them, I think.
Did you guys have cellmates or your own cells?
I had a cellmate, I remember.
Did you get along with him?
You killed him.
Actually, for quite a bit of the time I was, when I first got back, I was on my own. And then there was an Albanian guy who was around, got on with him. And then there was, do you remember the Asian guy who was in for terrorism? He put something in a remote control car.
What, a toy car that was meant to drive down and blow up?
No. He had bought, what he bought? Something like, I don't know, it was either explosives or poison from the States. And when it was getting dropped, he'd come up with this thing to get it off the person he was buying it from. He built this remote control car with a hidden compartment in, with a camera on. So he'd driven the car from remote, viewing it remotely, got the thing, whatever it was, stuck into the compartment, then driven it back, but got arrested by the FBI. Ended up getting 8 years, but he was my cellmate.
You ended up with him?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Well,
he was all right.
He's all right.
What was he doing in a British prison? He'd just been repatriated.
No, he was nicked in. He was from Manchester or something.
Okay. Oh, no, you just said by the FBI. I thought.
Yeah, no, he got nicked in Britain by the FBI because he'd bought the stuff from America.
International terrorism.
So what he got supplied probably was a fake one.
Yeah.
So he's gone to all this trouble to make the car for nothing.
And did he say why he wanted to do that to you?
He was, I think he was on the spectrum of like autism or something like that, and he said he was. It was just to see whether or not he could do it, whether or not he could get away with it more than anything.
Oh,
he was a computer sort of.
He wasn't linked up with some group.
No, not really. He didn't even go and pray on Fridays and all that sort of stuff.
And where was he going to detonate that?
Well, I think he was actually just buying some sort of, it was either explosives or poison or something in order to then go on and do something with it.
I see.
I can't remember the whole story.
Oh, that's enough.
It was on the front pages of all the newspapers. And then he ended up in the cell with me.
Yeah.
At least you got somebody, some story to tell. I made sure I had nobody after having a couple of. It's very hard to live with somebody, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, even if you had a clone of yourself in there,
you'd be kill them.
Even if you had Mother Teresa in there, you'd be gut wrenching her after so many months.
Oh no, she wouldn't last long. Enough of the rosary beads, Mary.
And the praying.
Yeah, he's not listening, for fuck's sake.
So you finessed your own cell?
I went to see...
You can't beat your own cell.
Butch? She was the psychiatric nurse. No. Very tall woman. She had tats down one. She'd been in the services. I sort of chatted her up. I said, look, I'm desperate for a cell.
Because you were on your own for quite a while.
Yeah. No, I used to be in fear of that door opening up and when they're overflowing. Oh, David, we just got somebody for the night. We'll move it. I'm like, fuck you. Well,
I was like that for a bit, yeah.
Even somebody who was quite a good friend, little Basha. I'm still in touch with him. He's in Egypt at the moment. Remember that little tiny guy who used to join everything that was possible?
I met so many people.
He had a Christian name in Arabic, Alissa, like Jesus. And then when that didn't work out, because he's in Turkey now, he's Islamiced it up a bit, Mo Muhammad or something like that. But I let him in one night. I said, Basha, you got to scoot in the morning, because it sort of, you can organise your time so much better when you're by yourself.
Yeah.
I'd have.
It's like living in a toilet with someone, isn't it?
Oh, that's horrible.
Well, they're shitting, pissing, farting, everything else.
But
that's the size of a toilet, isn't it?
Pretty much. And with the job, I could get a lot of videos in, so I'd watch it. Even when I got released from Wandsworth, it was an inconvenience, to tell you the truth. It was a Friday night. I was in my dressing gown.
Prison break?
I bought my weekend drugs to keep me, mystified. And had the rest of a box set of the Americans to watch.
You do get into your little routine, don't you?
Yeah.
Of watching this program and that program at this time at this radio station or whatever.
And
your exercises. And
a book of that I just made the library pay for about. It was just called Letters. It's worth getting. It's kind of like the last letters of people or letters that later turned out to have importance. One of them I remember was the speech written for Richard Nixon in case the Apollo landing didn't work out so good. Right. Because I think everybody was thinking the same thing. They're in the Eagle, the lander's on the moon, ready to go home. The other one's rotating the moon to pick them up. And it's, like, I don't know if you've been to the museum and look at like tin cans.
Not recently.
I mean, imagine pressing the launch motor, and that was a single start. Only enough fuel for one attempt. Only enough ignition thing for one attempt.
They were never there.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, we'll get on to that. Imagine it. They were offered suicide capsules or something. The same ones they used to give
cyanide.
Yeah, it was a scratch pen. They had it in You take the cap off.
All the good stuff.
Yeah. Wish some of my couriers had used the damn thing.
Was it weird dealing with British guards after foreign guards? Like, were they more cordial?
I don't know. You don't really deal with the British guards, really, do you? Well, unless you need something from them.
Yeah.
It was just my mindset's always been that way, anyways. So.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously,
minimize anything.
You couldn't ask them for half an ounce of coke and a handgun.
No, they probably misunderstand that entirely. There was only one.
Not quite the same.
There was one guard at Wandsworth who used to do mail drops. Anything you could fit in an envelope. He was on, what do they call them? Auxiliary staff, the night staff. And he'd pass it under your door. And I think, what was the price on that? It was relatively cheap. It was £100 or £200. So whatever you can get in there, it'll fit under the door.
What trips?
Yeah, but you can imagine Coke and Wandsworth and what to do with it. Yeah.
So spice was the big thing.
No, that was the money maker. People would profit. And even then, but I believe more so the last few years, you know, the bums you'd see that would come in every couple of weeks, they're letting them out but making sure they come back in. So they're paid to come back in with a bumful of
the homeless
loaded up.
They put the homeless, they pack the homeless with the drugs and send them back in.
So,
that makes sense.
When they arrive, the guy who allocates cells and whatnot at reception, there's a bit of a prisoner input into that, or mostly because the lists are organised. They make sure they go back to the right wing, and then as soon as they get on in the morning, they
unpack their ass,
explode. And it's usually a few little phones in there, but mostly spice because that's the owner. Very unpredictable.
That's
Have you ever tried it?
No, I don't.
It's you don't know what you're getting, and go easy out there. Just a couple of tiny little bits, because it could be any damn thing.
Probably advise against that completely.
Synthetic cannabinoids, I guess. But how many times would you see the ambulances called in there?
Oh yeah, that's regular.
Daily.
Spice,
Man down, they'd say, or a sponsored walk. That was the one I liked. Somebody's at the finish line like that. Another sponsored walk coming up.
What about if the mule couldn't unpack their ass? Were there consequences?
Senecot, usually. Some encouragement to do it.
They have a laxative called Blue Thunder in Arizona. They start with that before they put someone's hand up.
What? Ooh, you want to leave a tag on that one. And maybe leave the string hanging out or something like that. Wandsworth had put in, I noticed, an electric throne.
Hot seat.
That was for telephones, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it was drugs.
I've never seen it.
Magnetic, wasn't it? It was like a scanner type.
So if you sit on it when you're just in your shorts or something, if you're packing too much metal,
if you got a Prince Albert,
packing iron in there. But I mean, I suppose you could say you've got a pacemaker or something like that.
In your ass.
There's ringing. Shut up! That package would be worth maybe $1,000 or something like that.
Thanks to drug laws.
Yeah, and we were saying at the top of the show, weren't we, that the places where tobacco's banned, prices are absolutely hugely inflated. I remembered now from the Australian prison, it was $100 for a packet of roll-up papers.
Wow. Jesus.
I mean...
No Bible's being used.
No, I haven't seen a Bible printed in that lightweight stuff. There used to be the international edition of The Observer. It was on a kind of rice paper.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes get those from the British Embassy in Thailand. President. I guess that charity's still going.
Yeah, we're talking about that.
They are. Yeah. I mean, out of the charities that
brilliant
help
people.
Prisoners, they're probably the best of them.
Prisoners overseas who can't even get medicine, they're going to die, and they will get the medicine for them. Prisoners abroad, yeah.
Yes, if I was somebody who is reasonably caked up out there, who was thinking of leaving her fortune to the kitty cat. Well,
leave it to prisoners abroad instead.
Won't mind if you leave it to prisoners abroad, neither will we. We'll Kitty a special place.
And on that note, we're going to wrap it up because Peter has to get to the station.
Yep.
Pepsi Watson's on his way. Huge thank you to both of you guys for coming in today.
Always a pleasure.
Hope you enjoyed it, everybody.
David's YouTube channel is growing. Please go down and check out what he's doing. It's going to be in the description box. Peter, last time you mentioned possibly starting a YouTube channel. You made any progress with that?
No, I didn't.
No progress. Okay.
No, I mean I didn't mention starting a YouTube channel.
Wrong, Peter. Both accomplished authors. I'm correct on that one, right?
I'm writing another book. I'm writing another book.
It's the early days.
That was it. The other book.
Yeah. You got it.
There was something in the pipeline.
Yeah. Not drugs.
You know what you need to get is the title and the ending.
I've got the title and the ending. I'm just packing it in the middle.
Actually done.
I've absolutely brilliant literary craftsmen in this room today. I've read all of the books of the respective gentlemen. David's 2 books, Peter's 1 book. You'll find them worldwide on Amazon. And there has been progress with the audiobook.
Yes, I actually completed the thing at about 3 o'clock
Have you done
in the
it
morning
yourself?
last week. Yeah. And it was an ordeal, I can tell you.
An ordeal book.
But a pleasure to listen to, say my test audience. And by the time you see this, it'll be available with Amazon Audible, which is the future of publishing, I can tell you.
Provided it passes the quality control inspection.
Yes, I know. That is a bit... But I've really been careful to keep it within a very tight range of expression. They try and make you sound like a robot or something. Not too high, not too low.
Okay. I'm going to chat to you about that afterwards.
Yeah. No, you want to... I think with your voice, you should use your own too. Sean did that once.
Change the subject. So we're about to go to the kebab house. And what else do I have to say? Huge thank you to all of the people following and liking and commenting on these videos. Like I said, we've already done 10 with David. We will be continuing his saga soon. Thanks to Joe and James for coming in and filming these and audio recording these so you can have them at a good quality level.
Very professional it is. And if Sean's sounding faint, it's because he hasn't eaten all day.
My stomach's been rumbling constantly.
I'm getting hungry.
All right, yeah. So everything is down there in the description box. Please let us know what you have thought about today's video. We will see you soon. Take care out there. Cheers.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.